The spatial whirlpool led directly to the air above Mount Innerheart. Ji Ning, Reds now, come with me, Subhoodie instructed in midair. Yes. Ji Ning and Empyrean God Reds now both obediently followed behind him. As for Snow Scorpion, Prime Light, and the other Empyrean gods, the 6 of them temporarily entered the underwater estate for now. Within that Taoist monastery inside Mount Innerheart, Subhoodie gracefully landed on the ground, then sat down in the lotus position. Ning and Reds now both stood obediently by his side. Reds now. Subhoodie looked towards Reds now. Smiling, he said, "Last time, when I saw you fight in the Nilum zone, it didn't seem as though you had yet touched upon the essence of spacetime. It was due to that battle, especially when I saw you attack Patriarch, that I gained some insights. I was able to join the power of time and the power of space together, and thus able to seek out the gateway that leads to spacetime," Reds now said reverently. Subhoodie now understood. When he had struck, his attack had naturally contained the countless mysteries of spacetime within it. Reds now had been training for countless eras. He had been just a single step away from entering the realm of spacetime. After that life-and-death battle and after seeing Subhoodie attack, it wasn't strange for him to have been inspired by it. Do you know which person in the 3 realms has the highest level of insight into spacetime? Subhoodie beamed merrily as he looked at Reds now. I once heard my Manor Lord say, Reds now said respectfully, that you, Patriarch, have the greatest command over spacetime in the entire 3 realms. This is the reason why you can move about without a trace, and why you were able to establish your crescent world on a completely different dimensional level. Subhoodie let out a sigh. 3 lives did indeed value you highly. He was willing to tell you anything. Yes. My crescent world is on a completely different dimensional level than the rest of the 3 realms, which is why those other Tao Fathers are unable to find it. Master, what do you mean, different dimensional level? Ning asked. Both Subhoodie and Reds now were cultivators in spacetime. As for Ji Ning, he hadn't even gained insights into the Grand Tao of space or the Grand Tao of time, to say nothing of spacetime. Have you ever seen a layer cake? Subhoodie smiled as he looked at Ning. Yes. Ning nodded. The other worlds of the 3 realms all exist on the uppermost layer of a layer cake, Subhoodie said with a laugh. My crescent world, however, is in one of the other layers. Ordinary movement techniques and greater teleportation techniques only allow you to move across the uppermost surface of the layer cake. Thus, no matter what you do, you are unable to enter my crescent world. Ning was speechless. So space can actually be divided into a series of layers. Heaven and earth are naturally filled with endless mysteries and marvels. Subhoodie nodded. If that's the case, doesn't that mean the crescent world is the safest place of all? Aside from you, Master, no other Tao Fathers can enter here. Doesn't this mean that you can completely avoid this great storm? Ning hurriedly asked. No, Subhoodie shook his head. I cannot avoid it. I suppose I can temporarily avoid it for now. But later on I won't be able to. Why is that? They clearly have no way of entering this place. Why can't you avoid it? Ning asked. Subhoodie pondered for a moment, then shook his head and said, I can't answer your question for now. There are many things which even I do not understand. However, I can subconsciously sense fate working behind the scenes to guarantee that no living creature within the 3 realms will be able to avoid this tribulation. Ji Ning, since you have already become a pure Yang true immortal, I will naturally tell you many of the secrets of the 3 realms. But those that even I don't know, I naturally cannot tell you. Remember this vast universe is far too mysterious. Even Mother Nuwa eventually made the decision to enter the infinite primordial chaos in search of answers. Ning nodded. Reds now. Subhoodie looked towards Reds now. All of my other supreme techniques have successors, but I have yet to find any suitable successors to my most valuable skills, my supreme spacetime arts. Are you willing to accept me as your master? Reds now was shocked, then overjoyed. He hurriedly fell to his knees. Your disciple greets you, master. Ha ha ha. Subhoodie laughed as well. You may rise. Your junior apprentice brother greets you, senior apprentice brother. After rising, Reds now immediately bowed towards Ning. Ning was instantly rendered speechless. Reds now had been born during the earliest days of the universe, and so Ning had always respectfully addressed him as senior. For you to address me as senior apprentice brother sounds really awkward, Ning said. The two of you can address each other as you please. Subhuti smiled as he looked at his two disciples. He was in an excellent mood today. Ji Ning's rate of advancement was absolutely astounding, and Reds now was going to be the heir to Subhuti's most powerful arts. Subhuti laughed. Ji Ning has been my disciple for quite a few years now, but I imagine that he doesn't even know how powerful his other fellow disciples are. I truly do not know, Ning admitted respectfully. He knew that his master had a total of 19 disciples. If Reds now was included, then the total was 20. Ning knew of the names of every single fellow disciple, starting from their eldest apprentice brother, but he didn't know exactly how strong each of them were. Ji Ning, you have grown in power. As for Reds now, he's just a step away from becoming a Tao Father. I continue to feel as though this great storm is hiding many mysteries within it. You fellow disciples will need to help each other and support each other, Subhuti said. Of my many disciples, a total of 4 have reached the true God or Tao Father level. 4. Ning and Reds now were both shocked. The first is my eldest disciple, Subhuti said, which is to say the wood-chopping woodcutter who lives in the mountains out back. If you ever have any questions regarding cultivation, you can go ask him about them. Without any question, he is the most powerful figure amongst my disciples. The second is my second disciple, the guardian of the 3 realms palace, the one who is always napping, Crazy G. Subhuti continued, Crazy G can be considered the disciple who has truly inherited my many techniques and is most like myself. Buddhist techniques, Taoist techniques. He's learned them all. If you have any questions, you can also ask him about them. The third is my 6th disciple, the one who created and is the master of the flower fruit mountain world, Sun Wukong, Subhuti said. He once was provided guidance by Mother Nuwa, and he is extremely skilled in combat. The final one is my 12th disciple, Black Tiger. He loves to roam about the 3 realms. He has not established a major world of his own, has few subordinates, and is the weakest of the 4. But he's still at the true God. He has such a lazy, slothful disposition that I only accepted him as my disciple due to ties of karmic destiny that existed between us. But who would have thought that he'd reach the Tao Father level as well? Subhuti introduced all 4 Tao Fathers under his tutelage in one breath. Ning was shocked. Black Tiger? 12th apprentice brother Black Tiger referred to himself as Great King Black Tiger. When Ning had been studying and training at Mount Innerheart, Black Tiger had actually come to visit him and had even sparred with him. Ning had never imagined or had any inkling at all as to how powerful this man really was. The feeling that Black Tiger had given him was that he wasn't even as powerful as Silvermoon. Who would have thought that was all just a show? That he was at the true God? The other disciples, including Ji Ning, are all at the true immortal level, Subhuti said. The 2 of you must not be lazy. The great storm has descended upon us. If you can train to the true God level, you'll have a greater chance of surviving it. Your disciple understands, Ji Ning and Reds now said respectfully. Good. Subhuti nodded, then smiled. You now know how powerful your fellow disciples are. As for some of the secrets of the 3 realms, Reds now may know a few, but because Ji Ning was previously weak, I hadn't spoken to him about them. Let me narrate some of them in detail. I will tell you what happened during the destruction of the primordial era. I trust that after you listen to me, you'll fully understand what the seamless gate truly is. Ning and Reds now both listened attentively. Not even Reds now knew much about the war which destroyed the primordial era. A reminiscent look was in Subhuti's eyes. He said softly, Let us start the tale from the dawn of the primordial chaos. Long ago, before the primordial era began, our 3 realms was located in a region of complete primordial chaos. The primordial chaos, in and of itself, is an incomparably marvelous thing. it began to give birth to elder gods, true gods, and empyrean gods. Due to them having been birthed within the primordial chaos, they styled themselves the same way, calling themselves the elder gods of primordial chaos and so on. Elder gods. Ji Ning was instantly stunned by his master's words. The Daos contained within this region consisted of 10 heavenly Daos, 81 grand Daos, and 108,000 lesser Daos. Subhuti continued. The 10 great elder gods were born with control over a heavenly Dao. Pangu, born with control over the heavenly Dao of primordial chaos. Nuwa, born with control over the heavenly Dao of life. Fushi, born with control over the heavenly Dao of destruction. The Phoenix, born with control over the heavenly Dao of Yin. The Ancestor Dragon, born with control over the heavenly Dao of Yang. As for the heavenly Daos of the 5 elements, they were controlled by Fire God Zhurong, Water God Gonggong, Metal God Rushu, Wood God Jumong, and Earth God Hutu. These 10 were all born with innate control over the heavenly Daos. Pangu was the greatest of them. Subhuti looked towards Ji Ning. Disciple, you seem to have many questions for me. Yes, elder gods. Your disciples has never heard of such a thing. Ning was stunned. Your disciple always believed that the true God level represented a limit. Very few in the 3 realms know of them, and I'll explain the reason for that later. Pangu, Nuwa, and the others are not like us. They were born with control over the heavenly Daos, and they are innately more powerful than us, Subhuti said. In addition to them, the primordial chaos also gave birth to powerful true gods who were born with control over a grand Dao. I was one of them, as were 3 Lives, Crimson Bright, Taoist 3 Purities, Lord Tathagata the Buddha, and the Welcomer Buddha. All of them are true gods. On a still lower level were the 108,000 empyrean gods who were born with control over an ordinary Dao. Subhuti continued. These are the elder gods, true gods, and empyrean gods who were born from the primordial chaos. The most exalted and most powerful of the gods was Pangu, born with control over the heavenly Dao of primordial chaos. Although Pangu was extremely powerful, the invisible hands and machinations of fate worked through him. Subhuti let out a sigh. He was born with the destiny of establishing our world. He was the last to be born, and when he emerged from the primordial chaos, he came out with his great Pangu axe in hand. He cleaved apart the primordial chaos itself, separating heaven from earth, burning up his very life force and dying in the process. As a result, the utterly enormous primordial Pangu's world was created. After being established, the primordial Pangu's world began to give birth to many different life forms, all of whom were born from heaven and earth. The strongest were born at the empyrean god level, while the weakest were at least at the Xiantian level. Ning listened carefully. Heaven and earth gave birth to so many incomparably exquisite things. Those of us who emerged from the primordial chaos were filled with curiosity towards this new world. Subhuti sighed. Some of us took over territories for our own use, while others went into seclusion. As Pangu's world gave birth to more and more living creatures, the world itself became an increasingly exciting place to be in. People like 3 Lives began to create their own kingdoms, as did several of the elder gods, and thus war began to erupt, with many being slain. Ning nodded. It was very common for wars to erupt due to conflicting ambitions. The various major powers even created key refining techniques for the countless living creatures of Pangu's world, Subhuti said. In fact, Tathagata even created a completely separate system called Buddhism, which in reality can be considered a variation on the key refining system. The various true gods such as myself and Tathagata then were able to train to become Dao Fathers, using the key refining techniques we developed. Mother Nuwa was the first to break through, Subhuti said. Mother Nuwa possessed tremendous willpower and wisdom. After gaining insights into the heavenly Daos of Yin and Yang, her power instantly increased explosively, and she then created the human race. Only then did all the major powers of the primordial era understand that one's power could increase to a higher level once one comprehended a set of heavenly Daos. And so, the major powers of Pangu's world all began to focus on training. But they then discovered that once you mastered a particular heavenly Tao, mastering the opposite heavenly Tao would be incredibly difficult. For example, if someone who had already mastered the heavenly Tao of life wished to then meditate on its opposite, the heavenly Tao of destruction, the heavenly Tao of life itself would forcefully disturb him. There was simply no way to gain insights at all. For a very long period of time, no one aside from Mother Nuwa was capable of gaining insights into a matching set of heavenly Taos. But then, Taoist Three Purities appeared. Taoist Three Purities was born a true god of primordial chaos. His original name was Xianxia. He was extremely talented, managing to first master the heavenly Tao of Yang, then the heavenly Tao of destruction. However, he was never able to succeed in mastering the heavenly Tao of Yin or the heavenly Tao of life, the complementary Taos to what he already had. And so, he steeled his mind and made a major decision. He killed himself. Killed himself. Ning was stunned. The nearby Redsnow, however, simply smiled. Although this was a secret, Redsnow had been born when Pangu's world had been created, and had followed Taoist Three Lives for many years. He knew many things, including this story. Taoist Three Purities set down a seal upon his own true soul, a seal that would lock away his former memories unless he mastered either the heavenly Tao of Yin or the heavenly Tao of life, Subhuti said. And then, Taoist Three Purities entered the paths of reincarnation, then killed himself. Because he died within the paths of reincarnation, his true soul was naturally sent straight into the cycle of reincarnation. This was a huge gamble. If Taoist Three Purities' soul was shattered in his next life, then his true soul would be sent to the river of destiny. He would be finished, Subhuti said. Ning nodded. To seal away one's memories unless one mastered either the heavenly Tao of Yin or the heavenly Tao of life. In other words, unless he became a Tao Father once more, there would be no way for him to reawaken his memories from the past. But how incredibly difficult would it have to be for one to become a Tao Father once more, without any past memories at all? Even though one might be incredibly talented due to the quality of one's true soul, the path of cultivation was an incredibly dangerous one. Once one was killed and one's soul was shattered, everything would be over. He failed numerous times. He was reincarnated a total of 9 times, Subhuti said. Of his 9 reincarnations, 6 of them were as ordinary mortals who didn't even embark on the path of cultivation. Thus, upon dying he was naturally sent to be reincarnated once more. In 2 other lives, he died at the Zifu level and was once more sent to be reincarnated. Finally, during his 9th life, he was reborn as a member of the primordial human clan, Laozi. In this life, he was an absolutely dazzling figure. He advanced at an absolutely breakneck pace, and because his memories of his past life were unable to disturb him, he was able to train all the way to become a Tao Father through mastering the heavenly Tao of Yin. Only then were his former memories awakened, and both the heavenly Taos of Yin and Yang were now under his control. His power instantly exploded. He then devised the Three Pure Ones technique, becoming so powerful that even Mother Nuwa might not have been a match for him at that point in time. He essentially became the #1 leader of the entire primordial era. Because Xianxia had devised the Three Pure Ones technique, he gave himself the title Taoist Three Purities. He then established the Taoist path, passing down many Taoist techniques and becoming the leader of the Taoist path. Ning was stunned by what he heard. Because his memories were masked during the reincarnation process, he was able to gain insights into a complementary heavenly Tao without being impacted by his original heavenly Tao. But this was a gamble. If his soul was shattered, he would have truly perished. Subhuti sighed. Because of Taoist Three Purities, there were a total of 6 Tao Fathers who also committed suicide after setting down seals upon their true souls. But there has never been any word of them since. From the primordial era to the modern day, there has never been any traces of them, Subhuti said. Perhaps they have died. Or perhaps they are continuing to pass through the endless cycle of reincarnation. Ning sighed to himself. Non-stop reincarnation? Those Tao Fathers who committed suicide all had extraordinary true souls. Their talent had to be extraordinary as well. As long as they had a chance to embark on the immortal path, they undoubtedly would. But the immortal path was an extremely deadly one. One might be slain by an enemy, resulting in one's soul being shattered and dispersed. An extremely long period of time had passed since the primordial era. Those 6 Tao Fathers were most likely long deceased, their souls having entered the endless river of destiny. After the 6 of them disappeared, a very long period of time passed with no other major powers deciding to reincarnate themselves. However, all the major powers had hearts that were focused on the Tao, and all of them wished to grow more powerful. Subhuti sighed. And so, Buddha Tathagata, then an ordinary figure amongst major powers, sent himself into the paths of reincarnation, killing himself and being reincarnated anew. Back then, Tathagata had already mastered 4 of the heavenly Taos of the 5 elements. All he needed to do was master the heavenly Tao of earth, but he could not. Whenever he tried, the other 4 heavenly Taos would disturb him. A crazy man can get crazy results. Subhuti shook his head and sighed. On Tathagata's 3rd reincarnation, he became the prince of a small human kingdom. His name was Sakyamuni. He was naturally a brilliant, dazzling figure, and in the end, he mastered the heavenly Tao of earth and became a Tao Father. His former memories were awakened, and the Buddhists, previously just one of many organizations within Pangu's world, instantly skyrocketed in power. Tathagata thus became the leader of the Buddhist Sangha. You have now heard the tales of how the leaders of the Taoist path and the Buddhist Sangha rose to power. What do you think? Subhuti looked towards Ning. Incredible determination, incredible willpower. Ning sighed in amazement. Those 2 had already been Tao Fathers to begin with. They could live eternal, careless lives of freedom. But both of them had hearts that were extremely focused upon the Tao. For the sake of gaining a higher level of enlightenment, they were willing to wager their eternal lives. They had won their bets, but many other Tao Fathers had lost. To train in the Tao to a higher level, it was far, far too difficult. Back then, the primordial era was an era of non-stop war, Subhuti said. The most powerful actors were the kingdoms that were controlled by a few of the elder gods. Once, a war erupted between the kingdoms led by the elder god of water, Gonggong, and the elder god of fire, Zhurong. These 2 elder gods began to battle with reckless abandon atop Pangu's world. Gonggong, seeing that his forces were about to be defeated, went completely berserk. The crazed Gonggong, in his madness and fury, actually rammed against and shattered Mount Buzhou, which Pangu had used as a pillar to hold up the heavens. As a result, the heavens themselves were shattered. The very foundation of Pangu's world was in danger. Heaven and earth began to tremble, as though the end times had come. Both Gonggong and Zhurong panicked. All the major powers of the primordial era gathered together, wanting to stop the destruction of the world, but none of them had any solutions. In the end, it was Mother Nuwa who saved us. At such a critical moment, she actually made yet another breakthrough, resulting in her gaining complete mastery over the heavenly Taos of the 5 elements. She gathered together the essence of the 5 elements from heaven and earth, then created a divine 5-colored stone, which she used to repair the hole in the skies. Only after she did so did heaven and earth slowly return to normal. Since she was now a master of yin, yang, and the 5 elements, she became the indisputably most powerful figure of the primordial era. Because Nuwa healed the heavens and saved the world, everyone in the primordial era would respectfully refer to her as Mother. Mother Nuwa was extremely close to Elder God Fuxi, who was like a brother to her. He disliked battle, but he saw Mother Nuwa making constant breakthroughs while his own power barely budged. As a result, he committed suicide and threw himself into the cycle of reincarnation. He sealed away his memories, which would only be awakened once he mastered the heavenly Tao of life. Subhuti shook his head. He was reborn as a human, and he became one of the 3 emperors of mankind of the primordial era, Fuxi. But to this very day, he has yet to awaken his former memories. After Fuxi was reincarnated as a human, he ended up mastering the heavenly Taos of yin and yang, gaining inconceivable amounts of insight into the art of formations. To this very day, He remains the most skilled formations expert of the entire 3 realms, Subhuti said. However, although his power has reached an incomparably frightening level, he's never been able to regain his memories, because he still has yet to comprehend the heavenly Tao of life. Ji Ning let out a sigh. The man had already mastered 2 heavenly Das, but he still wasn't able to awaken his memories? The will of heaven truly did toy with men and immortals alike. In truth, since he was once an elder god with an incomparably powerful body, his current level of power is most likely roughly on par with his former level of power as an elder god. Subhuti said, "This reincarnation, I don't know if it was a good thing for Fuxi or not. In any event, the primordial era persisted for a very long period of time. Some focused on the Tao while others focused on warfare and killing. The human race rose to sudden prominence, then began to face one war after another. Many major powers died, and even more Empyrean gods died." Subhuti shook his head and sighed, a look of sadness and pity in his eyes. Because of ambition, multiple elder gods died as well. Even the most powerful force of the primordial era, the dragon race, fell into darkness due to the death of the ancestor dragon. "The ancestor dragon is dead?" Ning cried out in shock. The ancestor dragon was one of the 10 great elder gods. From what his master was saying, elder gods all had incomparably mighty bodies and were similar to the human emperors and the leaders of Buddhism and Taoism in power. Not just the ancestor dragon. The elder god of metal, Rushu, was killed in battle as well. Subhuti shook his head. That's the nature of war, and when there are no outside threats, internal wars will become particularly vicious. Internal wars? Ning was startled. "Master, are you saying? Internal wars?" The nearby Empyrean god Reds now, who had been listening quietly this entire time, was startled as well. If the many battles that went on during this period of time were internal wars, then, during the primordial era, when Xianxia wandered the primordial chaos in search of precious materials, he ended up discovering an alien life form within it, Subhuti said solemnly. Alien life form? Ning and Reds now were both shocked. The primordial chaos is vast and infinite. You must understand that all the elder gods themselves were born from it, which means that it naturally is capable of giving birth to other creatures as well. Subhuti let out a sigh. The alien accidentally discovered us, but fortunately, Xianxia discovered it as well and ensured it wouldn't be able to infiltrate us. The alien was incomparably vicious and frenzied in its assaults. It immediately launched a war against our primordial world, Subhuti said. I imagine both of you have heard of this alien's name before. His name was Rahu. He was the first outsider who came to us from the primordial chaos. The first. Ning and Reds now instantly understood. Most likely more outsiders had come from the primordial chaos as well. Rahu was absolutely berserk. He boasted to us, "I, Rahu, have roamed the primordial chaos for eons. Do you think I will fear the puny denizens of a backwater's chaos world?" Subhuti shook his head. We instantly understood that there had to be other powerful creatures living within the primordial chaos as well. Rahu was just one of them. Rahu didn't really get a full picture of our world's power before launching a war against us. Thus, even though he was completely berserk, he was still defeated. Back then, with but the wave of his hand, Rahu was able to manifest a vast, massive army. He himself was a bit more powerful than even the likes of the human emperors or the Buddhist and Taoist leaders. Only Mother Nuwa was a match for him. However, we managed to win through sheer numbers, grinding him down and killing him, Subhuti said. After Rahu died, we used his shattered body as ingredients for forging many treasures. Your Rahu Bao Ji Ning was one of those treasures. Although most of them were initially just top-grade pure yang treasures when first created, more than 90% have evolved to become protocosmic spirit treasures by now. Rahu's arrival caused the entire primordial world to be shocked into wakefulness. We thought to ourselves, so, aside from us, there actually are other living creatures within the primordial chaos as well, some of whom possess tremendous power. Thus, the primordial era began to stabilize. The many frenzied wars began to come to an end, and in fact we began to feel regret for what we did. So many major powers had been killed in our internal wars, all for the sake of foolish ambition. Because the human race had their 3 emperors of mankind, and because the various other races no longer wished to engage in internal squabbling, mankind ended up becoming the leader of the races. Time flowed on, and countless eras went by. Finally, yet another storm arrived. Subhuti said solemnly, countless major powers, including both Mother Nuwa and myself, sensed an incomparably powerful force drawing close to our primordial world. Thus, we went into the primordial chaos, moving towards that force to investigate it. After traveling through the primordial chaos for more than half a month, we finally discovered what that force was. A hint of grief and pain could be seen in Subhuti's eyes. Ning and Reds now both continued to listen carefully. It was an absolutely massive, ellipsoid world. A chaos world that was almost the same as our Pangu's world. Subhuti said heavily. What? A chaos world? Just like Pangu's world? Ning and Reds now both called out in shock. Subhuti looked at the two of them. Since Pangu was able to cleave apart the primordial chaos to establish heaven and earth in creating his Pangu's world, why wouldn't there be others within the infinite primordial chaos that could do the same? Ning and Reds now were instantly rendered speechless. That other world also had its elder gods. However, in order to differentiate them from us, we referred to them as fiends. We called them elder fiends, true fiends, and empyrean fiends. Subhuti said heavily. As for that world itself, we referred to it as the seamless chaos world. Seamless chaos world? Both Ning and Reds now were stunned. Seamless? Seamless gate? Right. The modern seamless gate originated from the seamless chaos world. Subhuti nodded. The seamless chaos world and our Pangu's chaos world. These two chaos worlds were continuing to move through the primordial chaos, drawing closer and closer to each other. There would come a day in which the two chaos worlds would smash into each other. In fact, as our two worlds drew closer, the major powers of both sides could subconsciously sense that the hands of fate were working to fuse the two worlds together into a single, massive chaos world. The seamless chaos world was different from our world, Subhuti said. In our Pangu's chaos world, because Mother Nuwa was a transcendent figure who rarely got involved in worldly matters, we ended up having many internal wars and many casualties. The most powerful member of the seamless chaos world, however, was the elder fiend of the heart, Demon Heart. This demon possessed tremendous ambition, and he had long ago taken over the entire seamless chaos world with his unmatchable power. Back then, they had 5 elder fiends of earth, fire, water, wind, and heart. They also had 2 other Deofather-level figures who were as powerful as the likes of Taoist 3 purities. Patriarch Demon Heart in particular, he was very close to Pangu's level of power. Not even Mother Nuwa was a match for him. Our side had suffered heavy losses due to our years of internal struggles. They actually had even more true gods than us. Too many of ours had died in our internal wars. In truth, they were more powerful than us, given Patriarch Demon Heart's ambitions. He naturally wanted to take control over the fused chaos world. But those of us from Pangu's chaos world naturally wouldn't agree. And so war began. Pangu's chaos world against the seamless chaos world. A war that shattered the heavens. However, right at this critical moment, a terrifying figure appeared. The Lord of all things. Subhuti was deathly serious now. The Lord of all things was and remains the most terrifyingly powerful outsider from the primordial chaos that Pangu's chaos world and the seamless chaos world have ever encountered. In fact, the reason why our two chaos worlds were slowly moving closer to each other was because of his secret machinations. Ning and Reds now felt their hearts clench. After both chaos worlds had suffered tremendous casualties during the war, the grand army of the Lord of all things appeared. Subhuti continued. The reason why he was known as the Lord of all things was precisely because he had reached an unfathomable level of expertise in making use of the various materials of the universe. In fact, The entire Tao of constructs originally stemmed from him. The Lord of all things had an enormous number of golems under his command, many of which were at the Tao Father level of power. In addition, he also had a large number of Queen Mothers under his command. These were the same as the creatures you encountered within the Nilam zone, capable of giving birth to countless powerful soldiers. When all of the soldiers joined together into armies, each of them had the combat power of a Tao Father. His personal power, however, was actually just on par with the likes of Taoist Three Purities or Tathagata. However, the Lord of all things had even altered his own body. It was quite unique, because it was simply unbreakable. The sudden arrival of the Lord of all things, along with his grand army that was comparable to the total power of either Chaos World. It was a calamity. However, right at that critical moment, Mother Nuwa made her breakthrough. A qualitative breakthrough. She broke through to Pangu's level, and she instantly began to massacre our enemies. The Lord of all things was slain, while Patriarch Demonheart was forced to hide by merging his body into the heavenly Daos. The Seamless Gate had already suffered enormous casualties during the war, and the survivors were absolutely butchered by Mother Nuwa. The only one who managed to escape from her hands was Patriarch Windfiend, who was second in power only to Patriarch Demonheart. He even managed to rescue many of the major powers of the Seamless Gate as well. Fortunately, the first person Mother Nuwa acted against was Patriarch Demonheart. Otherwise, Patriarch Windfiend probably would have been able to rescue him and save him as well. His fleeing abilities truly were incredible. Patriarch Windfiend? Ning and Reds now both memorized this name. Anyone who could flee from Mother Nuwa and save so many other major powers as well was worth of them memorizing. Patriarch Windfiend is now respectfully referred to by the Seamless Gate as the Lord of all Fiends. His power is truly unfathomable. Subhuti exclaimed. That apocalyptic war. It caused the two chaos worlds that were about to fuse together to instead completely shatter apart. The largest remnant piece is now known as the Primordial Ruin World, while the other pieces became the Celestial Realm, the Netherworld Kingdom, the 3,000 Major Worlds, and the Trillion Minor Worlds, Subhuti said. As for the soldiers and the army left behind by the outsider, the Lord of all things. Some of them were slain by Mother Nuwa, but most of them ended up being driven into the Primordial Ruin World. The remnants of his army didn't pose a major threat to us. Rather than get rid of them, we left them there as a warning and a reminder, Subhuti said solemnly. We were to never forget that the primordial chaos still contains other living creatures. We simply can't afford to engage in internal wars of attrition any longer. The three realms were formed. Later on, for an extremely urgent reason, Mother Nuwa left us and entered the primordial chaos, never to return. After Mother Nuwa left, Patriarch Windfiend came back, bringing the many major powers of the seamless chaos world with him. Subhuti shook his head. He was simply too difficult to deal with, and his forces weren't weak. Since we were worried about the threat which outsiders posed, and since Patriarch Windfiend wasn't confident that he could defeat us, our two sides came to an accord. Ever since then, we have had no further quarrels with the Seamless. There are many living creatures within the three realms which have the blood of gods in them, while others have the blood of fiends within them. In truth, since both our world and the Seamless world were both chaos worlds, there wasn't that much of a difference between us. Thus, we simply referred to these creatures as Fiendgods. As for those who were born from primordial chaos, they were jointly referred to as Fiendgods of primordial chaos. Strictly speaking, though, those of us from Pangu's world should be referred to as Empyrean gods and true gods of primordial chaos, while those of the Seamless Gate should be referred to as Empyrean fiends and true fiends of primordial chaos. Subhuti continued. Countless years passed. The three realms gave birth to many more major powers, and the three realms once more began to flourish and grow. However, not too long ago, all the major powers began to subconsciously sense that an unavoidable war was going to erupt between our side and the Seamless side. All major powers possess fairly formidable subconscious senses towards fate, as you know. We could sense that if we tried to avoid the war, the result would be death. Ning and Reds now completely understood. So the seamless gate had originated from a separate chaos world. The whispers of fate and destiny are never wrong. Subhuti shook his head. Although all of us have many suspicions, we can clearly sense that the Nuwa Alliance will only be able to survive if we annihilate the seamless gate. Master! Ning couldn't but interject, the Nuwa Alliance belongs to Pangu's chaos world, while the seamless alliance comes from a separate one. Why, then, are people like Old Man Yuan hesitant? Humph! Subhuti said coldly, they are a pack of fools. Both of our sides have shared the three realms for countless years now, and many of the major powers on both sides have become very close friends with each other. There are countless Fiendgods amongst the many races. In truth, both sides all but merged together long ago. And so Old Man Yuan and his ilk still wish for both sides to peacefully coexist. They view the seamless as being brothers and are unwilling to become enemies to them. But the whispers of fate definitely can't be wrong. I am absolutely certain that we can only survive if we wipe out the seamless gate. In turn, the seamless gate is also absolutely certain that they can only survive if they wipe us out. Although there are many things we do not understand with regards to this great tribulation, fate always points and guides us towards the correct path. Subhuti looked at the two men before him. Ji Ning, Reds now. The two of you are still weak. You need to continue training for now. After all, even if we manage to survive this storm, it's very possible then yet another outsider like the Lord of all things will appear, causing yet another tribulation to descend. Understood. Both Ning and Reds now were very solemn. Outsiders from the primordial chaos. Other chaos worlds. Why had Mother Nuwa entered the primordial chaos, never to return? These questions caused Ning and Reds now to understand that in the past, they had been like frogs within a well, unable to see the greater world outside. In truth, the heavens were far vaster than they had imagined them to be. Having concluded his tale of the secret history of the three realms, Subhuti let out a smile. Right? Ji Ning, I understand you have a daughter with you. Show her to me. Yes, master. When Ning thought of his daughter, his heart instantly turned warm. He immediately willed for his daughter Bright Moon to emerge from the world of the Violet Dawn Pearl. Eh? The barefoot Bright Moon nibbled on her fingers as she curiously stared at her surroundings. Father! Bright Moon instantly wrapped her arms around Ning's thigh. Bright Moon, come here. Kowtow and show your respects to the old patriarch. Ning instructed. Bright Moon's eyes instantly turned huge. She stared carefully at the ruddy-faced, white-bearded old man, then obediently fell to her knees and kowtowed. Bright Moon greets you, old patriarch. Ha ha ha. Subhuti was greatly pleased by what he saw. Laughing, he said, your father is my disciple, and so you can be considered a member of Mount Innerheart as well. Thus, I shall transmit Fiendgod body refining techniques and key refining techniques to you. He pointed towards her. Swish! Instantly, a streak of light flew straight into Bright Moon's forehead. Thank you, master. Ning was overjoyed. At present, there were very few things capable of making Ning happy, and the person he cared most about was this precious daughter of his. Mount Innerheart's rules were very strict, so Ning didn't dare to casually teach her any of the techniques he had learned here, but the other techniques he had weren't particularly elite. If your daughter can overcome her tribulation and become a celestial immortal or Empyrean god, I'll give her another give. Alright, you can leave now. Subhuti waved his arm. Reds now, you stay for now. Yes. Both Ning and Reds now assented. Ning immediately picked up his daughter, who had fallen into a dazed, sleep-like state. Subhuti had transmitted a veritable ocean of techniques to her, and there was a limit to how much she could process. In the following days, they remained at Mount Innerheart. Ning lived a peaceful life here, along with his daughter. Only when he was with his daughter would the pain in his heart be slightly alleviated. Slowly, Ning's heart grew calmer and calmer. He was quietly preparing, because he could sense that the day of his tribulation was drawing closer and closer. Father! Bright Moon came running towards him. Bright Moon! Ning smiled at her. Father! I heard you are about to undergo your Empyrean tribulation? Bright Moon raised her head to look at the nearby Uncle White. Grandpa White, my father is going to undergo his Empyrean tribulation? Who told you? Ning asked. Everyone in Mount Innerheart knows about it, Bright Moon immediately said. My fellow disciples really are blabbermouths. Ning shook his head helplessly, then looked at Bright Moon and nodded. Yes, tomorrow, I shall undergo the Empyrean tribulation. I heard that the Empyrean tribulation is very dangerous. Bright Moon was very worried. Her two hands were clenched tightly in front of her chest. Ji Ning bent downwards, gently taking his daughter into his arms. He looked at her face, then smiled. Bright Moon, don't worry. The Empyrean tribulation might be dangerous to others, but to me, your father, it's really nothing. Really? Bright Moon hesitated. Really? You have to trust father, Ning said. All right. Bright Moon reached out with her little hands to hug Ning's head. Father, mother's gone. I don't want you to leave me too. Ning felt his heart ache. Bright Moon was still very young. Yue's death had an enormous impact on her. Father will never, ever leave you, Bright Moon. Ning held his daughter in his arms, then whispered to her, Father will always protect you. This was Ning's promise to his daughter. That night, Bright Moon slept by Ning's side. She was afraid that Ning would leave her and go take on the Empyrean tribulation by himself, and she insisted on personally watching him undergo it. Only then would she feel at ease. Time to get up. Ning tweaked his slumbering daughter's little nose. Bright Moon struggled to open her eyes, then gazed blankly at her surroundings for a moment. Clearly, she hadn't fully woken up yet, but upon seeing Ning she couldn't help but reach out to hug him. Time to get up. It's already bright outside. Ning gave his daughter a little kiss on the face. Oh! Bright Moon rubbed her eyes, then sat up and looked towards the outside. It was early dawn right now, and the skies were slowly brightening. Ah! Father, you are going to undergo your Empyrean tribulation today. Right? So hurry up and get up. Outside the room. The Whitewater Hound and little Qing had been waiting here for some time now. Upon hearing the playful voices coming from within the room, they couldn't help but reveal smiles. These days, Master only ever laughs when he's with little Bright Moon, little Qing said. He's redirected all the love he felt towards Yue and his parents to that little girl. The Whitewater Hound let out a sigh. Fortunately, Yue gave birth before it all happened. Otherwise, I really can't imagine what my son Ning would be like right now, after suffering such heavy blows. Kriawak. The door to the room swung open. A handsome, slender white-robed youth walked out, leading an adorable little girl by the hand. The handsome youth looked young, but his calm, sea-deep eyes seemed to hold infinity within them. Everyone understood that he was no longer young. His heart, in particularly, would no longer be young again. Let's go, Ning said. Right? Uncle White and little Qing followed behind Ning. Right after they emerged from the courtyard, they saw Blue Cliff Xiaoyu waiting outside. Master, Xiaoyu called out respectfully, holding his daughter Brightman's hand. Ning led Uncle White, little Qing, and Xiaoyu out of Mount Innerheart. He then used a spatial teleportation to arrive at a vast, desolate area within the Crescent World. A large group of people had already gathered in this location. Junior apprentice brother, Ji Ning. Young master. Redsnow and the rest of the 7 Empyrean gods, Silvermoon, Lord Jiang, Crazy Ji, and the others had all arrived. They had even brought their disciples and grand-disciples with them. After landing, Ning waved his hand. Autumn Leaf, Mu North Sun, and several others suddenly appeared next to him. Junior apprentice brother, you have to be careful. Although the Empyrean tribulation won't be too hard for you, it's still good to be careful, Crazy G instructed. Don't worry at all, second apprentice brother. Ning nodded, then walked by himself to a nearby location. He only took 3 steps, but moved a total of 3,000 meters away. Then he just silently stood there. Boom! His crimson bright diagram of the 9 heavens energy had been forcibly barred at the 17th stage for a long time now. It was ready to break through at any moment. And now, it broke through the final bottleneck to enter the 18th stage. At the same time, Ning's true body also broke through to the peak of the void level as a key refiner. As he simultaneously broke through in both aspects, the heavenly Daos immediately began to activate and take effect. A short while later, a wind began to arise around him. His tribulation has started. Master really is quite straightforward. As soon as he arrived, he immediately initiated his tribulation. Junior apprentice brother is formidable and has experienced extraordinary things. His Empyrean tribulation will most likely be similarly extraordinary. The crowd watched from far away with nervousness, especially Bright Moon. Her two little hands were so tightly clenched that her nails were white. She chewed on her lips as she stared at Ning. She was afraid. Afraid that her father would disappear as well. Far away, in the distant wilderness, stood an old man and a woodcutter. Nobody was able to detect their presence. Not even Crazy G noticed them. Tell me, do you think your junior apprentice brother will succeed? Subhoodie asked. The Empyrean tribulation? No question about it. The only question in my mind is, during his 9 sets of thunder tribulation, will the pure Yang gold light thunder appear? The woodcutter chuckled. Pure Yang gold light thunder? Sherm. It has indeed been a long time since it last appeared. From the primordial era to the modern day, the number of times it has appeared has been pitifully low. If it does appear, although it will pose a major threat, it'll also allow your junior apprentice brother to possess an even more perfect Empyrean god body. Subhoodie said. Wind, fire, thunder. These 3 tribulations served to temper the body. Key refiners generally would gain a celestial immortal body when they succeeded. As for Fiendgod body refiners, their Empyrean tribulations would generally be much more powerful than the ones the key refiners faced. When they succeeded, however, they would gain the body of an Empyrean god. The more powerful the Empyrean tribulation, the more perfect an Empyrean god body one would possess. There were differences in power amongst Empyrean gods as well, after all. For some weak Empyrean gods, countless eons would needed for their bodies to train to the peak of power. The quality of an Empyrean god body was one of the factors that determined if one would be able to become a true god or not. Rumble. A wild wind began to howl as countless wind blades swirled together into an enormous vortex, with Ji Ning standing at the very heart of it. Terrifying. The wind tribulation alone is even more terrifying than the 9 sets of thunder tribulation which his primal twin endured. The distant viewers had strange looks on their faces. The power of this wind was simply too terrifying. Even for Ning, his key refiner techniques were useless right now. He was completely relying on the 6th cycle of his 8-9 arcane art to defend. He stood there in the center of the wind vortex, staring at the skies in a very calm manner. Whoosh! The final burst of invisible Empyrean god wind arrived, entering through his head and spreading out throughout his body, causing every single part of it to shudder. His heart, however, was as calm as water. He wasn't moved even slightly. While shuddering and trembling, Ning's divine body began to soundlessly evolve. This evolution wasn't particularly noteworthy, however. Only when the thunder tribulation ended would his body truly undergo a qualitative change. The wind tribulation is over. Ning raised his head to look at the sky as he murmured softly to himself. An enormous, scorchingly hot cloud had appeared in the air above him. This spinning cloud was covered with a layer of golden flame that was visible to the naked eye. As the cloud descended, the temperature in the surrounding area began to drastically rise. Activate. The distant Crazy G immediately waved the ragged fan he was holding, and a blurry azure light arose to surround the spectators, protecting all of them. Everything in the wilderness around Ning, however, was instantly charred. In fact, everything began to transform into dust as the cloud of fire continued to descend. The ground itself began to disappear beneath Ning, who simply stood there in the air, staring at the cloud. Whoosh! The flames descended upon Ning, who still didn't do anything to fight back. All tribulations started weak and grew progressively more powerful. The same was true for the fire tribulation. If the sixth cycle of the 8-9 arcane art was unable to endure the tribulation, Ning would then move to fight back. The fire tribulation, however, Ning felt confident that it wasn't capable of forcing him to defend himself. The flames blazed about him, quickly reaching to the true fire level. One type of true fire after another appeared, including even solar true fire. But Ning simply continued to stand there, not caring at all. Finally, the cloud of fire dispersed. Boom! Ning suddenly seemed to transform into a burning man as a fiery light suddenly engulfed his entire body. Ah! Bright Moon, watching from far away, was so terrified that her face turned ashen. It's fine. This is Empyrean God fire. There's no way to block it. All you can do is endure it. Although it's far, far more powerful than celestial immortal fire, the nearby little Qing explained. Your father's Dao heart is formidable. He isn't afraid of this fire. Indeed, Ning quickly returned to normal. Time flowed on. Soon, the skies themselves began to gather power within them. Empyrean God Reds now, Silver Moon, and the other distant spectators all turned solemn. The wind tribulation and fire tribulation had been extremely easy for Ning. Given that his heart force had reached the fourth stage, even the demon heart tribulation would most likely be quite easy. Fourth stage heart force made him an incredible figure of the three realms. There was no way he would succumb to the demon heart tribulation. The only potential threat to him was actually the thunder tribulation, which would also serve as the most important part of the tempering of his Empyrean God body. I wonder how powerful the first bolt of junior apprentice brother Jining's 9-9 sets will be. They all watched nervously. It was absolutely guaranteed that Jining would undergo the full 9-9 sets. The more powerful the first thunderbolt was, the more terrifying the final 81st thunderbolt would be. The sky went dark. Bright Moon suddenly called out nervously. Everyone, Jining included, raised their heads to stare at the sky. Right? The entire sky had turned pitch black, as far as the naked eye could see. The seemingly infinitely large storm clouds had covered this entire region, and their overwhelming power was simply shocking to behold. As for Ning, he still just stared calmly towards the skies. Now, however, a pair of divine swords had appeared within his hands. What a shocking aura! Crazy G twirled his fan, narrowing his eyes. Empyrean God Reds now just watched solemnly. All of them were extremely experienced and had seen many things. They knew very well that normally, the clouds of the thunder tribulation would consist of two dark clouds that would draw close to each other and merge together. This was true even for most 9-9 sets of thunder tribulation. Only when the thunder tribulation underwent a qualitative change would something like this happen. The vast heavens were filled with a tribulation cloud of seemingly infinite size. Rumble. At the very center of the infinite tribulation cloud, countless streaks of violet light could be seen dancing about. The violet light began to swirl about and gather in number until they filled nearly the entire cloud. By now, one could see violet streaks of light stretching off as far as the naked eye could see. Slowly, a storm whirlpool began to form in the air above Jining. The whirlpool began to spin in a very sluggish, arduous manner, but as it spun, it continuously drew in and devoured the violet light around it. Even the tribulation cloud itself was being sucked into this maelstrom. Push! The edges of the tribulation cloud could now be seen. It continued to shrink and flow into the maelstrom, as did the endless streaks of violet light. Within the center of the maelstrom was a region of utter chaos. A short while later, the only thing left in the skies was this terrifying chaos maelstrom. The tribulation cloud had completely vanished. Not even any hint of its former aura of might had been left behind. Why do I feel so nervous right now? Mu North Sun mumbled softly. I've never seen any records regarding a thunder tribulation like this in any of the books of Mount Innerheart. Little Qing was worried as well. Bolts of lightning began to materialize within the chaos maelstrom. These lightning bolts were almost completely violet, with a few streaks of white mixed into them. Whoosh! The violet-white thunderbolt came crashing down from the vortex in the skies. It didn't possess a savage, dominating aura. Instead, it possessed a terrifying aura of imperial majesty, making viewers feel as though it was an emperor that they had to bow their heads before. Eh? Ning frowned slightly. When my primal twin underwent its tribulation, this sort of beautiful violet-white thunderbolt only appeared starting from the 73rd bolt. I didn't expect that the very first bolt my true body would encounter would be on this level. Ning had a feeling that this thunder tribulation of his wouldn't be so easily overcome. Boom! Ning just stood there in midair, allowing the thunderbolt to crash upon his body and allowing sparks of electricity to dance across him. A divine body on the level of a pure yang treasure wouldn't be easily damaged. Boom! 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 One thunderbolt after another came crashing downwards. The power of the thunderbolts continued to rise. By the 9th bolt, the thunderbolts had turned completely white, a dazzling, pure, sacred white that contained an ineffable nobility and majesty to it. The white bolts crashed down upon Ning's white-robed body, but Ning simply stood there, head raised as he watched them slam down towards him. The thunder tribulation's not that bad. The distant bright moon watched as her white-clothed father was bathed in the radiance of the white thunderbolts. A look of veneration was in her eyes as she said excitedly, "Father hasn't even done anything, but he's still able to easily endure them. Little bright moon, the fact that your father is easily able to resist these thunderbolts doesn't mean that his thunder tribulation isn't a terrifying one. Before you were born, your father's primal twin underwent the celestial tribulation. When that happened, only the very final thunderbolt of his 9 sets was this dazzling white color." The nearby Uncle White explained, "Your father has trained in the 8-9 arcane art and has a formidable divine body, which is why he can take it head-on." "The 8-9 arcane art is that powerful?" Brightman's eyes sparkled. "I want to learn it too." Boom! 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 The bolts of lightning continued to crash downwards. The noble, dazzling white color began to be intermixed with streaks of gold, causing the thunderbolts to have an aura of supremacy and exaltedness. It was as though Ning was facing the Tao of the heavens itself. As the thunderbolts crashed down upon him, bathing him in electricity, Ning felt as though he was being washed in water. His entire divine body felt quite comfortable, and it was slowly beginning to change in very minor ways. The 36th bolt, the 49th bolt, the 54th bolt, the power of the thunderbolts continued to rise. The 6th cycle of the 8-9 arcane art truly is incredible. Empyrean God Reds now sighed softly. All those years ago, when I faced the final thunderbolt of my Empyrean tribulation, I had to go all out in order to survive it. But it was only as powerful as this 54th thunderbolt of Ji Ning's. But Ji Ning hasn't even been forced to fight back. His divine body is completely capable of enduring this level of power. Junior apprentice brother Reds now, you were born when heaven and earth had first been established. Back then, the 8-9 arcane art didn't even exist, Crazy G said with a laugh. From the looks of junior apprentice brother Ji Ning's thunder tribulation, there is a high chance that the pure yang gold light thunder will appear. Pure yang gold light thunder? Empyrean God Reds now grew slightly worried. If that's the case, I'm afraid that the 6th cycle of the 8-9 arcane art won't be able to withstand it. Crazy G lightly twirled his fan. Chuckling, he said, "Just watch." Bathed in electricity, Ning could clearly sense the power of the thunder tribulation continuing to grow. The 72nd bolt, the 73rd bolt, the lightning bolts had turned almost completely golden, with just a little bit of white remaining within them. The power of the thunderbolts was so great that Ning's body was beginning to shudder. Tiny wounds had begun to appear across his body, but his divine power automatically and instantly healed them. "They're actually striking me so hard that my divine body is almost unable to endure it any longer." Ning still just stared at the skies, allowing the thunderbolts to come crashing down as he watched them carefully. The 78th bolt, the 7th 9th bolt, the 80th bolt, the final bolt. "Come out." The white-robed Ning's body momentarily blurred as he assumed the 3 heads, 6 arms form. 6 of the Ananda world swords appeared within his hands. "Break!" the 6 Ananda world swords in his hands, Ning charged upwards towards the skies, charging straight towards the chaos maelstrom within them. A streak of completely pure gold had appeared within the chaos maelstrom as well. This lightning bolt didn't have any other colors within it whatsoever. The pure gold thunderbolt carried a supremely yang, supremely aggressive aura, and supremely sharp aura. Just looking at it would make one's heart shudder. How terrifying! Brightman's heart trembled. Pure yang gold light thunder. Reds now was shocked. Pure yang gold light thunder. Crazy G finally stopped fanning himself as well. Patriarch Subhoodie and the woodcutter watched from afar as this happened. Pure yang gold light thunder. It would only appear during these tribulations. Normally, there was no way for immortals or fiendgods to train to a level where they could manifest this pure yang gold light thunder. The power of this thunderbolt was too shockingly great, and it contained boundless mysteries within it. Ning, using 3 heads, 6 arms, and his 6 Ananda world swords, charged straight against the heavens. The supremely yang and supremely aggressive pure yang gold light thunder came smashing down towards him. Crash! 6 dazzling streaks of sword light lit up. Every single streak of sword light was filled with Ning's powerful heart force. His 4th level heart force had been completely poured into his swords. Boom, 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 boom. The 6 powerful streaks of sword light smashed head-on against the thunderbolt. The bolt of pure yang gold light thunder was completely blasted apart with a violet explosion, but shattered bits of golden electricity still came crashing down upon Ning's body. However, they were only enough to cause Ning's divine body to tremble slightly. They were unable to leave behind any actual wounds. Whoosh! The chaos maelstrom in the skies rapidly began to shrink, condensing into a final streak of lightning. Swish! The streak of lightning landed upon Ning's body, having moved so incredibly fast that there was no way to block it at all. Crackle, pop, rumble. Ning could sense all of his bones crackling and popping. Thanks to this profound, arcane streak of lightning, his body was quickly changing and transforming, becoming even tougher and even more powerful. At the same time, his internal organs and his muscles were rumbling as they transformed as well. According to the legends, if one endures the pure yang gold light thunder, then after one becomes an Empyrean god, one will have a perfect divine body. Ning understood what was happening. If an Empyrean god wished to break through to become a true god, a prerequisite was that the Empyrean god's body had to first be perfected. A perfect divine body meant that in terms of speed, divine power, or physical strength, one had to reach the utter peak of power possible for Empyrean gods. If there was no pure yang gold light thunder, he would have to slowly train for an extremely long period of time. Ning sat down in the lotus position within the desolate wilderness. The demon heart tribulation had come. The demon heart tribulation is of no threat to Ji Ning. Patriarch Subhoodie smiled merrily towards his distant disciple, then nodded and said, "We can consider his Empyrean tribulation to have been a success." Patriarch Subhoodie then vanished into thin air. The woodcutter nodded slightly as well. In a soft voice, he said, "I wonder if this junior apprentice brother Ji Ning of mine will be able to break through to become a true god or Tao father before the final end war." And then the woodcutter vanished as well. As the two vanished, the only one of the spectators who seemed to vaguely sense something was Crazy G. Crazy G turned his head, scanning behind him with a frown on his face. What did I just sense? Was that master and eldest apprentice brother? In all of Mount Innerheart, the only ones who were capable of acting in such mysterious, inscrutable ways were his master and the eldest apprentice brother, the most formidable figure amongst all of the disciples. Ning's heart force was far too powerful. Although the demon heart tribulation that descended upon him was extremely terrifying, Ning's heart force was able to easily resist it. Ning only had to spend roughly a month within the demon heart world before he completely awakened from it. I've always known that she would be the shadow cast over my heart. I even tried to force myself to believe that she really was my senior apprentice sister. Alas, I could still sense, no matter how hard I tried, that it was nothing more than a lie, an illusion. Ning sat there in the lotus position. He slowly opened his eyes, filled with unshed tears. However, his tears quickly dissipated and vanished. His heart force had reached the 4th stage. It was far, far too powerful. He had wanted to spend some extra time with Yu Wei in the world of the demon heart tribulation, but alas, he found out, to his agony, that his heart force was so powerful that he couldn't help but see through all of the lies. The Yu Wei of the demon heart world was fake, an illusion. At the same time, Ning understood that if his heart force had only been at the 3rd level, he might have been completely unable to tell that the Yu Wei of the demon heart world was an illusion, and that he might have truly, forever become trapped within that world, never to escape again. Nothing more than foolish hopes and dreams. Ning shut his eyes. Boom! Heaven and earth seemed to change in color as beautiful, auspicious clouds of light filled the skies and golden lotuses filled the ground. Rumble. Enormous copies of the solar star and lunar star appeared in the air above Ning. An utterly torrid flow of power from the solar star and lunar star was transmitted directly into Ning's body, as did an enormous amount of natural energy from heaven and earth. Ning, seated atop a field of golden lotuses, had become the heart of this seemingly infinite storm of energy. Light swirled across his entire body, and within it, a golden pellet Jindan took form. At the same time, his divine body began to ravenously devour the power of the solar star and the lunar star. By the time everything came to an end and the world turned normal again, Ning's divine body was already beginning to emanate a natural aura of majesty and power, an aura that belonged exclusively to the most supreme of Empyrean gods, because Ning's divine body had already reached the perfect level. Father! Bright Moon ran straight towards him. Ning, still seated in the lotus position, laughed as he hugged his daughter. Father, you are too incredible. In her father's arms, Bright Moon raised her head to look at him. Light was shining from her eyes. She would never, ever forget the sight of her father being bathed in lightning. Nor would she ever forget the sight of the enormous solar star and lunar star appearing above her father's head as he sat there atop a bed of golden lotuses. A heartbeat later, Empyrean gods Reds Now, Prime Light, Snow Scorpion, Dove Snake, Nine Fangs, Sunblaze, and Dark Moon all moved in unison towards Ji Ning. Looks of utter excitement were in their eyes, and the giant yellow bear appeared as well. The 8 of them looked towards Ning, faces full of joy and anticipation. And then, they all knelt down respectfully on one knee. Respectful greetings to you, Manor Lord. The star-seizing manor was finally going to once more appear within the 3 realms. His daughter still in his arms, Ji Ning hurriedly rose to his feet. Everyone, please rise. Only then did the 7 Empyrean gods and the giant yellow bear rise to their feet, their eyes still filled with excitement. In the future, don't kneel before me. Ning shook his head, his daughter still in his arms. I am nothing more than the heir to my master, Taoist 3 Lives, which is why I was fortunate enough to become the Manor Lord of the Star-Seizing Manor. In terms of cultivation, all of you have been training for far, far longer than I have. In terms of power, I am just like the rest of you, a mere Empyrean god. The Manor Lord is the Manor Lord. The dazzlingly beautiful white-browed woman, Snow Scorpion, revealed a smile. The Manor Lord commands the Star-Seizing Manor. We are your subordinates. We have to follow the rules. That's right, Manor Lord. The bald old man, Nine Fangs, let out a laugh. Long ago, countless fiendgods would prostrate when our God King gave an order. Aha! Just thinking about those days makes my blood boil. Back then, I hadn't even become an Empyrean god. Manor Lord, don't. Dove Snake was about to say something as well, but Ning swept them all with his gaze. My rule is, you are not to kneel before me. Reds Now and the rest of the 7 exchanged glances. They could sense Ning's resolve, and so they no longer argued against him. They respectfully assented. Yes, at his current level, Ning's Tao heart was incomparably pure. He liked what he liked, and he disliked what he disliked. There was no way Ning would allow the old rules of the star-seizing manner to bind himself. Ning was different from the former God King Taoist Three Lives. Taoist Three Lives liked to dominate and liked to fight for supremacy in the world, but Ning did not. He preferred to focus on increasing his personal power. If one was powerful enough, one would naturally be able to dominate all those in one's path. Mother Nuwa was a good example. She had been the paragon of the three realms. Ning's goal was to reach Pangu and Nuwa's level, and then to surpass them. But of course, that was assuming Pangu's level wasn't the final stage possible in cultivation. Junior apprentice brother. Senior apprentice brother Ji Ning. The many distant spectators were all completely stunned. Amongst the many disciples of Mount Innerheart, the vast majority of them, aside from the likes of Patriarch Subhoodie and Crazy G, knew of the connection between Ji Ning and Taoist Three Lives. Not even Mu North Sun or Autumn Leaf knew about it. Taoist Three Lives? He was a true god who was born from the vast, infinite primordial chaos. According to the legends, the divine ability he created, the star-seizing hand, is no less terrifying than Hoi's archery. So senior apprentice brother is actually the successor to Taoist Three Lives? All of them were completely stunned. After Empyrean god Redsnow and the rest of the Seven had intervened during the Realm War, word had long since spread that these were the former followers of Taoist Three Lives. This resulted in his name once more being discussed by the many immortals and fiendgods of the three realms. The likes of Mu North Sun and Uncle White had naturally heard of the story of Taoist Three Lives as well. Right? Ning swept the familiar faces of his kinsmen and his fellow disciples with his gaze, then nodded. Taoist Three Lives is my master as well. When I was young, I was fortuitous enough to receive his legacy. From today forward, I shall also be considered a member of the star-seizing manor. Redsnow and the rest of the Seven are also Empyrean gods of the star-seizing manor. Mount Innerheart was composed of members of many different organizations. For example, it included the Flowerfruit Mountain lineage, one of the most powerful of dire monster lineages. Ning had now become the commander of the star-seizing manor lineage. Then does that mean I'm also considered as belonging to the star-seizing manor lineage? North Sun laughed. I guess you could just barely qualify as a member. Little Ching chortled. I'm Master's Spirit Beast. I definitely qualify as a member. Junior apprentice brother Ji Ning, you have suddenly risen to the exalted rank of Manor Lord of the star-seizing manor. In the future, I imagine that there will be many favors I will need to ask of you, Silvermoon said with a laugh. Right now, my star-seizing manor is still a bit weak. Senior apprentice brother, why don't you join our lineage? Ning said with a laugh. Subhoodie had a total of 20 personal disciples. The eldest was the woodcutter, while the second was Crazy G. Both of them were Tao fathers. The third disciple, Zen Master Goldlight, had been a golden crow that was born from within the solar star. He had incredible talent and shocking levels of power, but he roamed the three realms and was difficult to locate. The fourth disciple was Lord North River. He had originally belonged to the primordial human clan, but he was now the hegemon of a celestial river located within the celestial realm, the North River. He had established the North River clan there, and had more than 10 Empyrean gods and true immortals under his command. The fifth disciple was Silvermoon. Silvermoon had been born a terror beast, and truly was a demonic figure. He had unleashed a storm of blood and murder during the primordial era, but then had calmed down. He had stayed in seclusion in Mount Innerheart ever since, willing to be the guardian of Mount Innerheart's divinity's palace. The sixth disciple was the leader of the dire monsters of Flowerfruit Mountain, Sun Wukong. Long ago, when Mother Nuwa had repaired the damage to the heavens, she had used 5 colored rainbow stones that were created through distilling the essence of the 5 elements. One of the leftover pieces, after having absorbed spiritual energy from heaven and earth over the course of countless years, had then given birth to Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong was truly a born genius who had trained even more quickly than Ji Ning himself, almost instantly becoming an Empyrean god. By now, he had even broken through to become a true god, and was an extremely famous figure amongst the dire monsters. The first 6 disciples of Subhuti were all extraordinary, to say nothing of the fact that he had 14 more. Join your star-seizing manner? Silvermoon twirled his fan, a hint of indecision on his face. You know, that doesn't sound like a bad idea. Senior apprentice brother Silvermoon, if you were to join us, then the 2 of us would each become the commander of a 3-eyed god, Redsnow said with a laugh. Although Redsnow was very confident in his power, he didn't dare claim that he was necessarily more powerful than Silvermoon. My 2 junior apprentice brothers. After pausing for a moment, Silvermoon smiled as he looked at Ning. I wasn't joking just now. The storm has arrived, and my peaceful days are about to come to an end. I'm in no rush right now, but once I decide to rejoin the rest of the world, then I shall do so as a member of your star-seizing manor. Ning and Redsnow were overjoyed. Both of them had just made casual invitations, but they hadn't actually expected Silvermoon to accept. The space around Ji Ning and the 7 Empyrean gods turned blurry. We've already entered the Starsizer world. Redsnow pointed downwards, the 8 of them standing in midair. The vast world beneath is us, the Starsizer world, the foundation of our star-seizing manor. Right? Ning willed at his core sense to spread out, and it rapidly expanded to cover the entire Starsizer world. Our manor lord has incredibly powerful core sense. He's actually able to encompass the entire Starsizer world with it. The beautiful snow scorpion gasped in astonishment. Completely cover it? Nine Fangs was absolutely shocked as well. The manor lord has only trained for a century, but his core sense has actually reached a level like this? Corazent's power came from the soul. The more powerful one was, the more rapidly one's soul would gain in power. For example, the primal level was beneficial to the soul, but the void level was even more beneficial. Upon becoming a celestial immortal, the Jindan would be formed and the soul would be completely merged into it, allowing it to improve at an even more shockingly fast pace. As for the pure Yang Jindan of a pure Yang true immortal, its effects on the soul were even more astonishing. No matter what though, nurturing the soul was something that required time. Ning's true body had just become a pure Yang true immortal moments ago. After all, if he had been given 1,000 years, his soul would naturally be nourished by his pure Yang Jindan to an extremely powerful level. In that situation, none of them would be shocked by the power of his core sense. But Ning had literally just overcome his tribulation, and he had trained for merely a century or so. Don't forget that Manorlord's heart force has reached the 4th stage, Redsnow reminded. Ning didn't say anything to them. In truth, he was capable of encompassing the entire world with his heart force alone. If he was to use his core sense through his heart force, he would be able to encompass a much greater area. However, that wasn't particularly impressive. It must be understood that the maximum core sense of a Tao Father was capable of encompassing the entire 3 realms. But of course, that would only be possible for a short period of time, as it was incredibly taxing to the soul. Ning nodded slightly. The Starsizer world has a total of roughly 16,000 celestial immortals, 1,500,000 loose immortals, and more than 100,000 void-level fiendgods. It really is comparable to the Grand Xia. Those void-level fiendgods have all existed since the primordial era. Redsnow shook his years. In the countless years which have passed since then, the only one who managed to break through was Nine Fangs. None of the others have made any breakthroughs. As for the 16,000 celestial immortals, not a single pure Yang true immortal has appeared amongst their ranks. Ning said in surprise, "Why is that?" "Because the world was severed from the rest of the 3 realms," Primelight said solemnly. "There's no way for them to undergo any true tempering and testing. Without enough pressure, without enough experience, it is incredibly difficult for any of them to make any breakthroughs. The celestial immortals of the Grand Xia are able to roam the entire 3 realms and fight against some of the experts of the 3,000 major worlds and the celestial realm. Naturally, a few will make breakthroughs every so often. The Starsizer world, however, has always remained completely sealed off." Primelight shook his head. "We've been waiting this entire time for our new Manor Lord to be born. If no Manor Lord arises, then our Starsizer world would never reappear." Reds Now agreed. Ning felt tremendous admiration for Reds Now and the rest of the seven. Back then, nobody had known if Daoist Three Lives was still alive or not, and Three Lives hadn't forced them or required them to remain loyal to him. Many of his subordinates had left, but the seven of them had resolutely clung to their duty to stand guard here. Although our Starsizer world doesn't have that many celestial immortals or loose immortals, we have more than enough to form a perfect Heaven Punisher formation. Reds Now suddenly glanced sideways towards the empty space next to him. The giant yellow bear suddenly appeared, who stared in a pitiable manner towards Ning. Big Bear. Ning was stunned. A look of expectation could be seen in the giant yellow bear's eyes. The treasures which Master stored within the treasure hall were meant for his various successors to use. Master didn't know how many successors there would be before an Empyrean god would emerge amongst them and become the new Manor Lord of the Star-Seizing Manor. Ji Ning. Now that you have become the Manor Lord, you can go collect the 3 items which Master left behind for you. There is a space which only the new Manor Lord can enter. Not even I can enter it. For countless eons. I've been wondering what the 3 treasures which Master left behind are. I've been absolutely itching to find out. Hurry up and go collect them and let me take a look at them. I promise I won't tell anyone. The giant yellow bear looked eagerly towards Ning. 3 treasures. Ning said in surprise. Didn't my master, Daoist Three Lives, simply leave behind a few pure Yang treasures for me? Those were all for the various successors, not the new Manor Lord. Now that you have become the Manor Lord, all the treasures of the manor are yours, along with the most important treasures. Those 3, the giant yellow bear hurriedly explained. I've heard of this. The God King once spoke to me about this as well. Reds Now looked towards Ning. The God King had already reached the 6th cycle of his star-seizing hand. His hands were far more powerful than any protocosmic spirit treasures. They had already reached the legendary chaos treasure level. Thus, the God King traded away the most precious treasures he had to the other true gods and Tao Fathers in order to prepare these 3 treasures for you. You can say that he did this to help our star-seizing manor prepare to once more rise to prominence. Manor Lord, hurry up and go collect them. My foster father didn't tell us what the treasures were either. All of us are also quite curious, Prime Light said hurriedly. All right. Ning was also quite curious about what Daoist Three Lives had left behind. He immediately looked towards the giant yellow bear. Big Bear, lead the way. Right on. The giant yellow bear excitedly spun around, instantly causing them to teleport elsewhere in the estate, within the star-seizing manor. Ji Ning, the giant yellow bear, Reds Now, Prime Light, Snow Scorpion, and the others all appeared within the main hall. The rest of you can wait here. The giant yellow bear turned to look towards Reds Now and the others. The secret treasure vault is only accessible to the new Manor Lord. All right, Reds Now nodded. Unlike you, you big bear, the rest of us are quite patient. Look at how eager you are. Prime Light shook his head and snickered. The giant bear stared at him. Are things the same for you and me? I've been guarding this place for countless eons now. It wasn't so bad before, but now that I know that Ji Ning has made his breakthrough and become the new Manor Lord, of course I'm going to be unable to control my curiosity. I'm not to blame. Enough, Big Bear. Lead the way, Ning said. Come with me. The giant yellow bear led the way, and Ning followed him. The bear and the man walked through the hallways of the underwater estate. In truth, the estate was quite vast. This was the place where Daoist Three Lives and his countless Fiendgod minions had lived, after all. Ji Ning, you have now become an Empyrean god and a true immortal. You can completely bind the star-seizing manor, the giant bear said. Right? Later, I'll bind it completely. Ning nodded. He was in no rush. The star-seizing manor was an estate-type treasure which held the Starsizer world within it. Now that he had become an Empyrean god, all he had to do was wait for Tao Father Crimsonbright to send the necessary immortal pills to him. He would soon be able to reach the 9th cycle of the 8-9 arcane art, at which point in time his body would be comparable to a top-grade pure Yang treasure. Even if he encountered any danger, there would be no need for him to hide within the estate. Even if he did need to hide, Ning had collected protocosmic spirit treasures during the Realm War. The underwater estate was now much less important to him than it had been in the past. However, it still held unique importance for him. When he had been very young, it had been extremely helpful to him in his growth. Whoosh! They flew past a curtain of water and arrived at a blurry spatial corridor. Ning and the giant bear walked through the corridor, moving towards a place which Ning had never been before. Ning saw that at the end of this spatial corridor, there was a blurry barrier of flowing light. This is the protective formation which Master left behind, the giant yellow bear said, pointing at the barrier. Long ago, Master said that only the new Manor Lord would be able to open it. Oh! As Ning walked forward, he sent his core sense forward to investigate it. Although he wasn't exactly an elite formations expert, he still knew a good amount regarding the art of formations. Open up. After analyzing it for a moment, Ning suddenly reached out with his palm. The divine star-seizing tattoo appeared within it, and he slapped his palm down against the barrier. Light flowed atop the barrier as a rune that was extremely similar to the star-seizing tattoo appeared atop it. Ning's palm transformed to become 300 meters in size as he slammed it down upon the barrier. But the only result was that the shockwave forced him back 3 steps. It didn't open? The giant yellow bear was puzzled. Not right now. Ning stared at the light barrier, then shook his head. Let's go back for now. Why can't you open it? Master said that the new Manor Lord would be able to open it. The giant yellow bear said frantically. Ning laughed. I discovered just now that this barrier comes from the exact type of energy as the star-seizing tattoo. The only thing that can open it is the star-seizing tattoo. But when I tried just now, I discovered that because my own tattoo isn't complete enough or strong enough. I imagine that only after reaching the 5th cycle can one open this barrier. But of course, there's another method. To rely on overwhelming power to force it open. Although my master Taoist 3 lives was quite formidable, countless eons have passed since he set up the formation. If I rammed against the formation he left behind 10 or so times, I'd probably be able to break through it, but if I did that, the treasures which Master left behind might be teleported away through some other mechanism. Right? You can't brute force it. The giant yellow bar nodded hurriedly. This was no joke. It was entirely possible that there was a secondary mechanism within that would teleport the treasures away into the void of space or into some extremely dangerous regions once the formation was broken through by brute force. How hard would it be to locate the treasures once they were lost? In fact, counterattack formations might appear as well. Let's go. Ning turned and left. I need to first train my star-seizing hand to the 5th cycle. Ning first went to the main hall of the star-seizing manor to meet with Redsnow, Prime Light, and the rest. They were all eager to find out what relics Taoist 3 lives had left behind. But alas, Ning had been unable to actually break through the formation for now. The 7 of them had no choice but to return to the Starsizer world for now. Within the Treasures Hall. All of the treasures of the Treasures Hall are here. The giant yellow bear pointed towards the ceiling as he handed Ning a book. This book has a record of all the immortal ranked and pure yang treasures. Ning nodded and accepted the book. There's actually a total of 28 pure yang treasures. Ning couldn't help but sigh in amazement. And that's in addition to the Sulky 9 Elements Pearls and the Ananda World Swords. All of the pure yang treasures that Master left behind are fine specimens. Amongst the best pure yang treasures, there were a few that were especially powerful. All of them were set treasures, and the very best ones had their own specialties. It was hard to say which was the definitive best. The 8 Fires Chenkuan world, for example, had been forged by Elder God Zhurong, who had already fallen during the war that ended the primordial era. It had been forged with incomparably precious treasures into the form of 8 lotus petals. When the 8 lotus petals completely bloomed, they could unleash 8 powerful streaks of true fire. It must be understood that the entire 3 realms only contained 9 types of true fire, but this 8 Fires Chenkuan world included 8 of them. In addition, Elder God Zhurong had fused some marvelous formations into this treasure of his. Once all 8 types of true fire were merged together into one, they would possess utterly earth-shattering destructive power. Pure young true immortals would most likely only be able to flee in the face of this power. Only Empyrean gods with powerful divine bodies would dare to fight it head-on. Most importantly of all, this was a large-scale area attack that was the size of a world. Could absolutely destroy everything within its range. Thus, the 8 Fires Chenkuan world, despite merely being a single top-grade pure yang treasure, was worth more than 100 ordinary, top-grade pure yang treasures. There was also the Grand Blood Shadow Formation of the Heavens. It was composed of a total of 99 top-grade pure yang treasures, and once they joined together to form 99 Blood Shadow clones, they would have similarly astonishingly might. Alas, there are no sword formations, which is what I need. Ning shook his head. Although there were flying swords amongst the treasures, Ning need a total of more than 700 pure yang flying swords. The vault which Taoist Three Lives had left behind simply didn't include that many items. The finest sets of top-grade pure yang treasures which Taoist Three Lives had stored in his vault were some of the finest treasures of the 3 realms, capable of allowing any Empyrean god or true immortal to instantly become far more powerful. Unfortunately, Ji Ning was no ordinary Empyrean god or true immortal. He had reached the 4th stage of Heart Force already. Once he mastered the 5th cycle of the Star-Seizing Hand and the 9th cycle of the 8-9 Arcane Art, he was already a supreme figure amongst his peers. The amount of benefit these treasures would bring him was very limited. He was simply too powerful already. He didn't need too much outside support. Or, to put it a different way, the outside support he needed had to be of a tremendously powerful level. Ning would naturally be willing to risk his very life to acquire a chaos treasure. But those were far too precious and rare. Not even most Tao Fathers or true gods were in possession of one. One of the reasons why Taoist Three Lives had been so powerful was precisely because once his Star-Seizing Hand reached the 6th cycle, his hands had become as powerful as chaos treasures. Chaos treasures. Only the primordial chaos could give birth to treasures of such astonishing, heaven-shaking power. Ning left the Star-Seizing Manor to visit his master, Subhuti. Within Subhuti's Taoist monastery. "Master," Ning called out respectfully. "What is it?" Subhuti looked towards Ning. "Your disciple wishes to train in the 5th cycle of the Star-Seizing Hand, but needs some materials to do so. These materials are very hard to gather. Your disciple is willing to exchange treasures for them with you, Master," Ji Ning said. The Xia Emperor had once wanted to come up with enough treasures for Ning to train to the 5th cycle of the Star-Seizing Hand, but not even most true gods or Tao Fathers were in possession of those treasures. Most likely, they would have to seek out friends and gather the items from many places. But of course, Ji Ning naturally had sufficient treasures to engage in the necessary trading. During the Realm War alone, Ning had acquired multiple pure yang treasures and 2 protocosmic spirit treasures. However, those pure yang treasures were not part of a set. Taoist Three Lives had collected multiple sets of top-grade treasures, which was exceedingly rare. The total number of treasures, however, was enough to trade for the necessary materials for him to reach the 5th cycle of the Star-Seizing Hand. As for the likes of the 8 Fires Chenkuan world or the Grand Blood Shadow Formation of the Heavens, any single one of those sets would be enough to trade for the necessary materials. As your master, I have yet to give you any gifts for your breakthrough into the Empyrean god level. Subhuti shook his head. You can consider the materials needed to reach the 5th cycle of the Star-Seizing Hand as a gift from me. However, although I'm able to give you the materials needed for the 5th cycle, I'm not able to give you the materials you will need for the 6th cycle. Your disciple understands. Ning nodded. Almost all the items that could be used for him to cultivate his hands to the chaos treasure level were only locatable within the primordial chaos, and extremely rare as well. In the past, Taoist Three Lives had been lucky enough to encounter a piece of golden starstone in the primordial chaos. After analyzing the starstone for countless years, he came up with a way to use the starstone, along with many other materials he had located within the primordial chaos, to develop the 6th cycle of the Star-Seizing Hand. Treasures like that golden starstone, however, were incredibly rare. Per what Taoist Three Lives had said back then, Taoist Three Purities had also encountered a piece of golden starstone and had eventually used it to create the Immortal Slaying sword diagram. "Tell which materials you need," Subhoodie said. "Yes." Ning began to list them out one by one. Subhoodie raised an eyebrow. Smiling, he said, "This is actually rather difficult. I'll need to go find some of my old friends to acquire them." "Wait a bit." Subhoodie closed his eyes and sat there quietly for a few moments. A short while later, a spatial vortex appeared next to him, and an old man dressed in Taoist robes appeared within it. The old man handed Subhoodie a brocade sack, then disappeared. Ning understood that the old man was actually a created incarnation of his master. "It's all here." A brocade sack and a gourd appeared within Subhoodie's hands. "This sack has the materials you need, while the gourd contains the Great Firmament Immortal pills from Taofather Crimsonbright. There are more than enough pills for you to train to the 9th cycle of the 8-9 arcane art." As he spoke, he waved his hand, causing the brocade sack and the gourd to float towards Ning. Ning accepted the items. "Thank you, master." His heart was filled with delight. After training to reach the 5th cycle of the star-seizing hand, he would be able to acquire the relics left behind by Taoist 3 lives. And, even more importantly, his hands would become comparable to top-grade protocosmic spirit treasures in might. Top-grade protocosmic treasures. They were second only to chaos treasures. In addition, once Ning used 3 heads, 6 arms, he would essentially have access to the equivalent of 6 top-grade protocosmic weapons. Protocosmic spirit treasures weren't rare, as Ning had quite a few, as did the Xia Emperor. But top-grade protocosmic spirit treasures. Ning hadn't even acquired a single one thus far. "What are you planning to do next?" Subhoodie said, looking at Ning. Ning replied respectfully, "Your disciple intends to roam the 3 realms, tempering my Tao heart in the mortal dust and meditating on my sword arts. If his heart force could make yet another breakthrough to the 5th stage. Although thus far, Hui had been the only one capable of it, making his own chances quite low. If he really did succeed, then he would become supremely powerful even amongst true gods and Tao fathers." Ning had a feeling that the 5th stage of heart force could only be found within the red dust of the mortal world. This was one of the reasons why Eastbreak and many of the others who had reached the 4th stage of heart force often spent most of their time roaming the 3 realms. Heart force wasn't something that could be forced. Thus, Ning would still spend most of his time tempering his sword arts. "Also, I'd like to ask you for some help, master," Ning said respectfully. "Help?" Subhoodie looked at Ning. Ning nodded. "The storm is now upon us, and the wars between us and the Seamless Gate are unceasing. I want to ask you, master, to help me seek out opportunities to fight them. Alternately, give me targets to attack. I'll wipe some of the Seamless Gate's headquarters and lairs." "Targets to attack?" Subhoodie was surprised. "That'll make the Seamless Gate go berserk." The Seamless Gate and the Nuwa Alliance were like 2 massive armies that were facing each other. The Nuwa Alliance had its major worlds, while the Seamless Gate has major worlds of its own. Both sides would assault each other while defending against enemy assaults. There were some extremely formidable Empyrean gods and true immortals in the 3 realms, but they would at most appear during a realm war. Outside of a realm war, they wouldn't dare launch an assault against the headquarters of the Seamless Gate. If you launch a direct assault against one of their headquarters, although I can't sense any danger at present, once you attack they might send their full force against you, Subhoodie said worriedly. This is going to be extremely risky. To launch sneak attacks without an army supporting you, it will be very, very risky. Even if you succeed, you'll only succeed once or twice. Those successes will enrage the Seamless Gate, and they will come up with ways to set traps for you. If you repeatedly attack them and ambush them, you'll probably end up being trapped and ambushed by them instead. Ning nodded. I understand. That's exactly what I want. For them to be enraged. For them to go berserk. The more berserk they become, the more I will attack them and the more of them I will kill. Do you have to do this? Subhoodie looked at Ning. He didn't understand. The more powerful one was, the more one would understand how important it was to protect oneself during a war. Launching sneak attacks. Yes, the chances of success would be very high, but without an army supporting you if you failed, you would become easily entrapped and perhaps even lose your life. Even if you succeeded, you would become a top priority target of the Seamless Gate. I have to. Ning nodded. You are now quite formidable, and you are capable of commanding a heaven punisher. The Seamless Gate will have to pay an enormous price to deal with you. Thus, they'll treat you exactly the way they do the likes of Lu Dongbin. They won't actively act against you, as you have already reached a high level of power. The reason why they wanted to kill you earlier was because you were weak, because you hadn't grown up yet, Subhoodie said. You had to nip potential threats in the bud. Once they actually became serious threats, however, by then, the Seamless Gate wouldn't really be willing to pay the enormous price necessary to get rid of them. Please help me, Master, Ning said respectfully. Where were the headquarters of the Seamless Gate? Which ones were the best to assault? Which ones should be left untouched? Patriarch Subhoodie would be thousands of times better than him in making these decisions. Can you tell me the reason? Subhoodie looked at Ning. I am going to rescue Yu Wei, Ning said. Rescue? She's not dead. Subhoodie was shocked. She isn't dead. How do you know this? Ning nodded. She's not dead. Her soul is currently suffering unspeakable torments at the hands of the God King within his infinity hells. The reason I know this is because prior to this, the God King tried to force me to join him. He told me that if I didn't join him, he would have her suffer endless torment. Subhoodie instantly understood. He couldn't help but look carefully at this disciple of his. He could completely imagine how agonizing this choice had to be for him. And yet, despite feeling such despair, his disciple had actually been able to break through in power and reverse the course of an entire realm war. I am going to rescue her, and this is the only method available to me, Ning said. I'm going to kill them. Kill them. Kill them until they are enraged. If they send one person to deal with me, I'll kill one. If they send 10, I'll kill the entire group. I'll kill them until their rage turns to fear, until their fear turns to regret, until they finally come to make peace with me. But I'll only stop my slaughter once they release her. I have to slaughter them until they truly regret it. Only then would they be willing to release her. Ning looked at Subhoodie. This is the only way I can rescue her. Please help me, Master. Subhoodie looked at Ji Ning. He was silent for a few moments, then said slowly, You are taking a tremendous risk. You are trying to force the Seamless Gate's hand, but to force them to make peace with you, to make the proud, exalted Seamless Gate sue for peace. That is going to be incredibly hard. You should understand what sort of a path you have decided on. Your disciple understands. Ning didn't hesitate at all. This was a path filled with danger and death. Even though Dao Fathers wouldn't personally intervene, the Seamless Gate still had other methods at their disposal for dealing with Ning. For example, using human wave tactics. They could hide a real more's worth of Immortals and Fiendgods into an estate-type magic treasure and attack Ning, or produce multiple Empyrean gods and true Immortals on Lu Dongbin's level and have them surround Ning. Sufficiently high numbers of Immortals and Fiendgods could threaten even Dao Fathers, to say nothing of Ning. Ning would be walking on a tightrope. The path forward led to success. But falling off on either side would lead to death. All right, Subhoodie said softly. If you push yourself far enough, sometimes a miracle will happen. The only thing I can do is help you locate appropriate targets amongst the headquarters of the Seamless Gate. Everything else will be up to you. Thank you, Master. Ning was overjoyed. You have to be as careful as possible, Subhoodie instructed. He himself had only learned just now that this disciple of his had made the choice to thrust Yu Wei into the infinity hells. Subhoodie couldn't help but sigh, yet remained powerless to change things. Go! Subhoodie nodded, then closed his eyes. Ning bowed respectfully, then turned and left the Taoist monastery. After leaving, Ning returned back to his own residence, then entered the still room of the star-seizing manor. He seated himself atop the netherwater jade bed, then took out the brocade sack and the gourd. First, the star-seizing hand. Instantly, 5 streaks of light flew out from the brocade sack and swirled around him in the air in a pentagon. They shone brilliantly with dazzling golden light, warm blue light, vigorous azure light, fierce red light, and ponderous yellow light. They contained such deep concentrations of 5 elements essence that one could sense them clearly, even without engaging in training. Those crystals that were glowing with a watery blue light, for example, the tiny pile of crystals gave off a sensation akin to a vast, endless sea. Push. Ning shut his eyes as the surrounding 5 elements essences began to surge towards him. Training in the star-seizing hand and the 8-9 arcane art was quite fast. Both techniques were techniques that involved training the physical body to become as powerful as magic treasures. Thus, the only requirements were fully understanding how the techniques worked and having enough materials. It was the same as actually forging a treasure. A day later, Ning walked out from the still room and arrived in the main hall. He immediately saw the giant yellow bear, Reds now, and the rest of the 7. Congratulations! The giant yellow bear clasped his furry paws together and bowed. You've mastered the 9th cycle of the 8-9 arcane art, and your star-seizing hands are now comparable to protocosmic spirit treasures. Ji Ning. These 2 mighty divine abilities alone are enough to allow you to roam the 3 realms without fear. With your arcane art having reached the 9th cycle, you are now almost invulnerable. Congratulations, Reds now said as well. It would be wonderful if I could also become apprentice to Patriarch Subhuti and learn the 8-9 arcane art, the child-sized Primelight said, shaking his head and sighing. The Manor Lord and elder brother Reds now have both become apprenticed to Subhuti. Reds now in particular. He's absolutely ancient, but he's shameless enough to force his way into becoming our Manor Lord's junior apprentice brother. And he chose to start learning the 8-9 arcane art shortly after he joined their school. I want to learn it as well. The alluring snow scorpion looked towards Ning. Which Empyrean god wouldn't? Ninefangs mumbled to himself. Back when I was just a minor soldier under the command of the God King, all I was qualified to do was to listen to him lecture. Even now, I can't actually learn his techniques. Everyone else began to grumble and grouse. As for Ning and Reds now, they just listened, not daring to say a thing. In truth, this was something which virtually every single Empyrean god of the 3 realms felt jealous over. The 8-9 arcane art had long been revered as the number 1 divine ability in the 3 realms for those below the true immortal level. However, training in this divine ability was simply too insanely expensive, especially for the 9th cycle. The price for that was far greater than the price for reaching the 5th cycle of the star-seizing hand. Even Tao Fathers would feel heartache upon paying such a price. Ning and the 7 Empyrean gods had rendered major merits during the Realm War without taking any share of the spoils, which was why Tao Father Crimsonbright, a true god and Tao Father who had been born from the primordial chaos, had been able to swallow the painful price necessary to provide Ning with that gourd of immortal pills. Look at the sour looks on each of your faces. Enough, enough! The giant yellow bear hurriedly urged. Hurry up and have Ji Ning go and break apart the seals which Master left behind. Let's go see those 3 treasures. Right, those 3 treasures. I wonder what those 3 treasures are? Manor Lord, hurry up and go take a look. Come straight back and tell us right away. The eyes of Primelight, Snow Scorpion, and the others all lit up. They no longer grumbled or spoke words of jealousy, and instead urged Ning to go take a look right away. I'm quite curious as well. Wait for me here. I'll come back shortly and inform you all. Ning immediately left behind the main hall. Soon, the giant yellow bear and Ji Ning arrived at that spatial corridor, as well as the glowing formation that lay at the end of the corridor. Break! Ning slapped out with a palm, transforming it and making it 300 meters in size. His palm carried a terrifying aura of power with it. It was like the heavens themselves were smashing downwards. The power of his palms was noticeably greater than it had been before. When Ning's palms slapped down against the protective formation, a layer of light flowed across its surface as a rune that looked similar to the star-seizing tattoo appeared on it. Ning's star-seizing tattoo and the rune merged together. Whoosh! The formation simply disappeared, as though having been blown away by a gust of wind. Ning immediately saw the wooden door in front of him. He walked forward, immediately pushing it open. Kriek. The door swung open. Big Bear, Let's go in together. Ning turned to look at the giant yellow bear. No, no. Master's orders were explicit. Only the new Manor Lord is allowed to enter. The giant bear shook his head. Those treasures aren't for me anyhow. After you come out, just tell me what they are and let me take a look at them. I'll be satisfied with that. Ning nodded, then stepped inside the room without any further attempts at persuasion. As he entered, his surroundings changed. Eh? Ning was stunned. This was a very ordinary little room. Within the room was a prayer mat, and atop the prayer mat sat a bald, one-armed man who was dressed in fur clothes. He looked towards Ning with a hooded gaze. Ning could immediately recognize this man. It was Taoist Three Lives. When Ning had been taught the star-seizing hand divine ability, he had personally seen Taoist Three Lives' appearance. You have arrived. The man spoke. Ning instantly understood that this was nothing more than part of the spell left behind by his teacher. These words had been spoken by Taoist Three Lives long ago. For you to enter this place means that you have already mastered the 5th cycle of the star-seizing hand. I, Three Lives, finally have a successor. A calm, distant look was in Taoist Three Lives' eyes. When I was alive, I wasn't able to find a good successor. For me to find one after I die, it is enough. I don't have any requests to make of you. I only ask that you treat with kindness those who have decided to continue to protect the star-seizing estate. I suspect that Reds now will stay behind, but I am uncertain about the rest. The heart is hard to fathom, after all. When I was alive, they were loyal to me, but after I die, it's hard to say. As for the guardians, I hope that you will treat them kindly. If there are any pure yang treasures within the treasures hall which suit them, please give them to them. As for you, I have prepared these 3 top-grade protocosmic spirit treasures for you. I hope that you will survive to make yet another breakthrough, becoming a true god and a Tao Father. Let my star-seizing hand truly become renowned throughout the 3 realms. I was able to develop the star-seizing hand due to a series of lucky karmic encounters. Alas, although I am a true god, I was unable to master a heavenly Tao and become a Tao Father. Otherwise, my star-seizing hand would become even more powerful. Taoist Three Lives shook his head. But of course, that's nothing more than a bit of empty pride. As for the path you shall take in the future, that will be entirely up to you. Even if you want to dissolve the star-seizing manor and let everyone go their separate ways, that's fine. I only ask that you treat the guardians of the star-seizing manor with kindness. Reds now, Eastbreak, Primelight, Dragonsong. How many of them are willing to stay behind? I wonder? Taoist Three Lives then shook his head and chuckled. Forget it. Forget it. Whoosh. His figure disappeared into thin air. Ning was stunned for a moment. Then he hurriedly knelt down and kowtowed heavily. He kowtowed in thanks for Taoist Three Lives, having shown him such kindness in transmitting the Tao to him. If it hadn't been for the legacy of Taoist Three Lives, Ning probably wouldn't have been able to become as accomplished as he now was. Although many of the Immortals and Fiendgods under your command have left, there were still some who resolutely stood guard over the star-seizing manor. Don't worry about the 7 of them. I will definitely treat them well, Ning said solemnly. This was a solemn oath. No one had been around to force the 7 of them to wait there patiently for so long. None of them had any idea as to how long they would have to wait, but they had been willing to do so. In truth, Ning himself felt tremendous admiration and respect for those 7 Empyrean gods. Ning rose to his feet. He waved his finger. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The lids atop the 3 boxes in front of the prayer mat all opened. Within the box on the left was a large amount of beads, each of which emanated an utterly shocking aura. The second box in the middle contained a small, seemingly ragged wooden boat that was the size of his palm. The third box on the right contained a small golden pagoda. So you are the new manor lord of the star-seizing manor? A small bald monk dressed in golden robes emerged from the surface of the small golden pagoda. You've finally come. We've been trapped here forever. I've gotten sick of this place long ago. What's the rush? Take things slow. An old man dressed in simple clothes appeared from the small wooden boat. He looked like an old farmer. Finally, a slender, handsome-looking child appeared in the air above the countless beads, seated in the lotus position. His gaze, however, was the fiercest and sharpest of the three. "Go ahead and introduce yourselves, the three of you," Ning said with a laugh. "Old man, you speak first," the handsome child said. The simple old man nodded. "This old man is the spirit of this raggedy old boat. This boat is known as the Void Boat. Long ago, when heaven and earth were established, a bead of pure energy was formed from the essence of heaven and earth. After 84,000 years, this bead gave birth to the boat. It can shatter the void itself. It moves so fast that in terms of speed, it was ranked as one of the top 5 treasures of the primordial era. The Void Boat is very fast," the handsome child said calmly. "During the primordial era, there were only 2 chaos treasures that were suited for high-speed movements. One was in Mother Nuwa's hands, while the other is in Taoist 3 Purity's hands. In the entire primordial era, only those 2 treasures surpassed the Void Boat. Based on what Threeliv said, he prepared the Void Boat for you as a life-saving treasure. I am meant for use in fleeing as well." The small bald monk standing atop the small golden pagoda laughed merrily. This little pagoda was formed from some unique treasures of the primordial chaos. It is extraordinarily profound and arcane, and was titled by 3 lives as the 9 Lives Pagoda. Once you bind this little tower to yourself, you can tap into the profound energy within the tower to create 9 incarnations of yourself. These 9 incarnations will all have power equal to your own. They can use fleeing divine abilities to flee at high speed, but when they do, they'll use up the energy inside of them. Once the energy is all used up, the incarnations will dissipate. Not even true gods or Tao fathers will be able to tell any of the 9 incarnations apart from each other. However, you absolutely cannot allow these incarnations to actually fight people. Once they do, then the enemy will realize that the incarnation is not using divine power or immortal energy and instantly realize that it isn't real. The 9 incarnations are principally meant to allow you to flee and to distract the enemy, not for you to use them in combat. Their value lies in the fact that if they don't engage in battle, there's simply no way to tell which is real and which is not. Not even Mother Nuwa was able to tell them apart. The bald little monk said confidently, "Taoist 3 Lives had been wondering as to whether or not to bring me into the war, but he heard from Nuwa that there would be extremely terrifying figures in this battle, and that the 9 Lives Pagoda wouldn't be of much use within it. Thus, he left it behind." Ning was stunned. So both the Void Boat and the 9 Lives Tower were meant for fleeing? During the war that destroyed the primordial world, some of the major powers like Subhuti hid themselves, only occasionally intervening to rescue a few people. 3 Lives had known that the enemy was incredibly powerful, second only to Pangu. Even the 9 Lives Pagoda would be of limited use, but 3 Lives had still decided to go and face their foes head-on. He truly was a bold, valiant man. "And you?" Ning looked towards the handsome child seated atop the beads. The handsome child looked back at Ning. "Both of them are meant for fleeing. I, however, am meant for killing your foes." "He's the supreme killing treasure," the old man above the Void Boat agreed. "He's quite savage." The small bald monk nodded. The handsome child swept the 2 with a cold glance. Both of them beamed back at him in a rather silly manner. The handsome child then looked back towards Ning. "All 3 of us are top-grade protocosmic spirit treasures, but controlling them is fairly easy. However, I'm not something which ordinary Empyrean gods or true immortals can control. I am a supreme killing treasure. If you can't control me, I urge you to hurry up and relinquish me to Taoist 3 Purities and have him give you a more appropriate treasure in exchange." "Can't control?" Ning was startled briefly, then laughed. "You haven't even told me your name." "Bind me first," the handsome child said coldly. "If you can control me, then I'll tell you my name." "All right." Ji Ning instantly willed the pile of beads to fly into the air. They spread out like a dazzling river of stars, filling the entire room. 3,600 beads. Ning mused softly to himself. then chuckled. Bind. His pure yang energy spread out in 3,600 streaks, covering each and one of the beads with his power. He bound them in but an instant, leaving behind his soul imprint upon them. Protocosmic spirit treasures were the easiest of all treasures to bind. As long as the spirit of the treasure didn't resist, then even mortals would be able to bind them by dripping a drop of blood onto them, which would create the necessary soul imprint within the spirit treasure. Upon binding the beads, Ning instantly could sense everything that was held within the 3,600 beads. He instantly sucked in a cold breath. This restrictive spell. It was so profound as to be illegible and incomprehensible. It was vast, profound, arcane, and utterly unfathomable. Humph! I imagine you've just discovered the seals, the handsome child said with cold arrogance. The primordial chaos is filled with countless stars. Once a star dies, its essence will be crystallized into a crystal core. When Pangu established heaven and earth, some of these crystal cores entered Pangu's world by happenstance. These 3,600 crystal cores were nourished by the energy of Pangu's newly formed world, resulting in them transforming into the star gold beads. Every single star gold bead is a protocosmic spirit treasure, and is capable of transforming into almost anything, including swords and sabers. These 3,600 beads resonate with each other, forming a perfect whole. They definitely are the most supreme of protocosmic spirit treasures. Eventually, Taoist three purities acquired me. Taoist three purities, after mastering yin and yang, began to rove the primordial chaos. Thanks to a stroke of great karmic luck, he ended up discovering a set of 9 chaos seals. He could sense that these 9 chaos seals were unspeakably profound, and so he decided to erase the many previous seals that he had placed within me, replacing them with the 9 chaos seals. As a result, the power of these beads increased dramatically. However, these chaos seals were simply too unfathomable and mysterious. The handsome child looked towards Ning, then said proudly, "Even in the primordial era, there was not a single person who was capable of fully binding and controlling the 9 chaos seals." "No one at all?" Ning was shocked. "These are chaos seals. They appeared within the primordial chaos and contain utterly unfathomable mysteries," the handsome child said confidently. Back then, Taoist three purities had invited Mother Nuwa herself to try to bind them, but even she had been only capable of binding the 8th chaos seal. But of course, Mother Nuwa only spent 3 years trying. If she spent a few trillion more years, she probably would have been able to completely master bind them all. Ning was truly stunned now. Mother Nuwa had been incredibly powerful, but it had taken even her a full 3 years to master the 8th chaos seal. It made sense. Taoist three lives had placed the treasures in this place prior to the war that destroyed the primordial era. Thus, back then Mother Nuwa hadn't mastered the heavenly Tao of primordial chaos and hadn't reached Pangu's level. Taoist three purities kept me by his side for countless years, but was only able to bind the 7th chaos seal. The handsome child said confidently, "The chaos seals were immaculately born by the primordial chaos itself. How could mere human power compare to it? The 9 chaos seals might be formidable, but during that great war, Mother Nuwa ended up breaking through to reach Pangu's level." Ning chuckled. "If Mother Nuwa was to try again, I'd imagine she'd be able to succeed this time." "Pangu's level?" The handsome child was surprised. "What? Mother Nuwa reached Pangu's level?" The old man above the wooden ship was shocked as well. "Simply incredible." The small bald monk's face was filled with veneration. "It'd be wonderful if I ended up in Mother Nuwa's hands. Only then could I be used to my full potential." A look of desire was in the handsome child's eyes. Ning laughed and berated him. "You brat. Not even Taoist three purities used you, to say nothing of Mother Nuwa. Taoist three purities has chaos treasures." The handsome child's voice was filled with some degree of resentment. "Every single chaos treasure was born from the primordial chaos. They are born with chaos seals within them that are perfectly joined together, and thus they possess tremendous power. Although I have chaos seals within me as well, they were added in later. Naturally, that makes them a bit inferior. The small bald monk teased. The main issue is that you are too hard to bind and control. In the end, not a single one of the major disciples of Taoist three purities was willing to use you. That's because they have no vision. The handsome child shook his head disdainfully. Taoist three purities was the leader of the Taoist path. He had many treasures, and was a master at refining pills and forging artifacts. He was thus able to infuse the 9 chaos seals he found into the star gold beads. But it had still been extremely hard to do. He had many treasures but only a few disciples. He had given each of his most favored disciples, including Lu Dongbin, a chance to acquire the star gold beads. But in the end they had each decided to forego the beads and had chosen other treasures. Ning laughed. Perhaps after one masters all 9 of the chaos seals, your power will be simply extraordinary. But even Taoist three purities was only able to master 7 of the seals. His disciples naturally understood that treasures that suited them would be better choices. But I'm the supreme killing treasure. The handsome child stared at Ning in an extremely prideful manner. Do you know? Taoist three purities used me as the master blueprint for his creation of the sword diagram for his immortal slaying swords. Oh! Ning was surprised. The immortal slaying swords sword diagrams were modeled after my 9 chaos seals. Taoist three purities joined for mighty chaos swords together, then infused them with 7 layers of seals of his own devising. That's the reason why it has such extraordinary power, and why the immortal slaying swords were reputed to be the #1 killing treasure of the primordial era. But in terms of the profoundness of the seals, the 7 seals which Taoist three purities devised simply cannot compare to the 9 chaos seals inside me. The handsome child looked at Ning. Taoist three purities said himself that even though I am only a supreme protocosmic spirit treasure, anyone capable of mastering and controlling all 9 chaos seals would be able to unleash a level of power that was no lower than that of his immortal slaying sword formation. That's why I'm the supreme killing treasure. Honestly, he's the only one who calls himself that. The old man on the boat snickered. More like the meanest killing treasure. The small bald monk agreed. Anyone capable of binding all 9 seals would probably be on Pangu's level. By then, every single casual punch or kick would be comparable to the power of the immortal slaying sword formation. Ning laughed. You guys! The handsome child was frantic with rage. Enough, enough. You are pretty formidable. Ning laughed. Let me give those 9 chaos seals a test first. You have to be able to bind at least one of the chaos seals if you want to be able to control me at all. Otherwise, the only way you'll be able to use me is as little balls to throw at people. It'd be a complete waste of my status as the supreme killing treasure. The handsome child said arrogantly, very, very few Empyrean gods or true immortals can master even the first chaos seal. Generally speaking, it's impressive for even Tao fathers to be able to master 3 of the chaos seals. Taoist three purities had to spend countless years in order to master 7 of them. Ning just sat down in the lotus position, completely focusing his heart and mind on binding the chaos seals. Rumble. The 3,600 star gold beads levitated in the air above Ning, glowing with light as dark golden runes flowed over them, transforming as they did so. No matter how long one stared at them, the divine runes would constantly change and appear different from the ones that came before. These were the chaos seals. They would constantly change, never remaining constant and forever transforming. It was like the circular ratio, pi, of the human world, a number that stretched off into infinity with no pattern. The chaos seals were similarly without any pattern or end. The only way to master them was to master the fundamental essence that lay beneath them. When Taoist three purities had found the 9 chaos seals, he had been stunned and shocked by them. He had spent a total of 120,000 years in the primordial chaos meditating on them. After sensing that he had gained a basic understanding of them, he had chosen to infuse the 9 chaos seals into the 3,600 star gold beads. But alas, he had only been able to completely copy and infuse the 9 chaos seals into the beads. As to comprehending and mastering them, he was far from it. Simply inconceivable. So the chaos seals are actually this arcane and profound. Ning's mind was completely focused on the seals. He felt like an ordinary mortal on Earth who was staring at the vast, seemingly infinite stars of the Milky Way. He wasn't capable of knowing what was on a single one of those stars. And yet, before him lay the entire Milky Way. This caused Ning to feel a sense of despair that halted him in his very tracks. Beautiful. Simply stunning. This was definitely the most profound, the most stunning seal which Ning had ever seen. Not even the mysteries of the heavenly Daos could even come close to comparing to these 9 Chaso seals. Let me focus on the first chaos seal for now. Ning focused all of his efforts into understanding the most basic, the most simple, and most rudimentary chaos seal. The first seal. By now, Ning was applying the full force of his powerful heart force in analyzing the chaos seals. This was extremely taxing on his heart force and extremely exhausting. However, thanks to the fact that his heart force had reached the 4th stage, Ning was able to force his way into completely binding and mastering the first chaos seal in one try. The first of the 9 chaos seals began to wriggle about like a tiny tadpole, then completely disappeared, having fallen under Ning's control. Ning opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with strange divine runes which flowed through them. No wonder my master, Taoist 3 Lives, procured this treasure for me. After mastering the first chaos seal, Ning instantly understood. The disciples of Taoist 3 Purities are most likely all extremely close to the Tao Father level. I've only mastered the Grand Tao of the Sword. I haven't even mastered the Grand Tao of the Water Drop, to say nothing of the Heavenly Tao of Water. Although he was extremely powerful, his power came from his heart force and his divine abilities. As for the Tao, Ning was very far away from being able to comprehend the Heavenly Tao of Water. The likes of Patriarch Lu, Silvermoon, and Redsnow had long ago mastered multiple Grand Taos. They were extremely close to mastering a Heavenly Tao. In fact, some of them had reached the final bottlenecks. Upon breaking through the final bottlenecks, they would become Tao Fathers. Ning, however, hadn't even mastered the Grand Tao of the Water Drop. He was very far from their level. So the Grand Tao of the Water Drop was this simple. Ning could clearly sense that his insights into the Grand Tao of the Water Drop was rising at a simply monstrous rate. After having encountered the incomparably profound and exalted chaos seals, he could sense that mastering the Grand Tao of the Water Drop would become far simpler. This treasure is tremendously beneficial to me in comprehending the Tao and in improving my sword arts. Compared to those seals, my sword arts are simply too crude. Ning had already found the right direction for himself. Condense. Ning willed it, and whoosh, the 3,600 star gold beads actually began to merge together. Every 10 beads joined into one, resulting in a total of 360 larger gold star beads. Ning, however, felt great pressure when he did this. Condense. Light flashed in Ning's eyes. He was forced to employ his heart force. With heart force guiding his immortal energy, he was able to cause the 360 gold star beads to once more merge together to form a total of 36 gold star beads. Every single gold star bead emanated an utterly shocking amount of power. By now, controlling them was just as hard as controlling a perfect heaven punisher. He had to employ his heart force in order to succeed. What? You are able to condense me into the 36 heavens. The handsome child levitating next to Ning cried out in shock. How can that be? Just controlling those 3,600 beads is incredibly difficult. Only a fraction of the Empyrean gods and true immortals of the universe are even able to bind and control them. As for controlling the supreme 36 heavens, there are no Empyrean gods or true immortals who can do such a thing. This is something which only Tao Fathers can do. The small bald monk was shocked as well. He turned to look towards the handsome child. Were you just bragging in the past and spouting hot air in front of us? It is true that only Tao Fathers can perfectly bind the beads into forming the 36 heavens. The handsome child repeatedly shook his head. Taoist 3 Purities had his most formidable disciples all give it a try, but none of them were able to succeed. If they were, there's no way they would have been willing to give me up. He stared towards Ning in disbelief. Ning, however, was completely occupied by the sensation of unearthly might that came from the 36 heavens. What a treasure! Ning stared at the 36 hovering star gold beads. After the thousands of beads had condensed into 36, every single bead contained utterly enormous amounts of power. In addition, every single bead contained a heavenly world within it, with each one being comparable in size to the Grand Xia. However, these 36 heavens were only capable of persisting for a short period of time. Only when the 3,600 beads were compressed into 36 beads would they transform into the 36 heavens. Once Ning withdrew his heart force and his energy, the 36 heavens would once more disperse back into a cluster of thousands of tiny stars. The 36 heavens. Each one of them is comparable to a major world. Even you just smashed people with them, they would still possess enormous power. However, controlling them is quite onerous, at least as onerous as commanding a perfect heaven punisher. Ning realized that keeping these beads in the 36 heavens form was extremely difficult and tiring. The reason why he could do it was because he had powerful heart force and a soul heart force technique. There really weren't many Empyrean gods or true immortals who could do what he did. Transform. Ning willed it, and the 36 heavens hovering in the air instantly began to transform in shape, first transforming into 36 flying spears, then into 36 battle standards, and then into 36 hoops. Master, these star gold beads can transform into a myriad of things, the handsome child said. Eh? Ning came to a halt. Glancing at the handsome child, he said with a calm smile, "Am I hearing things? Did you just call me master?" The palm-sized child stood there in midair. He said solemnly, "Master, you were able to bind and control the FRST of the 9 chaos seals. You were even able to condense the 3,600 star gold beads into the 36 heavens. I imagine that there are very few Empyrean gods or true immortals in the entire 3 realms who can compare to you, Master. To be able to follow you is my good fortune." Wah! The old man atop the wooden boat stared wide-eyed. "You were so mean-looking earlier. Now, all of a sudden, you've become so meek." The small bald monk mumbled to himself as well. "Master is very formidable." The handsome child swept them with his gaze, then said icily, "You are fortunate to be able to follow him. I will naturally follow him with complete willingness. In the future, I might have some karmic luck of my own as well." The handsome child then looked towards Ning, a scorching heat in his gaze. "Long ago, Taoist 3 purities had his most powerful disciples test me out, but not a single one of them was capable of immediately mastering the 36 heavens. In fact, Taoist 3 purities once said that this was something which only true gods and Tao fathers would be able to do. But you, Master, you did it." This little fellow's flattery skills were quite extraordinary. "I have a question," Ning said. "What is the name of this treasure?" "The star gold beads of the heavens," the handsome child said. "When I was first born, before the 9 chaos seals were fused into me, I was already capable of transforming into the 36 heavens. Although shifting me into that form is very difficult, once one can do so, it'll be like one can strike against foes with the combined power of 36 major worlds. But of course, the amount of power you'll actually be able to control will be up to your abilities, Master." "The star gold beads of the heavens?" Ning nodded. "Is the transformation into the 36 heavens the ultimate form? But why is it that I have a strange feeling that it shouldn't be?" "Master, you've noticed it as well?" The handsome child was surprised. Ning looked at him. "Taoist 3 purities and Mother Nuwa discovered it as well," the handsome child said hurriedly. "The form with the 3,600 beads is the first and most ordinary form. The second form has 360 beads, while the third form has the 36 beads that comprise the 36 heavens. This should be the ultimate form, but both Taoist 3 purities and Mother Nuwa had the feeling that there should be way to merge all 3,600 beads into one. Upon doing so, they can transform into an actual star like the solar star or the lunar star. However, neither Mother Nuwa nor Taoist 3 purities were able to come up with such a way. Ning now understood. to combine them all into one. It seems his senses weren't off. However, if neither Mother Nuwa nor Taoist three purities had been able to accomplish it, this would clearly be a very, very difficult path to tread. As for what would happen when they all fused into one, if it would be able to transform into a star like the solar star or lunar star, that was just the conjecture of Mother Nuwa and Taoist three purities. This treasure is extremely hard to control. It's not very suitable for others, but it's perfectly suited for me. In all the three realms, I am the #1 Empyrean God and true immortal when it comes to control. Ning felt quite delighted with himself. Although his divine abilities were formidable, those were only of use in close combat. A straight application of heart force in combat used it up at an astonishing rate. Divine archers, for example, would use up all of their heart force in just 10 or so arrows. Thus, treasures that could be used to attack at long range were very important. This was especially true because his soul heart force technique in and of itself used up very little heart force. After binding the 3 protocosmic spirit treasures, Ning walked out of the room and returned to the main hall, where Redsnow and the others were frantic with impatience. Wow! Incredible! Ning only disclosed the existence of the void boat and the star gold beads of the heavens. As for the 9 lives pagoda, he kept that a secret. The other 2 items he would use quite often, and so there was no need to hide them. As for the pagoda, however, the more mysterious it was the better. I've already acquired the most powerful pure yang treasures which Master Three Lives left behind, Ning said. Master left word and instructed me to be kind to the Empyrean gods and true immortals who have stayed behind to guard the star-seizing manor. If you need any treasures, just tell me. All of the pure yang treasures are listed within this book. Ning handed over the book which the giant yellow bear had given him. All of you, take a look, Ning immediately urged. These pure yang treasures were of limited help to him, and none of his family members such as Bright Moon, Autumn Leaf, Uncle White, or Moon North Sun were celestial immortals. The only celestial immortal he was close to was his master, Xianxia, but Ning had already prepared an even more suitable treasure for Immortal Xianxia. Immortal Xianxia was a newly ascended celestial immortal, after all. If he acquired an excessively powerful treasure such as the 8 Fires Chinquan world, that would actually prove to be a calamity for him, not a blessing. Let me take a look. Redsnow was the first to peruse the book. Me too. Prime Light craned his neck over to take a peek. Nice treasures. The pure yang treasures which the God King left behind are all quite nice. They all praised the God King's treasures. Redsnow looked towards Ning. Ning, Sunblaze and Dark Moon have been with the God King for a long period of time, and so the God King gave them suitable treasures long ago. Prime Light was the God King's son, so he goes without saying. As for myself and Snow Scorpion, we were 2 of his commanders, and so the God King gifted us with appropriate treasures long ago as well. These treasures aren't particularly important to us, but I believe Dovesnake needs a treasure. So does Ninefangs. Back then, he was merely a void-level Fiendgod. He only made his breakthrough to become an Empyrean god after much time passed. Dovesnake and Ninefangs both hesitated. But in the end, both nodded. Dovesnake chose the pure yang treasure, Yin-Yang Twin Poles Disc. This could only be considered an above-average treasure amongst the many pure yang treasures Ning had. But Redsnow and the others all nodded in agreement. Clearly, the Yin-Yang Twin Poles Disc was extremely well-suited to Dovesnake. The best treasure, for a person, wasn't necessarily the most powerful treasure. It was the most suitable treasure. Back when Dovesnake had followed the God King, he hadn't been particularly favored. This was because Dovesnake was a venomous god beast that looked docile but was actually savage. Three Lives didn't really like his personality that much. He preferred those who were open and aboveboard. Even if a subordinate was vicious and crafty, he preferred it when they were obvious about it. As for Ninefangs, he ended up choosing an extremely powerful top-grade pure yang treasure, the Grand Blood Shadow Formation of the Heavens. Ninefang's true form was that of a bat. The Grand Blood Shadow Formation of the Heavens was indeed very well suited to Ninefangs. However, because this set was one of the best treasures which Ning had, Nine Fangs had been extremely hesitant to choose it. Only after Reds Now and the other had encouraged him had he decided upon it. This caused Nine Fangs to feel tremendous gratitude to Ning, and it further solidified his loyalty to Ning. After all, although Ning had said that this was on Threeliv's orders, Threeliv had died long ago. It was completely up to Ning as to whether or not he was willing to hand these items over. Ning himself honestly didn't mind. There was no point in him having that many and used pure yang treasures by his side. If the Empyrean gods under his command all had formidable treasures, that would increase the power of his strike force. That was a good thing. Master. After having handled the above matters, Ning went by himself to meet with Patriarch Subhuti. Subhuti was seated in the lotus position. He opened his eyes. Ning said respectfully, "Your disciple is preparing to leave the mountain and to leave the crescent world. Have you finished your arrangements?" Subhuti asked. "I've finished them." Ning said respectfully, "Your disciple's primal twin is going to stay with Bright Moon, Uncle White, Little Qing, Blue Cliff Xiaoyu, and junior apprentice brother North Sun here at the Crescent World. The Crescent World is, at present, a rare oasis of peace within the three realms. I don't wish for Bright Moon to be in danger, and so I'll have my primal twin stay with her as she roams the Crescent World, allowing her to experience more things and grow up." Subhuti nodded. "Right? The army of immortals that belongs to your Starsizer world. What formation do you plan on using with it? The Heaven Punisher formation? True God Xianxia has nodded and permitted you to continue using it. I have other formations that you can use, but they are only on par with the Heaven Punisher formation. Do you want to switch?" "No need." Ning shook his head. "Your disciple is already quite familiar with the Heaven Punisher. There's one more thing I would ask of you, Master." "Speak." Subhuti looked at Ning. "Your disciple is going to act against the Seamless Gate, but first I want to deal with Young Flame Freak and Evergreen," Ning said respectfully. "Those two? All right. Once an opportunity arises, I'll notify you." Subhuti nodded. "After you leave the Crescent World, you have to be careful." "All right." Ning nodded respectfully, then asked, "Should I have Reds Now stay here?" "No need. I've already taught him what needs to be taught, and he's already learned what he needs to learn. The rest is up to him," Subhuti said. Ning nodded. He was going to take the entire Starsizer world with him when he left. The 7 Empyrean gods would also follow his lead. He was the Manor Lord, after all. "Then I'll go summon Reds Now and the others. After we are all gathered, please send us away, Master." "Your disciple bids you farewell," Ning said respectfully. "Go." Subhuti closed his eyes, and Ning respectfully began to walk away. "You must be careful." Subhuti's voice once more rang out within Ning's mind. "Yes." Ning was momentarily startled, then assented as he left. The black-robed Ning led his daughter Bright Moon, Autumn Leaf, Uncle White, Little Qing, Mu North Sun, and Blue Cliff Xiaoyu down into the Crescent World, beginning their adventures through it. My daughters left the mountain. Ning, Reds Now, and the others all stood there atop Mount Innerheart, watching from afar. Whoosh! A twisted spatial vortex suddenly appeared above the grasslands in front of them, leading to an unknown destination. "Time to leave," Ning said. And so, Ning led his 7 Empyrean gods into the spatial vortex, leaving this garden world. What was awaiting Ning on the other side of the spatial vortex? Naturally, a storm of blood. The Grand Xia. Ji Ning and the 7 Empyrean gods appeared in midair. They immediately saw the imperial capital of the Grand Xia located directly beneath them. "Master actually sent me to the imperial capital of the Grand Xia? Might as well go pay a visit to my master, Diansai." Ning turned and looked towards the 7 nearby Empyrean gods, then said, "I'm going to roam the 3 realms and temper myself in the red dust of the mortal world. Unless something comes up, there's no need for you 7 to always be following me. As I see it, you can go back to the Starsizer world for now. If there's anything important, I'll send a mental message to you." "That's not acceptable." How can you have no subordinates by your side, Manor Lord? Instantly, everyone began to argue against him. You are the new Manor Lord of the Star-Seizing Manor. You aren't a rogue cultivator. Reds now immediately argued. If you don't want all of us to follow you, then how about this? Let's just have Nine Fangs follow you and serve you. Ning was startled. He glanced towards Nine Fangs. Nine Fangs was the last of the 7 to break through to the Empyrean God level. When Daoist 3 lives had been alive, he had merely been a void-level Fiendgod. However, he physically looked the oldest. Upon hearing Retsnow's words, Nine Fangs hurriedly said, Manor Lord, when roaming the 3 realms, there will always be some minor, trifling matters to handle. We can't let you be forced to personally deal with everything, can we? Having just acquired the grand blood shadow formation of the heavens, Nine Fangs was quite eager to show his gratitude. Fine, fine. Ning nodded. Then the rest of us will return to the Starsizer world. Reds now and the rest of the 6 immediately departed, returning to the Starsizer world. As for Ning, he first paid a visit to the imperial capital of the Grand Xia to visit Immortal Diansai, the Xia Emperor, and his cousin Wuxia. Ning had originally planned on having his master Immortal Diansai accompany him, but Immortal Diansai declined. But of course, he didn't decline the pure yang treasures which Ning gifted to him. He chatted with Ning for a long while, giving him some advice. Time to go. Early next morning, the white-robed Ning walked out of his room, followed by the bald elder, Empyrean God Nine Fangs. The 2 of them teleported straight out of the Grand Xia, heading towards a minor world. The 3 realms had 1 trillion minor worlds. There were simply too many of them, and every so often old minor worlds would be destroyed and new minor worlds would be born. Thus, only a tiny number of these minor worlds were actually named. The minor world which Ning and Nine Fangs had headed towards, however, did have a name. Its name was East Phoenix. East Phoenix World. Ning stood at the peak of a mountain, the bald elder Nine Fangs by his side. This is one of the 27 worlds of Fuju. Ning swept it with his gaze, able to see to the very end of the East Phoenix world. It lives up to its reputation as one of the places where Dao Father Fuju once lived. East Phoenix World has countless different landscapes and far more cultivators than ordinary minor worlds. It even has a celestial immortal standing guard over it. It seems as though the 3 disciples of Dao Father Fuju are quite cautious. The exalted number 1 sword immortal of the 3 realms. He actually perished, his soul lost forever. Nine Fangs shook his head and sighed. Ning nodded slowly, sighing as well. One of the reasons why Ning was voyaging across the 3 realms was in order to search for a way to allow his heart force to break through once more. A second reason was to meditate on his sword arts. If he couldn't find the first, he would spend his time cultivating the second. Naturally, Ning would pay a visit to the 27 worlds of Dao Father Fuju. Dao Father Fuju. He was born a human and trained as a key refiner. He had become a Dao Father of the Great Firmament during the Primordial Era, and became famous due to his sword. He had managed to train his sword force all the way to the 5th level. Sword force was just like heart force. It could also be divided into 5 levels. If one reached the 5th stage of sword force, one would be considered supreme even amongst true gods and Dao Fathers. This Dao Father Fuju became publicly acknowledged as the number 1 sword immortal of the 3 realms because, back when the Primordial Era had ended and the 3 realms era began, he had created a supreme sword art which had stunned the 3 realms, the 5 treasures sword art. By relying on this sword art, Dao Father Fuju had become the indisputed number 1 sword immortal of the 3 realms. According to the legends, Dao Father Fuju's sword was indescribably fast. Ning sighed. So fast that it surpassed the limits of speed established by the Dao of the heavens. When ordinary true gods or Dao Fathers fought against him, they wouldn't even be able to block his sword. In power, he was very close to the leaders of the Taoist path and the Buddhist Sangha. I imagine that he is on par with my master himself. But alas, such a peerless figure ended up dying within the primordial chaos. We don't even know how he died. Nine Fangs shook his head as well. There were records of the many events which had occurred after the primordial era ended. Primelight, Ninefangs, Snow Scorpion, and the others had been in seclusion for far too long. It was only after they emerged and began to read these records that they began to learn of these things. During the primordial era, many major powers perished, including even elder gods. During the Three Realms era, there were naturally major powers who had perished as well. One of the affairs that had particularly shocked the Three Realms was the death of Taofather Fuju. The only information that was known was that he had died in the primordial chaos. As for how he died or who killed him, nothing was known. Someone who was publicly acknowledged as the number one sword immortal of the Three Realms, a figure who was comparable to Patriarch Subhuti and Old Man Yuan, and was extremely close to the three emperors of mankind, Taoist Three Purities, and Lord Buddha in power, had died just like that. Many were thoroughly stunned by this news. Subhuti and the others had searched for the reasons behind his death, but they hadn't found anything. After Fuju died, the 27 worlds of Fuju became incredibly popular. This was because when Taofather Fuju had trained in the sword, he would sometimes leave behind some of his sword arts on the mountains or in underground caves when the mood struck him. These remnants of his sword arts contained unfathomable power which not even Empyrean gods or true immortals would dare touch. When Taofather Fuju had been alive, his disciples would often go to these 27 worlds to analyze the sword arts he had left behind. As for the other Empyrean gods and true immortals of the Three Realms, they generally wouldn't have a chance to do so. But then Taofather Fuju died. His disciples were merely Empyrean gods and true immortals. They naturally wouldn't dare to keep these 27 worlds for themselves. Thus, they opened the worlds up to the public. All immortals or fiendgods of the Three Realms could come here to meditate on the remnant sword arts left behind. The only restriction was that no one was permitted to cause any damage. If anyone did, that person would become the common enemy of countless immortals and fiendgods. And in truth, given that the remnants contained the might of the number one sword immortal of the Three Realms, how many would be so suicidal as to attempt to destroy them? Each of the 27 worlds had remnants of his sword arts left behind on them. Some had more, some had less. The most exalted world was Sword Immortal World, because it contained the complete set of the 5 treasures sword art within it. As for the other 26 worlds, they just contained some scattered, incomplete remnants. Thus, after traveling through all of the worlds, the various Empyrean gods and true immortals would generally choose to gather upon Sword Immortal World. Very few of them would remain on the other 26 worlds. During normal, peaceful times, there would perhaps be more than 1,000 of them on Sword Immortal World. Sometimes they would spend 1,000,000 years or 100 million years cultivating on that world. However, since the Three Realms was gripped by a great storm, most of the Empyrean gods and true immortals had joined the armies of their respective realms. There were now very few of them left on Sword Immortal World, to say nothing of the other 26. Taofather Fuju was acknowledged by all as the number one sword immortal of the Three Realms. I naturally have to go and analyze his sword arts, Ning said. Ninefangs, let us first wander East Phoenix World and the rest of the 26. We'll save Sword Immortal World for last. Yes, Ninefangs said respectfully. Let's go, Ning said. Whoosh, whoosh. Ning and Ninefangs flew through the air, moving towards a giant, towering mountain. Because East Phoenix World was merely a minor world, it had a circumference of just 100,000 kilometers. It was actually smaller than Swallow Mountain. It took them only a very short amount of time to fly to their destination. Quite a few people here. Ning glanced downwards. There were mountain peaks below them, and at the base of the mountain peaks sat many immortal cultivators and dire monsters. They were in the lotus position, quietly meditating and training. However, even the most powerful are merely at the loose immortal or earth immortal level, Ninefangs said. Normally, Sword Immortal World would have plenty of Empyrean gods and true immortals. East Phoenix World would have a good number of celestial immortals. But given the current status of the Three Realms, the celestial immortals have all been ordered to join their respective armies. Naturally, the strongest remaining figures are at the loose immortal level. Ning swept the mountains below with his gaze. There really were many cultivators seated there. The vast majority were actually Zifu disciples and Wanxiang adepts. They were all seated on prayer mats which had been left behind by the Empyrean God and true immortal disciples of Tao Father Fuju. This was to provide them with organized seating for their meditations. Otherwise, if all of them just haphazardly squeezed together, how could anyone calm down and concentrate? Manor Lord, I'll move them away, Nine Fangs said. No need. Look. That little dire monster is planning to give us a seat. Ning chuckled as he pointed towards a skinny, horned dire monster who sat in the very first row of seats. The dire monster stared unblinkingly at the mountain cliffs, but his eyes were bloodshot. Blood was beginning to leak from his mouth. Clearly, he was beginning to succumb and go insane. The sword arts left here were simply unfathomably profound. They had been left by a Tao Father. If you gave up when you couldn't understand, you would be fine, but if you tried to force your way through, you'd easily go insane. Go! Ning willed it, and whoosh! The dire monster instantly disappeared into thin air, with Ning then appearing onto that prayer mat. The immortal cultivators around him were all focused on their meditations. Although 2 or 3 of them noticed Ning appear, they didn't pay too much attention to him. Ning and Nine Fangs were both keeping their auras reserved as they wandered the 3 realms. Otherwise, if they were to release their Empyrean God auras, they would have terrified all of the immortals and Fiendgods present to the point of quivering. I'll meditate here. Nine Fangs, you can either meditate as well or go find some other things to do, Jining sent mentally. Understood, Nine Fangs said respectfully. He then flew to a distant winehouse. He was going to stand guard in the surrounding area, ready to carry Ning's orders whenever necessary. The skinny little dire monster who had vomited blood stared around blankly. What? Why am I here? The area around him was filled with the waters of a flowing river. This was not the meditation area. Wasn't I on Mount Dashcloud? Right, I went too far just now. I almost went crazy. Some expert must have intervened and rescued me. The little monster felt fear for what had almost happened. In Ning's eyes, he was nothing more than a little monster, but in truth he was a primal-level dire monster. His heart had been filled with hatred, and he had deeply desired to gain insight into a profound sword art to take revenge. However, he had been too forceful in his attempts to cultivate and so had fallen into madness. In truth, it was very risky for anyone below the celestial immortal level to meditate on the sword arts of a Tao Father. The path of immortal cultivation, however, was a path filled with many pitfalls. There were many stories of those who had developed powerful sword arts after having gazed upon the sword arts of a Tao Father. It was very common for one to gain sudden insight on Mount Dashcloud, resulting in them establishing a school of their own. Thus, there were often many weak cultivators who would come here to meditate. Ning sat there in the lotus position, staring at the sword arts that had been left behind upon the mountain walls. The mountain walls were protected by layers of formations, none of which were particularly special. They had most likely been left behind by Tao Father Fuju's Empyrean God and true immortal disciples. The sword intent which radiated towards him, however, truly stunned him. He felt as though it was stabbing into his very heart. What powerful sword intent! The scars on the mountain wall that were created by casual blows from his sword arts. Countless years have passed, but they are still this terrifying. Ning stared at the scars carefully. These had been left behind by a supreme sword immortal that was on Subhoodie's level. That's odd. Ning immediately had a strange feeling as he stared at the scars. There seems to be a fundamental difference between these sword arts and the other Tao Father created sword arts I studied at Mount Innerheart. The style is completely different, as though they belong to 2 completely different schools of thought. Ning frowned. But what exactly is different? He was searching for the answer. Ning was now an Empyrean God and a true immortal. He was a master of the sword, and was extremely talented in this regard. He could immediately sense that something was different. It was a very indistinct, blurry feeling, and Ning wasn't immediately able to pinpoint what exactly was causing it. I have it. Ning had a sudden thought. He waved his hand, and a star gold bead appeared within it. Ning had already bound all of the star gold beads. As a protocosmic spirit treasure, it could be controlled by Ning to reveal no presence or aura whatsoever. It was like a completely ordinary item right now. Every single one of the 3,600 star gold beads had been infused with the 9 chaos seals. The chaos seals. Ning stared at the constantly changing runes that flowed over the surface of the star gold bead. The runes were changing ceaselessly, never repeating in any discernible pattern. Right? The sword arts of Daofather Fuju remind me of the 9 chaos seals. They feel very similar. Ning immediately realized what the difference was. The sword arts created by Daofathers are generally bound by the mysteries of the Tao of the heavens. But Daofather Fuju's sword arts, as well as these 9 chaos seals, they seem to have surpassed the Tao of the heavens. Ning mused to himself. The 9 chaos seals were discovered by Taoist 3 purities when he roamed the primordial chaos. It makes sense for them to have surpassed the heavenly Taos, as they sprung forth from the primordial chaos. But Daofather Fuju's sword arts have surpassed the heavenly Taos as well. The Tao of the heavens was the heavenly Taos of the 3 realms. They were the laws that governed the functioning of the 3 realms. Outside the 3 realms, the heavenly Taos were without effect. For example, in the primordial chaos, only the heavenly Tao of primordial chaos would function. The other 9 heavenly Taos were useless. According to the stories, Daofather Fuju's sword was shockingly fast, surpassing the limits of the Tao of the heavens. Ning mused. Perhaps this is the reason why Daofather Fuju's sword arts were so terrifying. I need to carefully meditate on this. Upon noting the similarities between the 9 chaos seals and Daofather Fuju's sword arts, Ning immediately began to meditate. Every so often, he would switch over to meditating on the 9 chaos seals. Whenever he reached a roadblock, he would then switch to meditating on his sword arts. He would compare and contrast the two. Unexpectedly, Ning began to discover that the previous bottlenecks he had encountered when training in the Grand Tao of the Waterdrop and the Grand Tao of Chenkuan were actually easy to break through. Clearly, the insights he had gained into the 9 chaos seals and Daofather Fuju's sword arts were of tremendous benefit towards him in training in other Grand Taos. Time slowly passed. 9 Fangs had once more come to the distant winehouse to drink wine. The winekeeper had long ago grown accustomed to this bald old man, because he had often come here to drink during the past month, and always chose to drink the extremely venomous 5 Immortals wine. Another name for this wine was the 5 Venoms wine, because it was created through matching and mixing 9 different venoms together. It was truly toxic, but it was also incomparably delicious. A Zifu disciple would die upon having a single sip. One had to at least be a primal Taoist in order to be able to savor this wine without perishing. Here is some of our finest 5 Immortals wine. Please enjoy, honored guest. The winekeeper personally delivered the wine and 2 appetizers to 9 Fangs, who leisurely poured himself a cup. Gurgle. He raised his head and drank the wine. A twin sensation of fire and ice simultaneously flooded his entire body, causing him to feel extremely comfortable. 9 Fangs laughed and nodded. Eh? 9 Fangs suddenly had a strange feeling. He immediately turned his head to look towards the distant Mount Dashcloud. He gazed towards the white-robed youth that was seated amongst many other figures at the base of Mount Dashcloud. Grand Tao. 9 Fangs was surprised. He then hurriedly sent mentally, "Congratulations, Manor Lord, for having mastered the Grand Tao of the Waterdrop. Aren't you the sensitive one? I was just testing things out and you immediately sensed it." Ning sent back. Ning was in an excellent mood. He had always had a high degree of affinity towards the Grand Tao of the Waterdrop. This past month of analyzing the 9 chaos seals and the Daofather's sword arts had been extremely taxing, and his progress had been rather limited. But he actually ended up breaking through all bottlenecks and completely comprehending the Grand Tao of the Waterdrop. Now, he had mastered 2 complete Grand Taos. The Grand Tao of the Sword and the Grand Tao of the Waterdrop. The sword arts here on Mount Dashcloud were left behind by casual strikes from Daofather Fuju. They aren't that profound. The next month or 2 here won't be of much help to me. Ning didn't hold too many hopes towards the rest of the 26 worlds either. The most important world was the final one, Sword Immortal World. Still, Ning was going to be very cautious and deliberate in his cultivation. He would first take a look at all of the 26 worlds. Perhaps they might be of help to him in meditating on the complete 5 treasures sword art. The second month after Ning's arrival at East Phoenix World, the Golden Crow hung high in the sky. A large ship came sailing in through the heavens. There were many soldiers atop the desk of the ship, as well as many beautiful women who were surrounding a youth that was drinking wine merrily. He'd give a pinch here and a caress there, filling the ship with shrieks and giggles. "Your Highness, Mount Dashcloud is right up ahead," a pale-faced, beardless man said respectfully in a low voice. "We arrived." The beautifully dressed youth rose to his feet. The beautiful woman in his arms followed his gaze as he stared at the distant Mount Dashcloud. "My beauties, be good and have a nice rest. I'm going to go meditate on sword arts for a while," the youth chortled. The beautiful women all said a few flattering words, causing the youth to feel absolutely tickled. Still, this youth was qualified to act this arrogantly. He was the 3rd prince of the East Phoenix dynasty of this planet, and the most talented of all the princes. His status was quite special. "Let's go." Soon, the prince led his pale-faced attendant and a host of guards to the base of Mount Dashcloud. The weakest of his guards were at the Wanxiang adept level, with the 2 commanders being primal Taoists. As for the prince, he himself was a primal Taoist as well. So many people? So many monsters as well. The prince frowned. "According to what Master told me, the 3 realms is in the midst of a storm, which has resulted in our minor world becoming more peaceful than ever before. Still, there are now almost no celestial immortals who come to our world. The most powerful cultivators here are merely on the loose immortal or earth immortal level. Longxiu, hurry up and shoo away one of the people at the front." "Your Highness, you must not be rash. Although the strongest figures at Mount Dashcloud are merely loose immortals and earth immortals, some might have powerful backgrounds," the pale-faced attendant hurriedly cautioned. "In addition, you yourself are merely a primal Taoist, Your Highness, and your 2 guards are merely primal Taoists as well. Don't anger those loose immortals or earth immortals. You might end up suffering because of it." The prince nodded slowly. Fair enough. Although he didn't really actually care about those loose immortals or earth immortals. Right now, at least, he wouldn't be able to beat them in a fight. "Then pick one of the weak ones." The prince swept the people present with his gaze. "There should be some weaklings amongst the 27 prayer mats in front, right? Nobody who can sit in the front would be truly weak. Let me take a look." The attendant hurriedly took a good look. 21 of the prayer mats in the front are occupied by loose immortals or earth immortals. They give me a sense of tremendous pressure. The other 6 give me much less pressure. They should merely be at the primal Taoist level. "Your Highness, which of the 6 do you think I should pick?" 6. The prince took a careful look. "For our monsters. Monsters who have reached the primal level are generally much more powerful than humans of the same level. That leaves 2. That white-robed youth, and that grim-looking man. The grim-looking man has a terrifying, baleful look in his eyes. I imagine his sword arts must be quite formidable. That white-robed youth looks fairly unremarkable, though. I imagine he's just an ordinary primal Taoist." There were differences in power amongst primal Taoists. Some were monsters who could challenge void-level experts. The baleful aura around the grim-looking man was definitely proof that he was no ordinary primal Taoist. "Let's go with that white-robed kid," the prince said. "Hurry up and shoo him away." "Your humble servant will go right now." The attendant chortled, then walked forward. Mount Dashcloud was extremely large, and there were many regions from which one could view all of the remnant sword scars left behind. The first row only had 27 seats, but there was a distance of more than 30 meters between each seat. This way, everyone could train calmly. The attendant walked straight towards Ning. "Fellow Dao Dash," the attendant began to say in a shrill voice, reaching out to pat Ning on the shoulders. When training, Ning had his heart force spread out to cover this entire minor world. He was completely focused on his meditations and on the sword scars left behind by Dao Father Fuju. He was mentally deducing and inferring one type of sword art after another. He had already visualized thousands of different types, more than 10 of which were more powerful than the 3-foot sword. Every so often, he would gain an insight from the visualized sword arts. This would allow Ning to walk farther and farther along the path of sword force. At this moment, Ning was completely focusing on deducing yet another powerful sword art. Pat. Someone patted him on the shoulder. Ning was instantly startled awake, and all of the effort he had put into analyzing this sword art went completely to waste. My heart force has covered this entire minor world. If any Empyrean god or true immortal arrives, I should have found out long ago. Who the hell just disturbed me? Ning was rather displeased. One of the greatest taboos was disturbing others when they were meditating. Ning immediately turned his head to look towards the pale-faced attendant. Ning could immediately tell that this person was merely a primal Taoist. Fellow Taoist, the attendant said, pointing at the prayer mat beneath Ning. My prince wishes to meditate on sword arts and needs a spot. He's taken a fancy to your spot. Ning frowned, then looked backwards. He saw the beautifully dressed youth ensconced by many guards. The youth gave Ning a sideways glance, seemingly quite disdainful. You should know what to do. A look of arrogance was in the attendant's eyes. As he saw it, once this white-robed youth saw that there were 3 primal Taoists accompanying the prince, he should be able to guess that the prince had an extraordinary background. Immortal cultivators generally understood the principle of courting fortune and avoiding misfortune. Don't bother me when I'm meditating on the Tao. Ning gave the attendant a cold glance, then shut his eyes and continued to meditate. You? The attendant pointed at Ning, rendered momentarily speechless. Fellow Taoist, don't make trouble for yourself, he barked. Ning completely ignored him. Given his power and his status, these little fellows were as weak as ants in the face of his might. Ning wouldn't care too much if a few ants bellowed at him. He simply couldn't be bothered to. In addition, this was Mount Dashcloud, a place for meditating on the sword arts of a Tao Father. Generally, very few would dare to actually attack someone here. Ning believed that this person would just yell at him a bit, then leave helplessly. Your Highness. The attendant ran back to the prince's side. What's going on? The prince was rather irritated. That white-robed kid is like a stone. He's quite tough. He completely ignored me, the attendant said helplessly. He's courting death. The prince's face sank. Attack. Kick him out of here. No, the attendant said hurriedly. This is Mount Dashcloud, a place for meditating on the Tao Father's sword arts. Any disturbances will interfere with the meditations of countless immortal cultivators and dire monsters. All of them will be furious with us. It's one thing for us to irritate one of them, but we can't irritate all of them. We're not going to kill him, we're just going to kick him out, the prince said with a frown. Those who are truly focused on their meditations won't be startled awake by some fights in the outside world. The ones that will wake up are the ones who aren't in a true meditative state yet. Also, set up a small formation around him when you attack. That way you won't disturb the people around him, right? The 3 of you go. The prince gave the orders. The attendant and the 2 commanders shared a glance, then acknowledged the order. Yes. The 3 of them immediately walked towards Ning. Rumble. A crystalline globe of fire appeared before the attendant's chest. Instantly, a barrier of flames appeared around them, surrounding Ning. Fellow Taoist. The attendant barked loudly, his voice exploding by Ning's ears like thunder. Ning opened his eyes. He gave the 3 a look. Hurry up and leave. Give up your seat. Otherwise, don't blame us for showing no mercy, the attendant barked. The 2 nearby commanders became filled with auras of power as well. The immortal cultivators and dire monsters who were nearby all halted their meditations, focusing their attention on the area around Ning with curiosity. Amusing. It's quite rare for people to fight at Mount Dashcloud. These 3 are a bit too brash. If the fellow wants to give up the seat, that's one thing, but they actually intend to force him from it? Even if they really want to give him a drubbing, they should wait until he leaves Mount Dashcloud. Why rush? The surrounding immortal cultivators and dire monsters all chatted amongst themselves. It was very common for immortal cultivators to get into fights over minor matters, but it was rare for something like this to happen at Mount Dashcloud. Unwilling to give up your seat? Fine. Once you leave Mount Dashcloud, don't blame me for showing no mercy. In the face of a threat like this, most weaker cultivators would obediently give up their seats. Hurry up and leave. Fuck off. The two commanders barked out as well. They both had extraordinary backgrounds. They wouldn't care about an ordinary primal Taoist. Insolence. A cold light flashed through Ning's eyes. Rumble. An invisible wave surged out, striking against the bodies of the three primal Taoists. The attendant and the two guard commanders were just about to attack, but they suddenly sensed a wave of unearthly power crash over them. They were knocked backwards, and the commander who had told Ning to fuck off began to scream in agony as soon as he landed on the ground. My Zifu. My Zifu. The commander's voice was filled with agony and terror. The other, chubbier commander fell on the ground alongside the attendant. The two of them clambered to their feet, staring at their comrade. His Zifu was destroyed. Destroyed. Both of them were filled with utter terror. The three of them had been knocked flying in a single clash, with one of them having his Zifu destroyed. Although they all had extraordinary backgrounds, this was exactly why they had been unwilling to offend any of the Earth Immortals or Loose Immortals. Although they had extraordinary backgrounds, it would take time for reinforcements to arrive. If they were crippled in the interim, that would be a miserable outcome, and so they had sought out the white-robed kid, who had appeared to be the easiest to bully. We just rammed into a steel plate, the chubbier commander muttered. A steel plate with nails. Bullshit, the prince roared. The chubbier commander instantly no longer dared to say a word. In secret, however, he celebrated the fact that it was his comrade who was the one to speak rudely, as was usually the case. This time, his comrade had really suffered for it. Your Highness, the attendant said hurriedly, this person is very powerful. How dare you cripple my man? The prince had a terrifying look in his eyes as he stared daggers at the distant Ning. The worst part of the situation was that more than half of the immortal cultivators and dire monsters seated below Mount Dashcloud were watching this event with curiosity. They weren't like Ning, after all, who could easily go into a months-long meditative state. They were far weaker than him, and the Deofather's sword arts were far too profound. They had to stop extremely frequently, after just meditating on the sword arts for a short period of time. For so many cultivators to stare at him, the prince felt even more embarrassed and angry, and he shifted all of it towards Ning. Fellow Taoist. The prince strode forward, his attendant and the chubbier commander hurriedly following behind him. The prince's voice was clear, but it carried anger in it. Your actions are quite vicious. Ning just shut his eyes again, completely ignoring him. The prince didn't dare to actually act against Ning himself. He had seen Ning attack earlier. The prince was a mere early-stage primal Taoist. How could he be a match for Ning? My 5 junior apprentice brothers. The prince called out loudly. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Instantly, 5 figures descended from the top of Mount Dashcloud. Each of them had powerful auras. They were all at the loose immortal level. 5 loose immortals. The 5 loose immortals who stand guard over Mount Dashcloud for the sword school. This youth actually addresses the 5 of them as junior apprentice brother? Can it be that he is also a member of the sword school? However, judging from his age, I would have thought those 5 loose immortals should be much older than him. Do you really need to ask? If he dares to address the 5 of them as junior apprentice brother, then he must be a true, formal disciple of the sword school. I recognize him. He's the 3rd prince of the East Phoenix dynasty. He has been accepted by celestial immortal Triscorpion as his disciple. So that's the case. Seems like the white-robed man is doomed. He's offended a formal disciple of the sword school. The white-robed man really doesn't know his limits. He should know that his opponents must have powerful backgrounds, for them to dare act in such a brash manner here at Mount Dashcloud. He should have been more cautious. Look at him now. He's pissed off a major foe. Instantly, everyone began to discuss this matter. The 5 loose immortals all landed, the cultivators and monsters around them making way before them. None of them dared to offend the sword school. The 5 loose immortals all bowed courteously towards the prince. Senior Apprentice Brother Eastluck. Greetings, Senior Apprentice Brother Eastluck. These 5 loose immortals had all been alive for more than 100,000 years, but they all spoke out with great courtesy. They were disciples of the sword school, but they were merely outer disciples, not core disciples, which is why they had been sent here to maintain order. Their task was to ensure that the beautiful surroundings of Mount Dashcloud were not damaged. Or, to put it another way, they were gate guards. The prince before them, however, was a true disciple. So he really is a disciple of the sword school. A formal disciple. Look at that gold medallion. I heard that the sword school is actually a very powerful school of the 3 realms. The founder was Tao Father Fuju himself. Instantly, yet another storm of discussion arose. The sword school had been founded by Tao Father Fuju, and in the past its status had been equivalent to that of Mount Innerheart. However, Tao Father Fuju had died. When trees fall, the monkeys that lived in it would scatter. In addition, Tao Father Fuju was fairly mediocre in teaching disciples. He hadn't been able to produce a single Tao Father. Thus, only 3 Empyrean gods and true immortals continued to remain within the sword school. The current sword school wasn't even as strong as the star-seizing manor. But despite that, it was still a school with 3 Empyrean gods and true immortals, and with many friends spread throughout the 3 realms. Thus, it could be considered one of the top-tier schools of the 3 realms. A formal disciple had a status that was far higher than the status of an ordinary void-level Earth immortal. This man actually dared to be disrespectful to our sword school. Seize him. Seize him. The 5 loose immortals flew towards Ning like streaks of light. Ning opened his eyes again. He gave them a glance. Boom! His gaze struck against their bodies as though it had taken solid form. The 5 of them once more transformed into streaks of light, but this time they flew backwards. And they flew so far away that they could no longer be seen with the naked eye. Ning turned to look towards the prince. No! The prince was so terrified that he hurriedly stumbled backwards. In his terror, he fell backwards and tumbled to the ground in a sitting position. This was too terrifying. He hadn't even seen what technique this man had used. It seemed as though the man had merely used his gaze to send those 5 loose immortals flying. The guards behind him were utterly terrified as well. None of them even dared to breathe. Whoosh! A streak of light flashed, and a bald old man appeared next to Ning. He hurriedly said respectfully, "Manor Lord, your subordinate came late." Ning laughed calmly. A minor matter. In truth, Nine Fangs was utterly enraged right now. He had been taking a sweet nap just now, right next to the winehouse. As he was an Empyrean god, his senses were naturally still spread out to cover the surrounding area. If any slightly powerful figures such as celestial immortals came over, he would have immediately noticed. But the prince and the others were mere primal Taoists. Nine Fangs simply didn't pay them any attention at all. It wasn't until Ning had released his power with that look that Nine Fangs had been shocked awake, only to discover that someone had actually come to make trouble for his manor lord. "You dare to offend my manor lord? Are you looking to die?" Nine Fangs glared furiously at the prince. Still seated on the ground, by now the prince understood that this white-robed youth had to have a truly extraordinary background as well. "I'm a disciple of the sword school." The prince hurriedly pulled out a golden insignia, clutching it as if it was his last hope. "I'm a formal disciple of the sword school. My master is a celestial immortal patriarch. Master is standing guard here at East Phoenix World. My grandmaster is Patriarch Daolus. Nine Fangs, we're here to analyze Tao Father Fuju's sword arts, after all. Let's be courteous about this," Ning said with a laugh. The prince instantly felt relieved. He laughed coldly to himself. It seemed as though the man was still afraid of the sword school. However, on the surface he still didn't dare to act too arrogantly. No matter how powerful the sword school was, it wouldn't be able to rescue him immediately. "You've offended my manor lord." Nine Fangs started to say, but Ning interrupted him. Don't even bother, right? The kid said his master is the celestial immortal that is protecting the East Phoenix world. Bring him over here, Ning said. Yes. Nine Fangs nodded, then reached out with his right hand. Whoosh. His right hand instantly pierced through the heavens as he sent it traveling more than 10,000 kilometers as he made a grabbing motion towards the celestial immortal patriarch who was within the imperial palace of the East Phoenix dynasty. Within the imperial palace, celestial immortal Triscorpion was enjoying life right now, drinking some wine as he watched beautiful women dancing in front of him. He was born a monster, but he had entered the sword school and eventually been assigned by his own master to stand guard over East Phoenix world. The main task he had was to protect Mount Dashcloud. What a wonderful life. I really am blessed for Master to have sent me here. My other fellow disciples are preparing to fight against the Seamless Gate. Celestial Immortal Triscorpion felt quite delighted with himself. It was his great fortune to be assigned this task. And my luck really isn't half bad. After I came to this East Phoenix world, I actually found a promising young talent. Eastluck's comprehension abilities really are quite high. I don't need to take part in the war, and I even found a good disciple. Excellent, excellent. Celestial Immortal Triscorpion beamed merrily as he stared at the beautiful women before him. Boom! Celestial Immortal Triscorpion turned his head, only to see a massive, pitch-black hand smash through his rooftop and grab him. Ah! Triscorpion only had enough time to let out a scream before he was grabbed and pulled away. The dancing beauties stared blankly at the empty throne, then stared at the massive, gaping hole in the palace ceiling. They could still visualize that massive hand of black light. The Patriarch's been seized. The Patriarch's been captured. All sorts of terrified cries rang out. But... oh my! This is just... All of the immortal cultivators and dire monsters at Mount Dashcloud stared blankly, heads raised, at the massive arm that stretched far off into the horizons. How could an arm stretch that long? What they didn't know was that Ninefang's true form was that of a bat. If he was to transform back into his true form, it would be more than 10,000 kilometers long. The same was true of Snow Scorpion as well. If he wanted to, he could stretch his arm out to a length of 100,000 kilometers. And if he was to reach the true God or Tao Father level, well, Taoist Three Lives was capable of smashing a major world with his palms. Whoosh! The impossibly long arm was retracted. The bald old man had seized an immortal by the collar with his right hand, and was holding him as easily as he would a chicken. Hey kid, this your master? Nine Fangs pointed at the captured Triscorpion. Emmas? Prince Eastluck's eyes bulged out as he began to stammer. Eastluck! The captured celestial immortal Triscorpion instantly understood when he saw the prince. A look of stunned rage appeared in his eyes. Then he hurriedly said, Senior, this junior is only responsible for protecting the East Phoenix world. I did not intend to offend the two of you at all. My master is true immortal Taoless. Please spare me, seniors. Manor Lord. Nine Fangs looked towards Ji Ning. Release him. Ning nodded. Only then was Triscorpion allowed to land on the ground. He hurriedly rushed 2 steps forward, then delivered a vicious slap against Prince Eastluck's face as he roared furiously. Do you think Mount Dashcloud is a place for you to cause trouble? Do you think these 2 seniors are people you can afford to offend? He slapped the prince 2 more times, then hurriedly turned and smiled ingratiatingly towards Ning and Nine Fangs. Seniors, when you grabbed me just now, I was so terrified that I shattered a message talisman. I'm afraid that my master is going to arrive soon. He had thought that he was in mortal danger, but now it seemed as though these 2 weren't planning to act viciously towards him. Your master, Ning said. This junior's master is true immortal Taoless, Triscorpion said hurriedly. Ning nodded slowly. I've heard of true immortal Taoless' great fame, but I've never met him. It seems I'll have a chance to meet him today. Whoosh! A figure suddenly appeared in the distance. and with it came a loud, clear laugh. This must be the one who slew immortals and fiendgods with his sword as he invincibly dominated the realm war. Fellow Taoist Dark North. Yes? How can this junior be worthy of you personally dealing with him? Fellow Taoist Dark North. You are giving him far too much face. This laughter echoed throughout the wild mountains. Invincibly dominated the realm war? Both Triscorpion and Eastluck were rather dazed. As for the other cultivators, they were simply puzzled, because they had no idea what a realm war even was. Ning glanced towards the newcomer. This was a sloppy-looking youth with a big beard who was flying towards him atop a cloud. His beard was extremely long, but his face looked very young. It made for an odd contrast. Everyone says that true immortal Taoist is uninhibited and unconventional, but in possession of an absolutely merciless tongue. Today I've seen it for myself. I admit that I am at fault. I gave a minor punishment to your disciple, Ning said with a calm laugh. He had heard long ago that true immortal Taoist was a man who said whatever he thought, and that sometimes his words would offend others. But in turn, his straightforward, genuine nature made it so that he made some truly good friends. He was a rather famous figure of the three realms. Hey, that's not what I meant. True immortal Taoist flew over, his sleeves fluttering. For a kid like this to be so brazen and foolish as to offend you? Of course you can kill him if you want. That's completely up to you. What I'm saying is, there's no need for you to dirty your hands. Just say the word and I'll do it for you. Just consider it as me keeping my school clean. Ning was speechless. True immortal Taoist reputedly was uninhibited and sloppy, said what he felt, and was absolutely shameless. It seemed all the stories about him were true. There really weren't many Empyrean gods or true immortals who would say such things in front of their own disciples. Doomed. I'm doomed. Prince Eastluck just sat there, completely dazed. Invincibly dominated the realm war? Is he referring to the realm wars which Master told me about, the ones where countless millions of immortals will gather together in a titanic clash? The realm wars which large numbers of Empyrean gods and true immortals are dying in? This white-robed. He was able to invincibly dominate a realm war. Eastluck was truly dazed now. He couldn't even comprehend what he had done. Even Patriarch Taoist is so humble before him. Clearly, he's far more powerful than Patriarch Taoist. And his subordinate. His subordinate was able to stretch his arm out for thousands of kilometers to capture a celestial immortal? Who is this person? Why did I have to run into him? Why am I so damned unlucky? Prince Eastluck was filled with terror and regret. But alas, if you often walk by the riverside, how can you avoid getting your shoes wet? He had grown accustomed to acting arrogantly, thanks to his status. And today he really had rammed into a steel plate. No. A plate of divine chaos steel. Finished. I'm finished. I'm dead for sure. Dead for sure. Prince Eastluck had gotten used to seeing heads rolling within the imperial palace upon an important figure being angered. This person before him had a status that was far, far beyond his own. It would be simplicity itself for the white-robed youth to crush him to death. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, Ji Ning, Nine Fangs, and true immortal Taoist all soared into the skies, departing from East Phoenix World. Only now did Prince Eastluck regain his senses. They left. Eastluck blinked. I didn't die? Master! Prince Eastluck hurriedly looked towards the nearby celestial immortal Triscorpion. Triscorpion glared daggers at him. Humph! If we did as my Master Taoist suggested, I would wipe you out right now. Wipe me out! Prince Eastluck was horrified. Fortunately, Senior Dark North interceded on your behalf. He said that you didn't have any intentions to kill him. That's the only reason why you've survived this, Triscorpion snapped. But although you shall be spared the death penalty, that doesn't mean you'll go unpunished. It's true that I didn't intend to kill him, Prince Eastluck said hurriedly. I just wanted to shoo him away, after he crippled my subordinate. I was furious with him and planned to lock him up and punish him. Prince Eastluck wasn't an evil person by nature. However, because he had been born into the imperial clan and because of his talent in cultivation, he had been flattered by others all his life and became accustomed to acting in an arrogant, high-handed manner. And after he became a disciple of the sword school, his status had only risen even further. Simply put, he had gotten used to bullying others, which is why he had been so stunned and furious when Ning had crippled his subordinate. How long had it been since someone else had bullied him? After Ning had revealed his true power, Eastluck had instantly been so terrified that he couldn't stop sweating. Fortunately for him, he hadn't planned to kill Ning. If he had, how could Ning possibly not have noticed? If that was the case, Ning wouldn't have interceded on his behalf at all. My master, doubtless, had been planning on expelling you from the school, but Senior Darknorth instead suggested that you be sent to the mortal world instead. You are to serve as a junior servant in a winehouse for 300 years. During these 300 years, you are not to fight back when struck, nor are you to argue when cursed at. Triscorpion laughed coldly. If you disobey, then you will immediately be expelled from the sword school. Prince Eastluck finally let out a sigh of relief. He immediately fell to his knees, then kowtowed towards the skies. Thank you, Senior Darknorth. It would indeed be difficult for him to serve for 3 centuries as a servant in a winehouse, and one who could not fight back when struck or argue when cursed at. But if he was to be expelled from the sword school, in the past, he had offended many with his arrogance. If it wasn't for his status as a disciple of the sword school, he probably would have died without a burial spot long ago. No matter what, he was still a disciple of the sword school. All he had to do was be tempered within the red dust of the mortal world for 3 centuries. Your disciple swears to obey. May the Tao of the heavens bear witness. Prince Eastluck instantly swore an oath. Go. From this day forth, you are no longer a prince. You were nothing more than an ordinary mortal servant. Celestial Immortal Triscorpion flicked his sleeves. Come see me in 300 years. Yes, master. Eastluck immediately left respectfully, then transformed into a streak of light and flew into the skies by himself. Triscorpion couldn't even be bothered to take a second look at this disciple of his. He was a dire monster by birth, and possessed of a strange temperament. In the past, he absolutely doted on Eastluck, but now that Eastluck had caused such a disaster, resulting in him being captured, Triscorpion focused all of his resentment on Eastluck. He no longer felt any positive feelings towards Eastluck at all. If it hadn't been for the fact that Jining and Doubtless had come to an agreement on Eastluck's fate, Triscorpion would have expelled that little bastard from the school already. 3 centuries. Humph. Triscorpion immediately teleported away and disappeared. Even after 3 centuries, when this disciple came back to see him, he wouldn't be in the mood to teach him sincerely. This was because he now detested this disciple of his. This disciple might be talented, which is why Triscorpion had previously favored him, but now, he felt repulsed by him. So what if the kid was talented? How many talented figures would be able to overcome the celestial tribulation? However, no one would have thought that after this arrogant, wayward Prince Eastluck spent 3 centuries as a servant in the mortal world, he would become modest, low-key, humble, and courteous. He was like a piece of rough jade that had been carved and polished until it shone with brilliance. He would overcome his tribulation and become a celestial immortal, then be accepted into the Buddhist Sangha. In fact, during the final end war, he would become a general of the Nuwa Alliance who would fight shoulder to shoulder with Jining. Jining himself would never have imagined this happening, of course. He crippled the first guard because he could sense that the guard had planned to kill him. The prince, however, wasn't beyond saving. Thus, he devised a path that he thought would be able to grind away the prince's arrogance and pride. That was the extent of his considerations. By now, Ning's attention was focused towards his sword arts and his struggle against the Seamless Gate. He had planned to stay on East Phoenix World and train there for 3 or 4 months, but true Immortal Dallas had explained to him that the other 26 worlds only had remnants of the 5 treasures sword arts, whereas Sword Immortal World had the complete version. In other words, all of the remnants could be found within Sword Immortal World. There was no point in wasting time on the other worlds. Ning still felt that the other worlds were worth spending some time on, but he decided that 10 days per world was enough. And so, he began to wander through one minor world after another. Some worlds had sword arts left behind on mountain walls. Others had sword scars left behind on the wild landscape, in the form of rivers and creeks. Still others had sword scars that carved out valleys and gorges within the forests. These had all been left behind in a casual manner by Tao Father Fuju. Star-gold beads in hand, and with Empyrean God Ninefangs by his side, Ning walked and meditated his way through all of the minor worlds. Ning often made progress by comparing the 9 chaos seals to the sword arts. He spent at least 3 or 4 days in each world, up to a maximum of 2 months at most. After he finished wandering the 26th world, a full year had passed. Finally, Ning arrived at the last of the 27 worlds of Fuju. The most important world, Sword Immortal World. Sword Immortal World. There wasn't a single mortal within this minor world. At the very center of this minor world, there were 5 mountain peaks, each one taller than the last. The strange thing was, the first peak was 1,000 kilometers tall, the second was 2,000 kilometers tall. The pattern continued all the way to the 5th, which was 5,000 kilometers tall. For a minor world to have such tall mountains was simply inconceivable. The mountain peaks stabbed high up into the uppermost layer of clouds. The 5 treasure peaks. Ning and Ninefangs appeared in the air amidst them. They stared at the 5 towering mountain peaks. The majestic aura of might and pressure that swept out towards them from the mountain peaks caused Ning to feel startled. Ninefang's face even turned pale for a moment before he was able to steady himself. What a powerful aura! I was caught off guard and felt a bit nauseous just now. Ninefangs said with surprise. Ordinary celestial immortals probably wouldn't be able to endure it. How could the mountain peaks that hold the legendary 5 treasures sword art not be extraordinary? The 5 treasures sword art is the number 1 sword art of the 3 realms. Ning said with a laugh. Auras are invisible and formless. Whether or not you can endure an aura is up to the strength of your Tao heart. Ninefangs, although Empyrean gods don't have to worry about going insane, the Tao heart is still important. You need to work on yours. Ninefangs nodded. Yes, Manor Lord. Of the 7 Empyrean gods under Ning's command, Ninefangs had the weakest foundation. The others had accompanied Taoist 3 lives in countless battles during the primordial era, after all. Back then, Ninefangs had merely been a void-level Fiendgod. He only made his breakthrough within the Starsizer world, and he hadn't experienced many actual battles afterwards. Given that he also didn't have a good master to teach him, he was lacking in many areas. The number 1 sword art of the 3 realms. I heard that it is incomparably marvelous. Ning had heard many legends of the 5 treasures sword art. Each legend was more fanciful than the last. The more legends he heard, the more curious Ning became. Whoosh! Whoosh! Ning and Ninefangs went flying towards the 5 treasure peaks. 3 streaks of light suddenly flew towards the direction of Ning and Ninefangs. Eh? Ning took a careful look, instantly recognizing that one of the 3 was true immortal Taoist. He had never seen the other 2 before. Is this fellow Taoist Ning? A rather ugly-looking man called out. I heard long ago from junior apprentice brother Taoist the fellow Taoist Ning was going to come here. We've been waiting here a long time, but we were unable to find you. My heart was burning with impatience. A handsome youth smiled merrily as he spoke. Ning laughed. I've made the 3 of you wait so long, fellow Taoists. I'm ashamed, quite ashamed. We live right here on Sword Immortal World. We'd still be here even if we weren't waiting for you. The youth laughed. Ning laughed as well. I've already met fellow Taoist Taoists. The muscular fellow must be Empyrean God Hidden Willow, while this one must be the Sword Immortal of the Outer Heavens, fellow Taoist Jimin. I've long heard of fellow Taoist Jimin's illustrious reputation. Today, I finally have the chance to meet you. After Tao Father Fuju had perished, many of his followers had scattered. These days, the Sword School only had 3 Empyrean gods and true immortals left. They were true immortal Taoists, Empyrean God Hidden Willow, and true immortal Jimin. True immortal Jimin had been the first to join the school. Empyrean god Hidden Willow had come later, while true immortal Daolis had been the last. True immortal Jimin possessed truly extraordinary power. There were only 2 individuals in the 3 realms who had mastered the entire 5 treasures sword art. One was a Dao Father, while the other was true immortal Jimin. After he mastered it, he instantly rose in power to become one of the most supreme of true immortals, on par with the likes of Lu Dongbin, and so he was reverently titled the Sword Immortal of the Outer Heavens. So this is fellow Taoist Ji Ning? Fellow Taoist Dark North actually arrived as well. I heard of fellow Taoist Dark North's exploits in the Crimson Bright Realm War. He used his sword to suppress a Dao Father Golem. Fellow Taoist Ji Ning. Suddenly, one voice after another began to ring out as more streaks of light flew towards them. True immortal Daolis hurriedly explained. These are the Empyrean gods and true immortals who are at Sword Immortal World to study the 5 treasures sword art. They naturally are on our side as well. Prior to the storm arriving, Sword Immortal World usually saw thousands of Empyrean gods and true immortals gathering here, with the occasional Dao Father as well. However, now that the storm has arrived, and given that many of the Empyrean gods and true immortals of the 3 realms have already visited this place, there are now very few people here. Aside from the 3 of us and the 2 of you, fellow Taoist Ji Ning, there are 39 other Empyrean gods and true immortals currently present. These individuals all belong to the Nuwa Alliance, and they all knew of Ning. Naturally, they held Ning in high esteem. There were very, very few people who could have an impact on a realm war the way Ning did, after all. Even the likes of Reds now had to join forces with the rest of the 7 Empyrean gods in order to possess such tremendous power. Given that Ning was able to match a Dao Father Golem in might just by commanding 1,000,000 immortals, which Empyrean god or true immortal would dare treat him with discourtesy? Even supreme sword immortals like true immortal Jimin, who had mastered the 5 treasures sword art, treated Ning with great courtesy. After chatting for some time, everyone went their separate ways. They were all here to train in sword arts, after all. This was what truly mattered. There are some other fellow Taoists who you haven't met yet. They should still be busy with their meditations, true immortal Jimin said with a laugh. The 3 leaders of the sword school accompanied Ji Ning and Nine Fangs as they flew forward on a cloud. Right? Ning nodded. I can already see them. He was able to see the 5 towering peaks in the distance. The peaks, the valleys, the distant mountain lakes. There were Empyrean gods and true immortals seated in the lotus position throughout the 5 peaks. All of them were rather casually spread out, and normally none of them would bother each other. That one over there is fellow Taoist Jade Sky, true immortal Jimin said as he pointed to the first mountain peak, where a black-robed man was seated atop a giant boulder. That one over there is fellow Taoist Icefeather. He pointed to a barely visible white-robed youth that was seated in the lotus position deep within a mountain cave. All of them were seated in the lotus position, as unmoving as boulders. It was hard to tell how long they had been there. The 2 of them have given up everything to focus on the 5 treasures sword art, true immortal Jimin said with a sigh. The others are at most observing and studying. They'll occasionally gain an insight, but they aren't truly training. Given up everything? Ning was surprised. Can it be that the 5 treasures sword art really is as terrifying as the legends say? The nearby true immortal Daolis chuckled. Some legends are exaggerated, but other legends don't go far enough. Oh! Both Ning and Nine Fangs listened attentively. The legends regarding the 5 treasures sword art were quite fanciful. Supposedly, not even Dao Fathers would dare to casually train in it. The 5 treasures sword art is indeed incomparably marvelous and mysterious. True immortal Daolis laughed. It is completely different from any other sword art of the 3 realms. Ning nodded. He had noticed this as well. Ning's face changed. True immortal Daolis said softly, all the other Das you have gained insight into, heavenly Das, grand Das, ordinary Das. You will slowly begin to forget them. They will completely vanish from your memories. The more you train in the 5 treasures sword art, the more of the other Das you will forget. Ning nodded slowly. So that's how it is. Ning was puzzled. Training in the 5 treasures sword art will cause your insights into the other Daos to be lost? Is it possible to retrain and regain them after losing them? It's possible, but True Immortal shook his head. When you begin training in the other Daos, you'll begin to gradually lose your insights into the 5 treasures sword arts. What? Ning was shocked. Thus, you have a choice. Either train in the various other Daos or only train in the 5 treasures sword art. True Immortal Jimin chuckled. But of course, if you completely master the entire 5 treasures sword art, it'll be completely memorized as a perfect whole within your mind. You can begin to train in other Daos once more, and by then you will no longer be impacted. Ning nodded. He had heard these stories before, but the 5 treasures sword art truly was too powerful. After mastering it, the speed of one sword would exceed the limitations of the heavenly Daos themselves. True Immortal Jimin, for example, was one of the most supreme true immortals of the 3 realms. Once he broke through to become a Dao Father, he would immediately become a supreme one thanks to his 5 treasures sword art, even though his other insights were comparatively inferior to those of the other Dao Fathers. This was because the speed of his sword would be faster than anything else. This was the reason why the 5 treasures sword art was so alluring. Once you master the entire 5 treasures sword art, you'll be able to enter the cavernous state in the 5th peak which Master left behind. True Immortal Jimin pointed towards the distant tallest peak. Master died in the primordial chaos, but before he entered it, he gave us certain instructions. He said that if something unexpected happened to him, we were to make the 5 treasures sword art available to the public. Any Fiendgod body refiner who has mastered the 5 treasures sword art can enter his cavernous state and receive his most important legacy. Oh! Ning was startled. In the countless years that have passed since Master died, unfathomable numbers of Empyrean gods and true immortals have come here to meditate. Even true gods and Dao Fathers have come here. However, very, very few are willing to give up all their insights into the other Daos and focus solely on the Dao of the sword. This is especially true for key refiners. Once they lose their insights into the Dao, they'll be unable to control the immortal energy within their bodies. They'll begin to go insane and die from the deviant energies. Ning nodded. Key refiner Dao Fathers, for example, they are Dao Fathers because they have mastered a heavenly Dao. But what if they forgot that heavenly Dao? Given how utterly enormous the great firmament energy in their bodies are, once they forgot their Daos, they would be completely unable to control that energy. It would deviate and possibly even detonate, causing their souls to be shattered and destroyed. Thus, amongst key refiners, only sword immortals can train in this sword art, and they have to at least be at the pure Yang True Immortal level. As for Fiendgods, it's true that they can train in it without having to worry about their energy deviating. But the exalted true gods, most of them have trained for countless years and have extremely deep insights into the Dao. How many of them are willing to give up all of their insights? From the primordial era to the modern era, there have been only a total of 3 true gods who have truly come here to train in the 5 treasures sword art. However, Fiendgods by nature are weaker when it comes to comprehension abilities. Those 3 true gods in particularly were not exceptionally talented with regards to the Dao of the sword. It is hard to force your way into getting insights, and so in the end they all gave up, True Immortal Jimin said. In truth, those 3 true gods were some of the weakest amongst their peers, which was why they had been willing to discard everything to train in this art. They had thought that if they gained this astonishing sword art which allowed the speed of their swords to surpass the limits of the Dao of the heavens, they would instantly become some of the most powerful true gods alive. But alas, they had no talent in this field, and so it was too difficult for them to succeed. Take Ji Ning as an example. He was able to advance very rapidly in the Dao of the sword, but if he trained to train in the Grand Dao of time, he would most likely progress at an unbearably slow rate. The 2 who truly succeeded in mastering it were both key refiners. I am one of them, the other is Dao Father Holy Flame. Because both of us are key refiners, neither of us were able to receive Master's legacy. However, Dao Father Holy Flame can now be considered the number 1 sword immortal of the 3 realms. True Immortal Jimin said with a laugh. Ning nodded. Tao Father Holy Flame had grown up in a peculiar way. His mother had been a celestial immortal known as Princess Iron Fan, while his father had been an Empyrean god known as the Bull Demon King, one of the 7 great dire monster saints of the primordial era. Tao Father Holy Flame had been born with tremendous talent in fire, and had thus been known as the Red Boy. Thanks to his incredible talent, he had smoothly sailed through his cultivation to become a celestial immortal, and the Samadhi true fire he nourished in his body was especially powerful. In the end, he became apprenticed to the Buddhist Guanyin and had become her follower. Eventually, the primordial era ended and the 3 realms were born. He ended up breaking through to become a pure Yang true immortal. After Tao Father Fuju died, he came to meditate on the 5 treasures sword art, and he was absolutely crazy in his training. Buddhism, his parents, he discarded and forgot about all such things. And he actually managed to succeed in one go. After he mastered the 5 treasures sword art, his power and status instantly skyrocketed. He then spent centuries to painstakingly regain the grand Taos which he had forgotten. More than 30,000 years after he mastered the 5 treasures sword art, he mastered the heavenly Tao of fire and became a Tao Father. After that, he became known by the exalted title of Tao Father Holy Flame. He personally welcomed his mother Iron Fan back home, but he didn't pay much attention to the Bull Demon King. In addition, his sword had become the fastest sword of all the 3 realms. Many immortals and fiendgods believed him to be the #1 sword immortal of the 3 realms. However, Tao Father Holy Flame's foundation was a bit weak, as he had only mastered a single heavenly Tao, the heavenly Tao of fire. Even his sword force was merely at the 4th stage, and he had yet to reach the 5th stage. Thus, not everyone agreed that he was the #1 sword immortal. Clearly, however, he was one of the most supreme Tao Fathers around. Those who were more powerful than him during the primordial era now had to treat him with reverence. This was one of the marvels of time. Perhaps, in the future, a young fellow who was currently weak would end up becoming so powerful that Holy Flame himself would have to treat him with reverence. You now know about all the pros and cons of the 5 elements sword art. True Immortal Jimin looked towards Ning. It's up to you whether you wish to train in it or not. Ning nodded. He had heard these legends long ago. The only difference today made was that he now knew a bit more than he had in the past. In truth, the year he had spent on the other worlds was a testament to Ning's decision. He was going to embark on the path of the sword immortal, and that path alone. For the sake of the 5 treasures sword art, Ning had long ago decided to give up his insights into the grand Tao of the water drop and the other Taos. Right now, the reason he was powerful was because of his heart force and his divine abilities, such as the star-seizing hand and the 8-9 arcane art. He wouldn't forget any of them. The only things he would forget were his insights into the Tao. We won't disturb you any further. True Immortal Jimin and the other 2 immediately left. Nine Fangs, I'm going to go take a look at the 5 treasures sword art. If there's nothing urgent, don't interrupt me, Ning said. Nine Fangs hurriedly assented. The 5 treasure peaks were ancient beyond belief. A complete version of the #1 sword art of the 3 realms, the 5 treasures sword art, had been left behind on them, giving them an aura of being even more exalted than the Tao of the heavens. Solitude. Stillness. The aura and presence emanating from the 5 treasure peaks was enough to ensure that neither birds nor bugs could survive here. The only living creatures here were the 40+ Empyrean gods and true immortals, but given how vast the 5 treasure peaks were, the cultivators weren't particularly eye-catching. It really is rare to find such a quiet place. Jining landed, then stood there upon the wilderness, head raised as he stared at the crisscrossing sword stances that had been left atop the distant mountain cliffs. Phew! Ning's heart clenched as a series of sword techniques began to flood into his brain. This sword art was ancient, profound, and beyond the heavenly Taos themselves. Ning transformed into a streak of light, charging back downwards. As he landed on the ground, he pointed off into the distance. Instantly, the power of heaven and earth began to activate, quickly causing an ordinary thatched cottage to take form. Ning stepped into it, then sat down into the lotus position. He faced the 5 treasure peaks, then closed his eyes and began to think back to what he had seen. The sword stances began to replay through his mind as he began to attempt to fathom them. Ning knew what his advantages were and what his disadvantages were. He had been tremendously lucky, as he had the chance to learn divine abilities like the 8-9 arcane art and the star-seizing hand. These 2 divine abilities were already enough to allow him to stand at the very peak of power for Empyrean gods. But his goal wasn't to be a powerful Empyrean god. It was to become a true god and a Tao Father. During the final End War, one had to have the power of a true god or a Tao Father in order to be of use. In addition, he had to become a supremely powerful true god and Tao Father. In fact, he wanted to try to work hard to reach the level of the leaders of the Taoist path and the Buddhist Sangha, or even the level of Nuwa and Pangu. But how was he supposed to reach this level? Ning knew very well that compared to the other major powers, his greatest weakness was that he hadn't trained for very low. This was a tremendous disadvantage. The storm had already begun to press down upon them, and the final, terrifying explosion wouldn't be too far off. He didn't actually have that much time. If he wanted to take things step by step, first mastering the various grand Taos and then slowly work on the heavenly Tao of water, then the rest of the 5 elements so as to reach the level of Lord Buddha or Taoist 3 purities, without question it would take an unfathomable amount of time. He didn't have enough time. What could he do? His only choice was to make a lateral thrust, to make an unconventional gambit. His greatest talent currently lay in heart force. The heart was an invisible, formless thing, but it was possible to make great breakthroughs in it. Right now, Ning had already reached the 4th stage in heart force. If he was to reach the 5th stage, he would instantly be comparable to the most supreme of Tao Fathers. Long ago, Hui had reached the 5th stage of heart force as an Empyrean god and thus became capable of killing true gods and Tao Fathers. Master Subhuti believed that Ning's talent with the sword was even greater than his talent in heart force. Supposedly, if sword force reached the 5th stage, it would be no weaker than heart force of the 5th stage. But how was he to reach such a level? The best choice was to train in the number 1 sword art of the 3 realms, the 5 treasures sword art. The 5 treasures sword art was even capable of allowing the speed of his sword to exceed the limitations of the heavenly Taos. It would definitely allow him to be the most powerful figure amongst his peers. Even if his peers also mastered 5th stage sword force, if he mastered the 5 treasures sword art, he would still be far more powerful than them. I'll walk these 2 paths simultaneously. So long as one of them succeeds, I, Ji Ning, will stand at the very peak of the 3 realms. Ning knew very well that both paths were extremely difficult paths to walk. But if you wanted to stand at the top, how could you avoid taking a difficult path? Others wouldn't even have the chance to make an attempt like this. Ning had both the chance and the necessary talent. Of course he had to go all out. Not just for himself. It was also for his family, for his loved ones. If he didn't have enough power, not only would he be doomed, even Bright Moon and the others would find it hard to survive. This was the reason why, in times of peace, thousands of Empyrean gods and true immortals would come here to cultivate, with each cultivation session often lasting 1,000,000 years or even longer. Time passed one day after the other. The entire 5 treasure peaks were completely silent. All of the Empyrean gods and true immortals were as silent as deadwood, completely focused on the sword. The Tao is slipping away. Ning opened his eyes. The Tao was vanishing from his mind, one strand at a time. No matter how hard Ning tried to recollect those memories, he was unable to do so. They had truly been lost. Continue. Ning shut his eyes, continuing his meditations. If he lost his other Taos, he lost them. For the sake of the sword, it would all be worth it. The 5 treasures sword art was more detailed, but its power was also a bit weaker. It made sense, truth be told. The 9 chaos seals, not even Taoist 3 purities or Mother Nuwa, prior to the destruction of the primordial era, had been able to completely master them. The 5 treasures sword art, however, had been created by Tao Father Fujiu. Just by comparing them, it was clear which one was superior. However, both transcended the Tao of the heavens, and so they could be compared to each other. Finally, I've lost the grand Tao of the water drop. Midway through his training, Ning suddenly could sense that his grand Tao of the water drop was no longer perfect and complete. He paused for a moment, but then he once more began to calmly continue his meditations. The Tao continued to leak away from him in tiny strands, but his understanding of the 5 treasures sword art grew increasingly refined. 5 treasures, 5 treasures. Ning rose to his feet, walking out of the thatched cottage. He raised his head to stare at the distant first peak, then sighed softly to himself. It truly is a treasure. Only when you truly begin to train in it will you understand how vast and marvelous it is. I really have no idea how Tao Father Fuju could have developed such an unfathomably powerful sword art in the past. How could a major power like him have perished in such a silent, noiseless manner? Tao Father Fuju's death was a mystery. He was so formidable. How could he have perished? Why was it that before he went into the primordial chaos, he intentionally left behind his legacy within the 5th peak? It was as though he knew that there was a chance he would die. Did he encounter outsiders in the primordial chaos who killed him? Or did he encounter a mysterious, dangerous area within the infinite primordial chaos, which he had to enter despite the danger? Ning was unable to come up with the answer, and so he stopped guessing. The primordial chaos was simply too vast and mysterious. The 9 chaos seals themselves had come from the primordial chaos. Come out! A dark north sword emerged, appearing in Ning's hands. He began to execute the sword art. He didn't use any of his immortal energy or his divine power. He was like an ordinary mortal training with the sword, chopping, piercing, slashing, deflecting. These were the most basic of sword stances, but in Ning's hands they seemed to flow together like water. As Ning continued with his swordplay, a layer of white gold light began to appear atop his sword. The dazzling white gold halo caused his sword to possess inconceivable might. It made his sword faster, sharper. Even space itself began to crackle and tear. This was the 2nd stage of sword force, the dazzling sun stage. The 1st stage of sword force was known as the silver moon stage, because at this stage a layer of silvery white light would appear atop the sword. So, without even realizing it, I've already reached the 2nd stage of sword force. Ning laughed. Mount Inner Heart. Within the Taoist monastery, Subhuti sat there with his eyes closed. In truth, he was watching over the entire 3 realms. The 3 realms were currently in a state of chaos. As the most accomplished expert of the 3 realms in the art of spacetime, Subhuti would naturally keep an eye on all places. Eh? Subhuti opened his eyes, a trace of a smile within them. This disciple of mine has actually reached the 2nd stage of sword force. I imagine that he's probably calmed down by now. It's time to let him exchange blows with the seamless gate. Given Subhuti's abilities, he had long ago found some suitable headquarters of the seamless gate for Ji Ning to act against. However, if he always let Ji Ning attack so furiously, Ji Ning would probably die in his fury. Thus, Subhuti wanted to ensure that he was in control of the general tempo of things. He wouldn't let Ji Ning get involved in an excessive slaughter, but he had to allow Ji Ning to reach his goal of forcing the seamless gate to bow its head. Thus, Subhuti needed to handle things with precision. The towering 5 treasures peaks. Ji Ning was staring at the sword stances engraved upon the mountainside of the 1st peak, sensing the sword intent radiating from it. Suddenly, the space around him turned blurry as an old man in Taoist robes suddenly manifested. Master! Ning immediately called out respectfully upon seeing him. Work hard to learn the 5 treasures sword art. If you master it, you'll have a greater chance to survive the storm, Subhuti said with a laugh. Now, prior to this, you said you wished to act against the seamless gate, I believe? Ning's eyes lit up. He nodded repeatedly. Yes. The seamless gate is spread across the 3 realms. Some worlds have more experts, some worlds have fewer. Subhuti continued, realms such as the one Crimsonbright ruled over are comparatively weak. Your homeland, the Grand Xia, for example, Prior to the Seamless Gate's actions, there were almost no Empyrean gods or true immortals within it. Ning nodded repeatedly. Master, I want to go to the major worlds of supreme powers. Killing loose immortals and celestial immortals won't affect the Seamless Gate that much, unless I kill an absolutely enormous amount of them. I'm going to be launching sneak attacks. There's not going to be enough time for me to kill that many of them. That's why I want to primarily focus on Empyrean gods and true immortals. Only the deaths of Empyrean gods and true immortals would cause heartache for the Seamless Gate. In the three realms, the strongest force on our side is that of the human race, Subhuti said. The human race is led by the three emperors of mankind, Suiren, Fuxi, and Shinnong. The three of them are on the same level as the leaders of the Taoist path and Buddhist Sangha. Second to them are the 5 monarchs. These 5 monarchs were all former rulers of the human race. The final one, Xiayu, completely unified all humans under his rule. Only then did they all become true rulers. Ever since then, the primordial imperial clan which rules the human race has been led by the Xia clan. Ning nodded. He knew that during the primordial era, Xiayu had tamed the floods with his divine abilities, blessing the lands with kindness and benevolence. Even the 3 emperors acknowledged him and supported him, causing his rule to become even more stable and firm. And of course, Xiayu himself possessed tremendous power. How could someone be considered a monarch of the human race be weak? Even Ning's own senior apprentice brother, Sun Wukong, had acquired the golden staff he used from Xiayu, who had made it for him. Thus, in terms of major worlds, the major worlds which are controlled by the primordial imperial clan are all extremely powerful. The Seamless Gate has stationed many troops in those worlds, and the battles between the experts there are all incredibly savage. If you attack, the Seamless Gate will immediately send their vast armies to tie you down. I recommend that you do not go there, Subhuti said. Ning understood. The battlegrounds between the primordial imperial clan and the Seamless Gate were some of the most terrifying places of the entire 3 realms. Both sides had concentrated enormous amounts of power there. The realms ruled over by the other 4 monarchs, however, are comparatively much weaker. But of course, they are still much stronger than the Crimson Bright realm, Subhuti said. Which of the realms ruled over by the other 4 monarchs would you like to go to? Which one? Any one of them works, Ning said hurriedly. He just wanted to kill the Seamless Gate's people. The location didn't really matter. One of the major worlds under Monarch Xianxia, the Winter Herald world, holds young Flame Freak within it. He has a total of 18 clones spread throughout the 3 realms, with 16 of them being within the Winter Herald world, Subhuti said. Although young Flame Freak's life-preserving methods were formidable, they were nothing to Subhuti. Ning's eyes lit up. Does the Winter Herald world have many Empyrean gods and true immortals within it? Although war has yet to come to the Winter Herald world, the Seamless Gate has a total of 9 Empyrean gods and true immortals already stationed there, Subhuti said. Ning sighed in amazement. Monarch Xianxia was one of the 5 monarchs who had once ruled over the human race. Naturally, he had many powerful human experts following him. He himself was also exceedingly powerful, and in truth, the Kindwater clan was a branch of Xianxia's clan. But of course, the Kindwater clan was on a lower level than the Shimong clan, much like how Monarch Xianxia was on a lower level than Monarch Xiayu. 9 Empyrean gods and true immortals, fine. I choose this world. Ning nodded. This is a map of the forces of the Seamless Gate that are spread throughout the entire Xianxia realm. Subhuti handed over a furled scroll to Ning, then instructed, "But you must not tarry over long in each battle. Your disciple understands." Ning nodded. "Hurry up and look at it, then destroy it," Subhuti instructed. Ning immediately opened up and began to memorize the contents of the scroll. The scroll had very detailed notes regarding the disposition of forces of both sides across the 39 major worlds of the Xianxia realm. The locations of the 16 clones of Young Flame Freak were all marked out as well. Whoosh! Ning flared the divine power in his hands, reducing the scroll to dust. "Good." Subhuti nodded, then disappeared into thin air. A hint of a killing intent flashed past Ning's eyes. The time has finally come. Nine Fangs. Ning's form blurred momentarily. Then he appeared next to Nine Fangs, who was napping next to a nearby thatched cottage. Manor Lord. Nine Fangs hurriedly woke up and rose to his feet. Go back to the Starsizer world for now, Ning instructed, and carry out the plan as we previously discussed. Nine Fangs instantly understood what Ning was planning. Yes, Nine Fangs said respectfully. He then allowed Ning to pull him directly into the Starsizer world. By now, after Ning had completely mastered and bound the Star-Seizing Manor, Ning realized that the Starsizer world was actually hidden within a special region of the Star-Seizing Manor. Mother Nuwa had actually created the Starsizer world in that region. He was now completely capable of drawing others straight into the Starsizer world or teleporting people out from it. There was no need to go through the Star-Seizing Manor first, though of course this was only possible because he had already fully bound it. The Xianxia realm, the Winter Herald Major World. Winter Herald was the world where the great army which monarch Xianxia had once used to unify the human race, the Winter Herald army, was stationed. The various matters of the Winter Herald world were all decided upon by the general and the deputy general of the army. Normally, this was quite a peaceful world, but ever since the Seamless Gate had begun to infiltrate it, a large number of minor clashes had begun to erupt, causing the Winter Herald world to become rather chaotic. But of course, these were all small-scale battles. They were still far away from launching the campaign against this major world, to say nothing of launching a realm war. A war against Monarch Xianxia, one of the 5 monarchs of the primordial imperial clan, would definitely come towards the very end of the campaign against the 3,000 major worlds. The only thing the Seamless Gate was doing right now was tying down his forces, preventing him from being able to easily reinforce the other Dao Fathers. This really is a different place. Ning stood atop a mountain peak, staring at the vast world. His heart force had spread out to cover it long ago. Heart force, ephemeral and invisible. One had to reach the 4th stage to be able to cover an entire world with it. Most importantly of all, there was almost no way to sense someone else's heart force, as it was completely traceless. The only possible way was to possess heart force on the same level. For example, when Ning had made his breakthrough on the Grand Xia, he had unconsciously spread his heart force out to cover the entire Grand Xia without Dao Father Ink Bamboo or Dao Father Crimson Bright noticing it. This was because, although they were born as a true god and a true fiend of tremendous power, they weren't particularly strong in heart force. Neither had reached the 4th level. Old Man Yuan and some of the supreme major powers, in turn, had only reached the 4th stage of heart force. Only Hui had ever reached the 5th stage. Of course, the God King of the Seamless Gate would have been able to notice that Ning had spread his heart force out. But the God King had been in the 5th world, not the Grand Xia. He was able to watch the battle and mentally converse with Dao Father Ink Bamboo through sending his core sense out through the void and into the Grand Xia. But core sense alone wouldn't be able to discover heart force. The Winter Herald world is actually very tightly governed and ruled. The celestial immortals and fiendgods are all arranged into armies. Ning sighed internally. The Grand Xia only formed immortal armies when forced to do so, but the army of Monarch Xianxia has existed since the primordial era. I imagine that their teamwork is far superior as well. Right? First, I'll go wipe out the 16 clones of Young Flame Freak. Young Flame Freak truly is a cautious fellow. On the surface, he appears to be accompanying Azure Fox in the Crimson Bright realm, but his other bodies were squirreled away here at the Xianxia realm. Ning's body transformed as he used the 8-9 arcane art, instantly becoming a bit taller. He now had the aura of a celestial immortal. Swoosh. Ning disappeared into thin air. The Winter Herald world. The Seamless Gate had 3 headquarters here, each of which had 3 Empyrean gods and true immortals guarding over them, along with many immortals and layers of formations. Even if the experts of the Winter Herald world assaulted them, they would be able to hold on. Aside from these 3 headquarters, there were also 182 bases spread throughout the world. These bases could be withdrawn or abandoned at a moment's notice, or be used to launch sneak attacks when needed. They were more than enough to create chaos throughout the Winter Herald world. To the Winter Herald world, however, these bases were like ants that would occasionally give them a bite. But if they were to actually attack those bases, given the Seamless Gate's intelligence abilities, the bases would be instantly evacuated. And, most importantly of all, those bases were so weak that they weren't really worth annihilating. Humph. Yeah. Keep on killing. So many of us died during the Crimson Bright Realm War, and now you want us to go kill others. An ugly old man was eating some meat, a cold light in his eyes. Still, I don't really mind. Even if I lose another one of my clone, I'll still have my 16 clones hiding here safe and sound. The Xianxia realm, I imagine that the war will only come here at the very end. That's going to be quite some time from now. When it comes, I'll slink off to a different realm. The two alliances were battling each other, and there was nowhere for the celestial immortals to run. He had to have a legal status somewhere. The Crimson Bright realm was very far away from the Xianxia realm. Given that young flame freak had been very low-key in the Xianxia, there had only been a very low number of celestial immortals who had ever seen him. His clones in the Winter Herald world were similarly low-key, and the number of celestial immortals who encountered him was similarly low. Only someone who had previously met him in person before would be able to tell that these were his clones. But clearly, young Flame Freak hadn't been that unlucky thus far. He had been hidden for countless years with the false identity of Immortal Blood Fiend. This was a publicly acknowledged persona, and no one suspected that there was a connection between Immortal Blood Fiend and young Flame Freak. Now that he had joined the Seamless Gate and had been inserted here, he was quite low-key. Young Flame Freak was very famous, but only had 2 clones. One public, one hidden. Immortal Blood Fiend was almost unknown. He had 1 public clone and 15 hidden ones for a total of 16. This storm is supposedly going to be a very dangerous one, but perhaps I'll be able to survive yet again. Humph, of what use is power? Staying alive is what matters. Jining, I can't be bothered to deal with you. You have already displayed your brilliance and your sharpness. Now, let's see if you'll be able to survive the storm. Young Flame Freak munched on his meat and guzzled his wine in a very relaxed manner. I'm not going to go too crazy in defending this base. Some of the other bases are much more brash than me. The Winter Herald world will go after them first, not me. However, my base isn't a weak one either. The Seamless Gate will have no grounds to blame me. How pleasant. When he thought about how the other immortals and Fiendgods were risking their lives, and how many had died in the Realm War, young Flame Freak felt even more self-satisfied at how clever he was. Staying alive is what really young Flame Freak's face suddenly changed. And enemies attacking? Wait, that doesn't make sense. There shouldn't be any attacks against me. Young Flame Freak immediately flew out, having no time to worry about anything else. This was a fairly small base with just a single celestial immortal protecting it, young Flame Freak. It was similar to the Myriad Demon's cavern base which Ning had rescued Mu North Sun out of. That place also had just a single celestial immortal within it. This was on purpose. The relative weakness of each base made it easier for them to relocate as necessary, without paying much of a price. Who is it? There were groups of roving guards within the base, as well as some black-robed figures in the distance. The black-robed figures all had auras at the loose immortal or earth immortal level. For ordinary immortal cultivators, a place like this was an absolute devil's den. But to Ji Ning, this place normally wouldn't be worth his time at all. His target was the guardian of this base. Young Flame Freak. An enemy has barged in. Attack. It's a celestial immortal. Surround and attack him. The base was tightly guarded, and as soon as Ning used a greater teleportation to bypass the formations, he was instantly discovered. Attack! The group of black-robed figures instantly set up a great formation, beginning to attack Ning en masse. All of them were loose immortals, and some of them were comparable in power to loose immortals who had survived for 1,000,000 years. If they joined forces, they were absolutely capable of battling a celestial immortal. Unfortunately for you, I'm not a celestial immortal, Ning sighed to himself. Whoosh! A giant flag appeared in Ning's hands, brimming with menace. This flag was a transformation of one of the 36 heavens created by the 3,600 star gold beads. This protocosmic spirit treasure could change form at will, and it possessed tremendous power. Ning enjoyed using it very much. Attack! Tie him down. Once Immortal Bloodfiend arrives, he'll be dead, right? Immortal Bloodfiend is incredibly powerful. No ordinary celestial immortal can match him. Tie him down. The black-robed figures were all valiant and fearless. They formed together into an enormous black dragon, attempting to tie Ning down for now. Ning held up the giant flag, pointing the tip of the flagpole towards them. Such hollow, meaningless attacks. Ning stood there in the air, moving lightning fast as he charged into the base. The flag in his hands swept outwards like an immortal sword, causing golden light to appear in the skies. As for the black-robed figures who were in formation, every single one of their chests was pierced straight through. Bang! 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 As Ning advanced, the flag in his hands stabbed through the chests of 9 of the black-robed figures. They were crushed like ants, all 9 of them dying on the spot. The great formation was instantly dispersed. Who dares to barge into the forbidden grounds? An ugly old man charged out with a hideous roar, surrounded by the stench of blood. "My lord! My lord!" The surrounding guards felt as though their savior had come. They all called out hurriedly towards him. They had been utterly terrified just now. The only reason they had dared to battle Ning was because they had a formation, but even the formation was useless against him. Faced with such a supremely powerful celestial immortal, they no longer dared to fight back at all. "Name yourself," the ugly old man said coldly. Ning stood there in midair, staring at the ugly old man. He recognized him as young Flame Freak right away. He had personally seen young Flame Freak before, after all. Ning laughed coldly, then said angrily, "The Seamless Gate killed my loved ones. Now that my power has increased, I'm gonna wipe you all out. If I find one, I'll kill one. If I find 2, I'll kill a pair. I'll make the Seamless Gate regret what it did." "All by yourself?" the ugly old man snickered. "The Seamless Gate isn't something the likes of you can offend. I urge you to leave right away. Otherwise, don't blame me for showing no mercy. Leave? In your dreams." Ning charged straight towards young Flame Freak. In his heart, young Flame Freak was cursing to himself. "What horrible luck. I actually ran into a madman who wants revenge. The Seamless Gate has harmed countless people throughout the 3 realms. There are far, far too many people with grudges against it. This is a celestial immortal who I've never even seen before. He must have been harmed by the Seamless Gate in the past. Now that he's broken through to become a celestial immortal, he's gone mad for revenge. There are so many bases in the Winter Herald world. Why the hell did he have to choose mine? What horrible luck." He felt extremely unhappy, but since his foe was already attacking, young Flame Freak didn't dare to take him lightly. He produced a blood-colored horsetail whisk in his hand, then swept the whisk forward, transforming it into 3,000 blood serpents that surged towards Ning. Whoosh! The giant flag in Ning's hands fluttered. The flagpole was still merely as thick as a palm, but suddenly it expanded to become 3,000 meters long. It struck out lightning fast, stabbing straight into young Flame Freak's chest with a piercing sound. As for those 3,000 blood serpents, how could they possibly stop the might of this banner of the heavens? You? Young Flame Freak's eyes bulged out as he stared towards Ning in disbelief. His heart was filled with utter rage. He's close to a pure young true immortal in power? He absolutely is extremely close to that level. Why is my luck so horrible? A random attacking celestial immortal ends up having close to the power of a pure young true immortal. His treasure is an extraordinary one as well. It has to be a protocosmic spirit treasure. What horrible luck. Thank goodness I have many other clones. He shouldn't be able to find the place where my other clones are hidden. Young Flame Freak gave Ning a cold glare, then died. "My lord! Quick, flee! His lordship is dead." Everyone began to panic. The giant flag in Ning's hands swept forward. Boom! The flag of the heavens contained a world within it, and he immediately dragged all of the servants of the Seamless Gate's base inside that world. In fact, He even absorbed some of the local palaces and structures into the flag of the heavens. Within the world inside the flag. What is this place? Where are we? This was an empty world. The immortal cultivators and fiend gods of the Seamless Gate were all terrified. Rumble. Two vigorous streams of power surged through the skies, forming a pair of enormous millstones above and below them. These two giant millstones began to grind down towards the people between them, as the spatial millstones began to crush down. Splat, splat, splat. The servants all perished. Even the fiend gods were completely slain and destroyed, and one of the bracelets worn by one of the fiend gods was completely smashed apart. That fiend god's other treasures, however, were left unharmed. What's going on? One old man after another began to appear. Each of them had different appearances, but their auras were all identical to Young Flame Freak's aura. There was a total of 14 of them. Young Flame Freak's 14 clones stared at their surroundings. Instantly, the looks on their faces changed. My 14 clones have been captured. Young Flame Freak instantly understood, then began to panic. How is this possible? That fiend god was just an ordinary fiend god, and his bracelet was just an ordinary heaven-ranked storage treasure. Generally speaking, powerful immortals wouldn't deign to act against such puny fiend gods. Even if they did, they wouldn't go so far as to destroy a heaven-ranked treasure. But of course he had no idea. That Ning knew exactly where he was. Patriarch Subhoodie had told Ning long ago. Thus, there was no chance for Young Flame Freak to escape at all. Boom! The millstones once more came smashing down, and so the 14 celestial immortal clones were all crushed within this supreme protocosmic spirit treasure. It must be understood that Ning was using his true immortal energy in controlling these treasures. Even Empyrean gods and true immortals would perish if they were trapped within this star gold bead, to say nothing of Young Flame Freak. The internal crushing power of the star gold beads of the heavens was no lower than the power of the 8 Fires Chinquan world. Most importantly of all, once you entered it, there was no way out. Empyrean gods might be able to endure the crushing power for a period of time, but they wouldn't be able to endure it forever. The Winter Herald world. Within Iron Soldier Hall, one of the 3 major headquarters of the Seamless Gate. This was a massive, towering edifice that was completely built using enormous swords, sabers, staffs, and other weapons. It had the appearance of a countless number of weapons plunged deep into the earth, but in reality all of the weapons were parts of a single titanic formation. They were shaped as weapons for cosmetic purposes only. Immortal Blood Fiend suffered an attack. Within the main hall of Iron Soldier Hall. This was a grand hall that was shaped like an enormous axe. A middle-aged man was solemnly staring at a midair mirror as 2 other Empyrean gods and true immortals hastened over. Immortal Blood Fiend suffered an attack. These are the scenes from just now. Take a look. The leader of Iron Soldier Hall, true immortal Iron Soldier, spoke out. His power was significantly stronger than the power of the other 2, so he naturally became the temporary leader of the group. However, each headquarters only had a total of 3 Empyrean gods or true immortals, and so there really wasn't much of a difference in status. Oh! The other 2 consisted of a male golden-armored Empyrean god and a female pink-robed true immortal. The 2 appeared to be quite intimate with each other. Clearly, they were a couple. They were known as the Gold-Red Couple, and they had a bit of a reputation in the 3 realms. They were fairly average in terms of power, but had a bit of a reputation for a rather unsavory reason. Empyrean god Goldspear had thousands of concubines, while true immortal Redflower had more than 10,000 male lovers. The 2 of them really were a perfect pair for each other. The gold-red couple stared towards the midair mirror, which was replaying the scenes from earlier. The Seamless Gate killed my loved ones. Now that my power has increased, I'm gonna wipe you all out. If I find one, I'll kill one. If I find 2, I'll kill a pair. I'll make the Seamless Gate regret what it did. The Mirroring's eyes were filled with madness. And then he immediately attacked Young Flame Freak. Took only one stance, and Young Flame Freak was wiped out. He then completely uprooted and destroyed the entire base. I've never seen this celestial immortal before, but he's quite handsome. True immortal Redflower nibbled her lips, an interested look in her eyes. Yes, he's new. He must have come out from some backwater place. Most likely, he just broke through from being a void-level Earth immortal. But for him to have such power means that he must have had some special encounters. That flagpole is particularly powerful. It may well be a protocosmic spirit treasure. Empyrean God Gold Spear evaluated. In short, this is just a person who deeply hates our seamless gate, and who was lucky enough to break through to become a celestial immortal. He doesn't really matter. Immortal Blood Fiend can only curse his own terrible luck. For him to have been chosen by this celestial immortal. He has close to the power of a pure Yang True Immortal. Can't be too overconfident in dealing with him, True Immortal Iron Soldier said. Agreed. Want me to go capture him? True Immortal Redflower had a greedy look in eyes. She stared at the image of Ning as though she wanted to devour him. He's already left that base. For now, his whereabouts are unknown. True Immortal Iron Soldier said. If I use Core Sense to search for him, I'll probably disturb the Winter Herald army. Let's just watch for now. Now that we are on guard, if we notice the Celestial Immortal attacking any of our other bases, Goldspear, you are an Empyrean God. Teleport straight to him and execute him. It'll only take me a single spear strike to kill him. Empyrean God Goldspear laughed in a disdainful manner. True Immortal Iron Soldier felt resigned. It was his bad luck to have been assigned into a team with these two. Still, this was what his superiors had arranged. There was nothing he could do. How did you find me? Young Flame Freak stared in terror at the Celestial Immortal in front of him. Just now, his other 15 clones had been slaughtered by this Celestial Immortal. He had a total of 16 clones within this world, with only Immortal Blood Fiend being a public figure. The other 15 had all been hidden. The 14 hidden within the magic treasure were all dead. And now, even the last one had been located. Young Flame Freak. You are the reason I am here. A cold voice rang out. Who are you? Young Flame Freak stared towards the man before him in disbelief. It seems you've offended many people. You aren't even able to guess at who I am. Ji Ning stood there, his face and his aura beginning to completely change back to normal. The reason why he had used the 8-9 arcane art was so that he wouldn't rattle the Empyrean gods and true immortals of the Seamless Gate, giving him the chance to first execute the 16 clones of Young Flame Freak. If he hadn't hidden his true identity and had gone straight for Young Flame Freak, the Seamless Gate would have grown cautious and their Empyrean gods and true immortals might have immediately slipped away. If he had gone for them first instead, the Tao Fathers behind the Seamless Alliance would have been alerted, at which point Ning wouldn't have the time needed to deal with Young Flame Freak. Ji Ning. Young Flame Freak couldn't believe it. He hurriedly said in terror, Spare me, spare my life. He had a total of 18 clones. 16 were hidden here while the other 2 were in the Crimson Bright realm. The Xianxia realm was fairly safe, but the Seamless Gate had already lost the war for the Crimson Bright realm. The 2 clones he had hidden there were in grave danger, but he didn't dare disobey the Seamless Gate's orders. As for creating new clones, it must be understood that every single clone of his was an extraordinary one, comparable to his true body. So long as one survived, he would remain alive. But in turn, the creation of these clones required a very long period of time. The storm had already descended. He simply didn't have enough time at all. Thus, once these 16 were destroyed, only the final 2 would be remaining. If they died as well, then he would be truly dead. So long as you spare me, I can give all of the bugs that I've been raising to you. All of them, Young Flame Freak said frantically. And protocosmic spirit treasures. I can give them to you as well. Just die. Ning coldly stabbed out with the flagpole in his hands, and it pierced straight through Young Flame Freak's chest. The difference in power between the 2 was simply too great. Young Flame Freak wasn't able to resist at all. No! Young Flame Freak was filled with terror and rage. When you die, your treasures will become mine regardless. Ning casually ripped the flagpole out of Young Flame Freak's body, and the soul in that body dispersed. Wiping out the 16 clones of young Flame Freak is just the appetizer. Soon, I will start preparing for the main course. Ning's gaze was cold as he turned to look at the other clones. His true targets were the Empyrean gods and true immortals. They were what really mattered in this war for karmic luck. They were able to command armies of immortals and fiendgods, and were able to use incredibly powerful spells and magic treasures. Only when they were the commanders would the armies of immortals and fiendgods possess truly shocking levels of power. Without them at the head, those armies would be much weaker. The three realms only had so many Empyrean gods and true immortals. Every single loss would be noticed and felt by the Seamless Gate. If 10 were to die, that would be more than enough to cause heartache for the Seamless Gate. The Starsizer world. A vast, desolate wilderness. Ning appeared out of nowhere in midair. Respectful greetings to you, Manor Lord. An awe-inspiring sea of celestial immortals and loose immortals all fell to their knees upon seeing Ning. Manor Lord. Empyrean God Reds now and the rest of the 7 all bowed as well. The reason why Ning had sent Ninefangs back to the Starsizer world was naturally to have the people here get ready for battle. They had made their preparations for war long ago. My star-seizing manor has been hidden for many years now. The 3 realms have long since forgotten our might and our name. As for you, you have lived here within the star-seizing world for countless years. Now, it is time for you to show the 3 realms your fangs. Ning spoke in an icy voice as he stared at the horde of immortals. Fight! Fight! A heaven-shaking roar rang out from the mouths of the countless immortals. Their eyes were all blazing with eager fire. They had always known that the 3 realms were just outside, but never had the chance to actually go out. They had been sealed in here for far, far too long. The other immortals of the 3 realms could rove about, making friends everywhere, but they had to stay here. Now that Ji Ning had bound the star-seizing manor, they could leave, yes. But this was a time of war. Which celestial immortal would dare to travel about by himself to visit friends? The entire 3 realms had been swept up into a storm of blood, and many of the immortals had all gathered together into armies. These immortals had all been feeling very stifled. But now, they would have the chance to show their power in the 3 realms. Assemble the formation, Ning ordered. Instantly, with a series of rumbling sounds, the countless immortals began to fly into the skies. In a very orderly manner, they began to surround the midair Ji Ning. A flood of natural energy surged towards them, quickly coalescing into the form of an enormous fiend god. The star-seizing world was a major world, after all, and the amount of natural energy it contained was extremely vast. It was extremely simple for a perfect heaven punisher to be formed. Soon, a heaven punisher took shape with a 7 planets god next to it. Both were 30,000 meters tall. Reds, now you go to the 2nd headquarters. I'll go to the first one, Ning said. We'll handle the 3rd one together. All right, the 7 planets god nodded. Let's go. Ning's Heaven Punisher and the 7 planets god simultaneously left the Starsizer world. They were simply too fast. Both of them used a spatial teleport to move towards their destination. Iron Soldier Hall, one of the 3 headquarters. Come drink. True immortal Iron Soldier and the gold-red couple were sipping wine and relaxing within a palace. They were maintaining a constant vigil, however. Once they found that crazy celestial immortal, Empyrean god Goldspear would immediately attack. Come here, my pretty. Goldspear pulled one of the dancing, singing women into his arms, and the woman laughed as she picked up a cup of wine. My lord, come, let's drink together. Goldspear drank a cup, then lowered his mouth to kiss the woman, passing the wine into her mouth from his. As for his hands, both of them were already kneading and playing with the woman's chest. The nearby female immortal, Red Flower, didn't care at all, because she had 2 of her male playthings by her side, attending to her needs. Iron Soldier felt rather uncomfortable with this, but since he was a true immortal, he was able to calmly ignore it all. They had no idea that Ji Ning had already killed the 16 clones of Venom Flame Freak. Those 15 hidden clones really had been hidden too well. Boom! Suddenly, a massive explosion could be heard from outside. The entire Iron Soldier Hall shook violently, and even the palace itself was trembling. Wine cups shattered and wine spilled everywhere as the dancers all cried out in shock. Not good. True Immortal Iron Soldier, Empyrean God Gold Spear, and True Immortal Red Flower all transformed into streaks of light, charging into the skies above the palace. But upon reaching the outside, they became dazed, because a massive, towering, 30,000-meter Fiendgod had appeared before them. This Fiendgod had no head, was barefoot, and wielded a pair of massive swords in its hands. The formations in front of him were all gleaming with golden light, but they were all visibly shuddering as well. Xianxia, the Heaven Punisher? Look at the face on its chest. That's Ji Ning. Sword Immortal Dark North, Ji Ning. The three of them were now stunned. Ji Ning had commanded a Heaven Punisher in the Crimsonbright Realm War and displayed godlike valor. This story had long ago spread throughout the three realms. Ji Ning definitely stood at the very peak of power amongst the Empyrean gods and true immortals of the three realms. Although the three of them had been assigned to the Xianxia realm, they had read very detailed intelligence reports regarding Ji Ning. Boom! Ning's Heaven Punisher slashed out with the giant twins' words, and with a boom, the entire formation completely broke apart. What? How can this be? The formation was destroyed? All three of them felt terror in their hearts. Flee! The formation had been meant to protect their headquarters. It would be able to hold out for a period of time even if 20 Empyrean gods and true immortals jointly assaulted it. However, Ning's Heaven Punisher was far more powerful than 20 Empyrean gods. It was at the Dao Father level of power, and in truth, even a Dao Father golem had been suppressed by Ning's might. All Ning had been forced to do was deliver 9 successive sword blows in a short period of time, and the formation was completely chopped apart. As soon as the 3 Seamless Gate experts had charged out and recognized Ning, Ning had finished the job and charged straight towards them. Run, run, run. All 3 of them were completely terrified. Too late. A flood of sword light swept towards them, many tens of thousands of meters in size, covering the skies and blotting out the sun. In fact, this strike was even more terrifying than the strikes Ning delivered during the Realm War, because his sword arts had clearly grown even more exquisite and even faster. The slowest of the 3, True Immortal Red Flower, saw the sword light sweep past her body, and her body was instantly transformed into ash. The only thing left behind was the final echoes of an unwilling scream. No, True Immortal Iron Soldier hurriedly used an evasive technique, but how could he compare in speed to Ning's weapons? He was slain as well, at such close range and faced with such a fast attack. There was no time to use a spatial teleportation technique at all, much less use greater teleportation. As for hiding within an estate treasure, the only result would be that Ning would collect it. It represented certain death. Thus, if they wanted to escape, their only chance lay in fleeing at high speed. When true experts of the 3 realms engaged in battle against each other, they would generally rely on their evasive techniques. Thus, everyone possessed some formidable evasive skills. If they didn't, possessing protocosmic spirit treasures that were highly suited for fleeing also worked. The Xia Emperor, for example, had once commanded a lightship that allowed him to match the extremely fast speed of the great sage who swallows the skies, of the 3 dire monster gods of Mount Dragoneater. But alas, True Immortal Iron Soldier's evasive techniques were poor, and he didn't have any top-quality protocosmic spirit treasures meant for fleeing. Naturally, the only result was death. Spare me! Spare me! Empyrean God Goldspear was utterly terrified. As he begged for mercy, he immediately transformed into 9 clones that fled in 9 different directions. Although every single clone was fairly weak, if he didn't do this he wouldn't have any chance to escape at all. Rumble! The sword light spun around, causing the tens of thousands of meters around it to become a region of death. All 9 of Empyrean God Goldspear's clones were slain. Ning swept the area below with his gaze. Instantly, the world itself seemed to shatter as the terrifying fleeing celestial immortals and loose immortals were blown into dust. Next, Ning's Heaven Punisher turned and used a teleportation technique to head towards the third headquarters. His own realm war had ended more than 2 years ago. Ning's Soul Heart Force technique had made some further minor improvements. Now, he was able to control 100% of the perfect Heaven Punisher's power. He was already very close to reaching maximum power in the past, and now that he had perfect control over it, no energy leaked out of it at all. Thus, he was now able to use the Heaven Punisher to teleport with him, as though it was part of him. If he didn't have full control over it, there would be no way to teleport with it. He'd have to rely on treasures like the Void Boat in order to travel. But now, there was no need. Sneak attacks had to be carried out quickly with overwhelming force. Thus, Ning immediately used the Heaven Punisher upon attacking. The first headquarters had been wiped out with incredible speed. The news of its destruction had yet to even reach the third headquarters before Ning arrived. The massive, towering Heaven Punisher stood barefoot upon the desolate wilderness. Raising its twin swords up high, it furiously chopped down upon the palace that was built atop the towering mountain peak. The light of a formation began to flicker and flash as 3 Empyrean gods and true immortals charged out from the palace. "Flee!" A voice rang out in the minds of the 3. "It's the Tao Father." The 3 instantly understood. The Seamless Gate's Tao Father had finally noticed and was frantically trying to warn them. But alas, it was too late. Boom! The formation collapsed. Ning's overwhelming powerful Heaven Punisher, 2 giant swords in its hands, began its massacre of the 3 Seamless Gate experts. The Empyrean god managed to have one of his clones escape. But alas, the other 7 clones he created were all destroyed, and the parts of his soul in them were obliterated. He had lost too much of his soul. The remnants of his soul in the 7th clone were unable to survive on their own, and so his soul shattered and he died. This was a weakness of Empyrean gods. Although their divine bodies were formidable, once you destroyed their souls, they would die. For example, when Ning acquired the Rahu Bao in the Crescent World, he had encountered the corpse of Empyrean god Qi. Although Qi's divine body was in perfect shape, his soul had been destroyed. When one's soul suffered too much damage, the remaining parts would crumble as well. "Ji Ning, I've wiped out the second headquarters. They almost managed to escape. You moved much faster than me." The space around Ning turned blurry for a moment as a voice rang out in his mind. Then a towering, spear-wielding Fiendgod appeared. It was the 7 planets god. "Reds now, let's go," Ning sent back. As they spoke, a large boat that was 300 meters long appeared. This was the protocosmic spirit treasure, the Void Boat. Ning currently had 3 top-grade protocosmic spirit treasures. This was one meant for escape. Whoosh! Ning's Heaven Punisher and the 7 planets god both flew into the Void Boat. Although the Void Boat looked like it was only 300 meters long, it was like a tiny speck of sand that was capable of holding an entire world within it. It was actually extremely spacious inside. Naturally, Ning's Heaven Punisher and the 7 planets god were able to enter it. Swish! They tore a hole through space, and the Void Boat departed from the Winter Herald world, heading towards a different major world of the Xianxia realm. Ning wasn't going to let up so easily. 9 dead Empyrean gods and true immortals? Not enough. What's going on? What's this all about? The Winter Herald army on Winter Herald planet had immediately noticed the ripples of power. Their Empyrean gods and true immortals were all gathered together, watching the scenes being displayed within the mirror. By the time they noticed it, however, Ning had already started to wipe out the third headquarters. They saw a massive, nearly naked Fiendgod who was dressed only in a fur loincloth and who wielded 2 giant swords in his hands. The Fiendgod chopped down against the formations, then completely swept through the headquarters, not letting a single one of the 3 survive. "Quick, look at the other 2 locations," an Empyrean god said. The images in the mirror quickly transformed to display the other 2 headquarters of the Seamless Gate. Utter annihilation. Utter devastation. Both headquarters had been completely destroyed. Wiped out. The commanders of the Winter Herald army stared at each other, stunned. The three headquarters of the Seamless Gate held a total of 9 Empyrean gods and true immortals, all of whom were hidden behind the protective embrace of formations. They were all wiped out. They had battled these 9 Empyrean gods and true immortals for countless years. The major powers of the 3 realms all possessed remarkable abilities. As soon as Ning wiped out the first headquarters, some of them began to take notice. What a formidable man Ji Ning! He really is quite bold. This Ji Ning actually dares to launch sneak attacks by himself outside of a realm war? He really is going all out against the Seamless Gate. These major powers all sighed in amazement. They knew very well that launching this sort of merciless sneak attack against the Seamless Gate would utterly incense it. Within a different major world, this vast world was filled with an endless aura of cold. This was one of the true major headquarters of the Seamless Gate. The third world, the wars against Crimsonbright Realm and certain other realms were conducted by the fifth world of the Seamless Gate. As for the Xianxia realm, the even more powerful third world was responsible for attacking it. Within the third world, Ji Ning, at the very peak of a towering mountain that emanated an aura of infinite cold, there was a palace with a man seated in the lotus position within it. The man had long, jade-green hair and jade-green eyebrows. His eyes were open, and they were filled with ice. His coruscants had spread out to cover the entire Xianxia world. 9 of his Empyrean gods and true immortals had perished in such a short period of time. He was now completely enraged and stunned. He's courting death. The skinny, jade-haired elder seated atop the cloud of beds was absolutely stunned and enraged. Whoosh! Black energy swirled in the air beneath his cloud, coalescing into the form of a black-robed man. The black-robed man raised his head to look at the skinny elder. Uncle Master Helljade, God King. Tao Father Helljade glanced at the black-robed figure below him. He addressed him respectfully as God King, as this man was still the nominal leader of the Seamless Gate. Although in power, Tao Father Helljade was a bit more powerful than the God King. The God King was the sole heir to their true king, who every single true fiend and Tao Father of the Seamless Gate venerated. Naturally, this veneration extended to the God King as well. Normally, Tao Father Helljade stood guard over the third world, but it was still the God King who was usually in charge of deployments and army movements. In fact, all of the Seamless Gate's matters throughout the 3 realms were the responsibility of the God King. The fifth world, for example, there was actually a different Tao Father who stood guard over it, but at important moments the God King would make the arrangements and deployments. He had learned the techniques of the King of the Seamless Gate, the Lord of the Demon Heart, allowing him to silently and soundlessly communicate in secret with any living creature of the 3 realms. This made it so that the Nuwa Alliance found it very hard to uncover the deployments and schemes of the God King. Don't panic. My true body is already beginning to summon our generals. The God King chuckled, but his eyes were filled with ice. No matter what, we aren't going to let Ji Ning escape again, right? We absolutely cannot let him escape again, Tao Father Helljade said angrily. He killed 9 of our Empyrean gods and true immortals just now. We've fought with the Xianxia realm for so long, but we had only lost a single true immortal to date. Now all of a sudden we've lost this many. This Ji Ning is simply far too brash and wild. He actually dares to sneak attack us? He's looking to die. We have to wipe him out. He cannot be allowed to escape. Agreed. The God King nodded as well. He, too, felt pain in his heart at what had happened. They had already lost dozens of Empyrean gods and true immortals during their defeat at the Crimsonbright Realm War. Now, Ji Ning had suddenly struck out of nowhere and wiped out 9 more. How could he not feel pain? How could he not feel anger? Don't worry. The army is already assembling. Just give me a bit of time, and he'll definitely die. The God King's voice was filled with a murderous intent. Quick! Assemble! Assemble! Quick! The fifth world held a truly shocking number of Empyrean gods and true immortals. Once they received the God King's order, they immediately began to assemble together. the Skyland's major world of the Xianxia realm. There was a towering golden structure in this world within a region surrounded by mountain peaks. It was quite dazzling and eye-catching. This was one of the two major bases of the Seamless Gate on the Skyland's world, and it held a total of 4 Empyrean gods and true immortals within it. Quick! Let's go! Withdraw! The 4 of them had been relaxing, but upon receiving their orders they began to panic. One had been training quietly, one had been teaching disciples, and the others had been eating as the God King's orders had suddenly come. Space shattered apart, and a 300-meter boat crashed in through the void, appearing outside this towering edifice. 2 massive Fiendgods appeared simultaneously. The 7 planets god simply willed it, and the surrounding space became completely sealed and locked. Ning's Heaven Punisher and the 7 planets god simultaneously struck out with their weapons. An explosive collision could be heard, as though the heavens themselves had been shattered. In the blink of an eye, the extremely tough and tenacious formations surrounding the structure had been shattered. Ning and the 7 planets god simultaneously charged forward. Quick, flee! Let's go! If they were 1 step ahead, they would survive. If they were 1 step behind, their souls would die. The 4 Empyrean gods and true immortals had received the order to withdraw. But alas, only one of them was able to just barely escape. The other 3 were slaughtered by Ning and the 7 planets god. Manor Lord. The 7 planets god looked towards Ning. Ning stared at the rubble before him. His core sense had long ago spread out to cover the entire Skyland's world, and he sent mentally to Reds now. We're not going to have any more opportunities. We were incredibly fast, tearing straight through the void to travel from Winter Herald to this place, but we're just barely able to kill 3 of them. The other headquarters here on Skylands has already been evacuated. I imagine the other major worlds have been evacuated as well. They've spread multiple headquarters across many major worlds. I refuse to believe they'd be willing to withdraw from all of them. The 7 planets god sent mentally. Let's go to the other major worlds and take a look. Even if we can't kill many of them, we can destroy their bases. It wasn't easy to build up a headquarters like this. Ning had paid a significant price to set up the grand formations around Swallow Mountain, and the formations that were protecting these Seamless Gate headquarters were powerful enough to receive 9 successive strikes from Ning's Heaven Punisher, which had the power of a Tao Father. Every single headquarters had been very expensive to build up. Whoosh! The void boat flew out from the Skyland's world, once more tearing through the void and hastening to another major world. Withdraw! 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 The God King's true body was sending the orders and redeploying his soldiers. The 6 of you, stand guard over Divine Gold Light Mountain. The 8 of you, stand guard over the Seamless City. Various individuals were being ordered to withdraw, but the God King was also sending some Empyrean gods and true immortals out to gather together at some special locations, such as the Seamless City or some other citadels. Once 10 of them hid inside these war citadels and joined together. Even Ji Ning would find it difficult to breach their defenses. Of course, if they didn't have any war forts protecting them, Ji Ning would find it much easier to deal with them. But those war forts were very hard to breach. This was why, during the realm war against the Crimson Bright realm, once one side retreated into its war citadel, the other side would halt its attacks. Both sides understood that unless there was an enormous disparity in power, it would be very hard to breach the defenses of a war citadel. You guys, go draw Ji Ning's attention and tie him down. Go draw his attention. Buy some time. The God King's orders came in rapid succession. Whoosh! The void boat tore through the void, arriving at yet another major world. There are 8 Empyrean gods and true immortals hiding within the Seamless City here. Ning's heart force instantly discovered the black, levitating Seamless City. He immediately sent a mental message to the nearby 7 planets god. Hiding inside a Seamless City? If they are hiding inside a war citadel, even if we attack, it'll be hard for us to break through. The 7 planets god sent mentally. If there were 18 of them standing guard within a Seamless City, we'd have no chance at all. but there are only 8 of them. If we join together, we still have a chance. The Seamless Gate is intentionally giving us false hopes. They want us to attack and waste time here. I imagine that they are currently deploying their armies against us. Soon, their armies will arrive. Agreed. Ning understood this as well. Next world. Boom! The void boat once more departed, heading towards yet another major world. In fact, Ning actually decided to leave the entire Xianxia realm and head to a different realm, the Xingtian realm. War god Xingtian, the Heaven Punisher, was a tremendously powerful figure. How could anyone who was proclaimed as a god of war during the primordial era be weak? And given that he was a member of the primordial imperial clan, the realm under his control was definitely not weaker than the Xianxia realm at all. Damn! Withdraw! Ning's sudden assault against a completely different realm resulted in him reaping the rewards he wanted. Oh! In one realm after another, the forces of the Seamless Gate fell into chaos. These were all supreme, top-tier realms, and so the entire Seamless Alliance was filled with commotion. He's just running around randomly. Ji Ning really moves quite quickly. Damn him! The true gods and Tao fathers of the Seamless Gate were so angry. Their teeth hurt. In fact, all of them wanted to personally intervene. But they could sense core senses of the major powers of the Nuwa Alliance clashing against their own core senses. The Nuwa Alliance was watching all this happen as well. The major powers of the Seamless Gate could sense the core senses of terrifying figures such as Lord Tathagata the Buddha, Taoist Three Purities, Subhuti, Fuxi, Suiren, and others. Instantly, they all calmed down. All they could do was watch and do their best to redeploy their soldiers. The Third World. A total of 289 Empyrean gods and true immortals had all been gathered here. The black-robed God King and Tao Father Helljade stared downwards at the group of Empyrean gods and true immortals. The Third World was meant to deal with the Xianxia realm and other top-tier realms. Monarch Xianxia alone had more than 600 Empyrean gods and true immortals under his command, to say nothing of the rest of the 5 monarchs and the other realms. He controlled several times as many experts as Tao Father Crimsonbright. This was the difference between a powerful realm and a weak realm. Empyrean gods and true immortals all preferred to follow experts, after all. If you could become a disciple to Tao Father Three Purities, why would you choose to become a disciple to Tao Father Crimsonbright instead? The strong would naturally grow stronger and the weak would naturally grow weaker. The likes of Lord Buddha, for example, had an entire pile of Tao Fathers under his command. The Xianxia realm alone had so many Empyrean gods and true immortals. The Third World had to simultaneously deal with the Xianxia realm and multiple other realms. Naturally, it had a large number of Empyrean gods and true immortals. Thus, it didn't take too much time for it to summon 289 of them. Join together into the seamless infinity formation. You have to slay Ji Ning, the black-robed God King ordered. Yes, the 289 Empyrean gods and true immortals acknowledged in unison. Head out. The God King gave the order, and the battalion of Empyrean gods and true immortals all flew into a black shuttle, then disappeared into the skies. The seamless infinity formation, when formed by more than 200 Empyrean gods and true immortals, was unfathomably more powerful than the three-eyed demon that had been formed by the 3 dire monster gods of Mount Dragoneater. It had the power to battle against even real true gods or Tao Fathers. It would indeed be quite easy for it to slay Ning's Heaven Punisher. 1 or 2 Empyrean gods or true immortals might not be a match for it, but a large number of them would prove to be a terrifying threat. In any war, a single person by himself was a puny, unremarkable force. Unless, of course, you had reached Nuwa's level. Even the leaders of the Taoist path and the Buddhist Sangha had a chance of dying in the war, which was why Subhuti hadn't joined in the first one. A void boat continued to frantically travel from one major world to the next. Ning knew that he was taking on tremendous risks, but his decision to incense and incite the Seamless Gate was always a dangerous one. So he would kill as many as he could. His heart force was spread around him in a giant bubble. As soon as something happened, he would immediately flee. After killing those 9 on Winter Herald, He had killed 6 more in his dangerous lightning strikes. Ning, however, wanted to kill even more. Hurry, Ji Ning! The Seamless Gates army has arrived. You need to flee. Subhoodie's voice suddenly blasted out within Ning's mind. What? Ning was shocked. Boom! Far off in the distance, space itself blew apart as a black shuttle suddenly appeared. When the 289 Empyrean gods and true immortals had assembled on the 5th world, the God King had personally cast a spell to completely prevent any outside force from scrying on it. Subhoodie's dream of the 3 worlds was formidable, but the God King had personally been taught by the Lord of the Demon Heart, and so his abilities were incredible as well. If he focused on blocking any scrying, he was still capable of preventing Subhoodie from detecting what he didn't want them to detect. Only after the group of Empyrean gods and true immortals left the 3rd world aboard the Black Shuttle did Subhoodie discover them. He immediately notified Ning, just as the Grand Army was about to arrive. Boom! Subhoodie's voice transmission caused Ning to feel shocked, but he immediately tore into the void to flee. Thus, just as the Seamless Gates army appeared, Ning began to flee. Chase him! Boom! Boom! As soon as the void boat tore into the void to escape, the Black Shuttle also pierced into the void. They were able to trace the spatial ripples to find out exactly which region Ning's void boat was headed towards. This was a world filled with fire, a vast, endless world. In fact, it was a bit vaster than even the Celestial Realm or the Netherworld Kingdom. This world was comparable to 100 Xianxias in size. This place was a holy land for the human race. This was a world created by the most powerful and oldest human alive, Swearin. When Mother Nuwa had created the human race, it had started off very weak. Swearin was alive during those earliest of days. Despite his weakness, he not only learned how to control fire and taught it to his fellows, he also unified the weak human race under his rule and led the humans to a path that permitted their survival during the ancient era where Fiendgods ruled. Swearin was tremendously talented and tremendously steadfast, and he managed to create an inconceivable path for himself and his race. He was the most exalted, most revered, most supreme emperor of the entire human race. The leader of the 3 emperors. Swearin was low-key and a down-to-earth person. He often roamed in the primordial chaos, and even cut a canal through it, creating a vast major world in the canal. This world was the Kindlefire Major World, and it became a truly sacred land for the human race. One could use the size of a created world to judge the power of its creator, and Swearin's Kindlefire world was second only to Nuwa's world in size. In terms of power, Swearin's power was unfathomable. During the primordial era, even the elder god of fire, Zhurong, a god who lived for battle, admitted that he was not a match for Swearin after sparring against him. Fuxi and Shinnong often appeared in the 3 realms, but Swearin always kept to himself in seclusion. His very existence, however, was a mighty sword hanging over the necks of any who dared to cause the human race harm. He was the oldest and most powerful member of the human race. Even if he didn't actually emerge from seclusion, no one in the 3 realms would dare to forget about him. Even the Seamless Gate felt great dread towards this almighty human expert. Some powerful outsiders had run into Swearin in the primordial chaos, and Swearin had slaughtered them all. That scene had stunned the entire 3 realms, and had made the Seamless Gate even more nervous regarding his power. It was his power that ensured that the human race remained the unquestioned leader of the myriad races. Not even the true gods of primordial chaos would argue against him. At the very top of a towering, divine mountain of fire, a man was seated in the lotus position, nearly naked and clad only in a fur loincloth. His black hair was spread casually over his shoulders, with every single strand of hair having an aura of inconceivable might, as though they were the horns of a dragon. His face was covered with a thick beard, and his eyes seemed capable of seeing into the future. Although he simply sat there atop the mountain, in truth, his gaze was spread throughout the 3 realms. He was a transcendental figure that cared about little. But now that the storm had arrived, he was watching over everything. Guazi. Swearin's voice was vigorous and powerful. It was transmitted more than 300,000 kilometers away, straight into the ears of a woman who was amongst a crowd of thousands who were quietly training in front of a massive image of a god. Father, the human woman, face covered with divine tattoos, rose to her feet. The tattoos on her face was a relic from back when humans tried out many different types of cultivation methods. Wuxia was one of the humans who had been willing to try anything, no matter the risk, and Swearin had eventually accepted her as his foster daughter. Lead your brigade to go rescue Jining, Swearin ordered. Yes, Wuxia said respectfully. Swearin, as the oldest human emperor, had many experts following him. In the Kindlefire world alone, he had more than 10 Daofather subordinates and more than 10,000 Empyrean God and true immortal subordinates. The number of celestial immortals under his command was even more astonishing. This place, a holy land for the human race, could be described as the most powerful of the major worlds. The Seamless Gate didn't even dare to attempt to infiltrate it. The void boat was hurtling forward through the infinite void. Every so often, it would tear through the void to travel to another world, then once more begin to fly at high speed. Aboard the void boat, Ning and the 7 planets god didn't dare to be the slightest bit overconfident. The Seamless Gate's army is very powerful. If we end up trapped, we'll definitely die, the 7 planets god sent mentally. But suddenly, Jining, hold on for just a while longer. Human Emperor Swearin has already sent Empyrean Goddess Wuxia, in command of 365 Empyrean gods, and true immortals to reinforce you. Subhudi's voice rang out within Ning's mind. Good. Ning let out a sigh of relief, then turned to glance backwards. The long black shuttle behind him was still chasing at high speed. Damn, we were just a fraction too slow. There were nearly 300 Empyrean gods and true immortals gathered aboard the black shuttle. The leader was a tall, skeletal-looking Fiendgod whose flaming eyes stared intently towards the distant void boat. If Jining was just slightly slower just now, our seamless infinity formation would have been able to lock the surrounding space and prevent him from fleeing. It was so close, but now we can't catch up to him no matter how we try. Damn. The major powers of the Nuwa Alliance truly are formidable as well. We were quite fast. We tore straight through the void and into the 3 realms, but they were still able to discover us and notify Jining. Jining ran quite quickly as well. A man holding a scimitar in his arms gave his solemn opinion. Yes, what a pity. Just 1 step behind. The other Empyrean gods and true immortals felt resentful as well. Fortunately for Ning, Subhudi had warned him, and so he had chosen to enter the void boat and flee without hesitating at all. He had been just half a step ahead of them. If it wasn't for that half step, his foes would have been able to activate their seamless infinity formation and completely lock down the surrounding area for 10,000 kilometers. The power of that formation was enough to ensure that even the void boat would find it difficult to tear a path to the void. Alas, Ning had been able to escape before their all-encompassing net had been set up. Keep chasing. Chase him down no matter what. If Jining makes even the slightest mistake, we'll be able to catch and trap him, the skeletal Fiendgod growled. If Ning made some mistakes due to being panicked by this life-threatening situation, he would be caught. One continued to flee, the other continued to chase. Through the infinite void, through the major worlds, through the minor worlds, the pursuit continued. Ning was riding aboard the void boat, while his foes were also riding a supreme protocosmic spirit treasure, the Heaven Witch shuttle. Both were extremely well-suited for high-speed maneuvers through the void, and for a time the two were equally matched. Not good. The face of the skeletal Fiendgod aboard the Heaven Witch shuttle changed, along with the faces of his fellows. A blazing mountain had appeared, hanging in the skies above the vast, sea-like heavens. The blazing mountain had multiple figures standing on it, each possessing an aura of ancientness. These were all experts who had been alive since the primordial era, and the leader was Empyrean Goddess Wuxia, whose murderous aura filled the heavens. A total of 365 Empyrean gods and true immortals were by her side. As for the void boat, it flew straight next to the blazing mountain, and as it did 2 towering Fiendgods came walking out from it. The 2 armies stared at each other from afar. Both consisted of the elites of their respective camps. One side was skilled in the seamless infinity formation, which the Seamless Gates King had created, while the Nuwa Alliance had its own incredibly powerful sidereal star god formation. During the primordial era, the Empyrean gods and true immortals who used this grand formation were similarly able to fight against true gods and Tao fathers. Do you wish to battle? Empyrean goddess Guizi stared at them coldly. Her voice was like ice, but it shook heaven and earth. Dark North. The skeletal fiend god pointed towards Ning, then said coldly, "Consider yourself lucky this time. You managed to escape by a hair. But your actions... Well, you are looking to die." Looking to die? Then come here and kill me. Ning looked back at him, his voice similarly icy. If you have the ability to kill me, come and do so. I'm right here. What's the point of just making empty threats? The skeletal fiend god ground his teeth. Two flames blazed within his eyes as he swept his gaze over the powerful Empyrean gods and true immortals standing atop the fiery mountain. All he could do, however, was swallow his resentment. Although Ji Ning was rather reckless in what he did, by holding on for a period of time, he had been able to receive reinforcements from the Nuwa Alliance. The Seamless Gate had not decided to launch the end war yet. For now, they were helpless when faced with such a powerful enemy army. Withdraw. The God King's voice rang out within the mind of the skeletal fiend god. Let's go. The skeletal fiend god had no choice but to give this resentful order. Boom! The Heaven Witch shuttle tore a hole into the void, departing from this world. The third world. Both the God King and Tao Father Helljade were standing in midair, watching as this unfolded. Damn! The God King's eyes flashed with cold light. What a pity! We were just one step behind. Tao Father Helljade said in a cold voice. But that one step meant that we were unable to catch him. This Ji Ning fellow actually has a supreme protocosmic spirit treasure, the Void Boat. This Void Boat is a treasure that existed long ago, even before our seamless Chaos World had engaged in the first war against the Pangu Chaos World. It originally belonged to Taoist Three Lives. Three Lives? He truly was a valiant, courageous warrior. He was extraordinarily brave, and quite willing to be vicious to himself when needed. Agreed. The God King nodded as well. He, too, remembered the valiant, powerful Taoist Three Lives. Although Three Lives had never mastered a heavenly Tao, he was able to rely on his powerful true God body and his utterly terrifying divine ability, the star-seizing hand, to slay multiple true fiends and Tao fathers of the Seamless Gate. The power of his star-seizing hand was simply too great. Ji Ning has the Void Boat. The only way to kill him is to first seal off spacetime in the area around him or set up a trap for him. The second way is to use an even better flying treasure. But the only ones better than the Void Boat are all Chaos treasures. The God King frowned. Our side only has a single Chaos treasure meant for high-speed flying, but it's with Tao Mother Devil Hand. Tao Mother Devil Hand is a very solitary figure. She wouldn't necessarily be willing to hand such an incomparably important Chaos treasure over to a few Empyrean gods and true immortals. Yes, given Devil Hand's temperament, it'll be hard to make her agree. Tao Father Helljade nodded. Tao Mother Devil Hand. She was a truly terrifying fiend who had once unleashed a storm of blood and murder across the Seamless Chaos World. The countless experts of the Seamless Chaos World had all been terrified whenever they had heard her name. Her power also came from her hands, but she was different from Taoist Three Lives. The reason why Tao Mother Devil Hand's hands were so powerful was because she had acquired a set of glove-type chaos treasures in the primordial chaos. She had created a divine ability to go with the gloves, a supreme technique known as the Extinction Devil Hands. Perhaps in terms of fleeing abilities, she was inferior to the Lord of all Fiends, but she wasn't the slightest bit weaker than him in terms of actual combat power. It had been the Lord of the Demon Heart, and him alone, who had been able to subdue this demon amongst demons. Ji Ning really is courting death. The more the God King thought about what had just happened, the angrier he became. Ji Ning's slaying of those 15 Empyrean gods and true immortals didn't have much of an impact on his total combat force. but it had grave implications for his disposition of forces across the entire three realms. If he continued to lay down forces in a spread-out manner as he currently did, Jining would once more succeed in his ambushes. But if he was to change his force layout, then he would have to do so throughout the entire three realms. The price of such a change would be enormous. Jining was currently expressing his thanks to Empyrean Goddess Guizi. Thankfully, you and your friends came in the nick of time, fellow Taoist Guizi. Otherwise, I would have been in grave danger. Ning had already dispersed the Heaven Punisher and allowed his million-plus immortals to teleport back into the Starsizer world. By his side stood only Reds now and the rest of the seven. I came to rescue you on orders of Human Emperor Swerin. If you want to thank someone, thank the Human Emperor. Empyrean Goddess Guizi smiled and nodded towards Ning, and the ancient Empyrean gods and true immortals behind her nodded towards him as well. They all treated Ning in quite a friendly manner, because Ning himself was of the human race. These Empyrean gods and true immortals had been born in an era when the human race was still young and weak, and so they placed even more importance on solidarity with their fellow humans. However, Jining, your actions are far too risky, Empyrean Goddess Guizi said. Right now, our two sides are only engaging in small-scale skirmishes against each other. Both sides are still holding back, as no one is willing to expand the scale of the war just yet. Both sides are searching for weaknesses and openings, so as to win the war for karmic luck. Not only are we trying to win, we are also trying to ensure that our Empyrean gods and true immortals will survive. The Seamless Gate is trying to do the same thing. Even if we win the war for karmic luck, if all of our Empyrean gods and true immortals end up dying, along with the majority of our true gods and Tao Fathers, what's the point? Guizi looked towards Ning. Until the final moment arrives, neither side is willing to launch a frenzied, all-out assault. When that final end war comes, it will be a massacre on both sides. There is an invisible line which neither side is willing to cross. But you've crossed that line. Guizi gazed towards Ning. But of course, that's just you, and so the Seamless Gate will only act against you and you alone. The further across that line you dare step, the more effort they will put into getting rid of you. Ning nodded. Still, don't worry too much. If they begin to deploy their Empyrean gods and true immortals in large numbers, we'll immediately move to stop them, because any actions involving nearly 300 such experts is an act of war. Guizi continued to look at Ning. But if they just send small numbers of their most top-tier Empyrean gods and true immortals to kill you, there's no way we can send an army to stop them. You are very powerful, but the Seamless Gate also has some truly astonishing Empyrean gods and true immortals on their side. Ning nodded. Fellow Taoist Guizi, I understand these things. But since I've already chosen to embark on this path, I naturally am prepared for the consequences. Guizi no longer tried to dissuade him. She knew that Ning was a powerful Empyrean god and a true immortal, not a fool. And so she bid farewell and left, along with her forces. As for Ning, he rowed his void boat back to Sword Immortal World. Sword Immortal World. The mountain peaks of the 5 treasure peaks still pierced high into the clouds, and things were as quiet as ever. Ning and the 7 Empyrean gods landed atop the mountains. Jining, you can't ignore what Guizi said just now, Empyrean god Reds now said worriedly. Although you are powerful, our Nuwa Alliance alone has multiple figures who are on your level, such as the various divine archers. If any of them are given Tao Fruit of Primordial Chaos, they'll probably be a bit more powerful than even you with your perfect Heaven Punisher. The Seamless Gate has powerful figure as well, and none of them are easy to deal with. If I encounter an army, there's nothing I can do, but if I encounter just one person, I can still fight back, Ning said. Don't disregard what she said. There are those who are more powerful than us when they use Chaos Treasures or Tao Fruit, Reds now said. Prime Light and the rest of the 7 looked towards Ning as well. Ning understood. In truth, both sides had a tacit understanding with each other. If you are fighting by yourself, then I'll send a single person to deal with you. Whoever ends up dying can only blame himself for being too weak. But now, A madman appeared on your side who is ambushing and murdering my subordinates? He's going too far. I'm going to send my army after him. If this madman halts his actions, I'll naturally no longer have an excuse to send out an army. Only if you employ an army will we do the same. This came without any negotiations or public declarations, but this was indeed how both sides acted. This was a rule of their war. If there were no rules at all, then it would be easy for things to rapidly escalate until a point was reached where the end war would begin prematurely. Clearly, neither side wished for the end war to begin just yet. Within the thatched cottage, Ning was seated in the lotus position, waiting patiently. He had risked his life today. Why? To incite the seamless gate. Rumble. Suddenly, a thought strand descended upon Ning. "Ji Ning." An icy voice rang out. Finally, Ning allowed the thought strand to guide him into the dream world. This was exactly what he wanted. To negotiate with the seamless gate. Within the dream world of darkness, the towering throne was still hovering within the center of this world, and the black-robed God King sat upon it, staring down at the figure which had just appeared. "Ji Ning," the God King roared with absolute fury. "You actually dare to rely on your personal power to assault some of the bases of my seamless gate? You are the first person in the Nuwa Alliance who dares to do such a thing." In truth, there were quite a few Empyrean gods and true immortals with deep-seated hatred towards the seamless gate. However, Ji Ning was the only one who was actually willing to risk his life in such a manner, and who had the power to carry it out. The formations around those bases were generally capable of withstanding the combined attacks of more than 20 Empyrean gods and true immortals for a period of time, after all. "What do you want?" Ning raised his head to look at the God King. The God King paused, then growled out, 15 Empyrean gods and true immortals have died by your hand. If you let matters rest, I can let bygones be bygones. The God King, in the end, had chosen to swallow his rage. He had to take into consideration his disposition of forces across the entire 3 realms, and he couldn't perpetually be on alert against Ji Ning's ambushes. His only option would be to change his force disposition throughout the entire 3 realms, but that would come at a price. For example, if he withdrew all the Empyrean gods and true immortals from the bases and headquarters, there were a number of major worlds that would become impossible to penetrate and infiltrate. Let bygones be bygones? Ning looked at the God King. I can let matters rest. But I have a request. The God King was utterly enraged. This child actually dared to make a request. But the God King still suppressed his anger and said, "Speak! Give senior apprentice sister Yu Wei back to me," Ning said. "Yu Wei." The God King was stunned, and then he began to roar with laughter. His laughter, tinged with fury, shook the entire world of darkness. "So the reason why you've gone so crazy is for Yu Wei. It seems that woman is quite important to you, for you to risk your life in such a way." "Yes," Ning nodded. "I can risk my life for her sake. If you hand her to me, I'll immediately halt. If you don't, I'll keep killing." "So you are doing this to extort us? To force our hand?" The God King's voice was like ice. "Ji Ning, you value yourself too highly. I'm just trying to avoid a bit of unnecessary trouble, which is why I gave you a chance to calm things down with us. But you actually dare to threaten us, the seamless gate? You truly are too arrogant. Do you think that just because you succeeded with your first ambush, you'll succeed in a second or a third ambush? Do you really think that our seamless gate is unable to deal with a stripling like you?" Who was the God King? He was, nominally speaking, the leader of the entire seamless gate. He could converse as equals with even the 3 emperors of mankind or the leaders of Taoism and Buddhism. Just now, the God King had been putting on a charitable, magnanimous air. If Ning halted, he would spare Ning. But now, Ning dared to make requests of him? Fine, then. If the request wasn't excessive, the God King would agree to it. But Ning had actually carried out these actions to threaten the seamless gate, to force them to do something they didn't want to do. That was courting death. "I only hope for you to return her to me, God King." Ning looked at the God King. "Impossible." The God King stared back at Ning. "You only have 2 options before you. to halt and be spared, or to continue and perish. As for Yu Wei, you can forget about her. Ning stared at the God King. The God King stared back at Ning. Whoosh! Ning disappeared into thin air. He really is courting death. The God King felt even angrier now. An Empyrean god actually dares to try to threaten and extort the Seamless Gate? What a joke. A joke! The Seamless Gate's original incarnation was that of the Seamless Chaos World. A world on par with the Pengu Chaos World. How could a power like this allow itself to be extorted? Ning sat there by himself within the thatched cottage. He sat there for a long, long time. Senior apprentice sister. Although the chances are very slim, I will still go and kill them. Kill them until they can no longer bear it. A breathtaking determination could be seen in Ning's eyes. This was a dangerous path, a path which involved repeatedly risking his life. But that was the nature of his decision. Ning cast the matter to the back of his mind, sending his mind into the star-seizing manor. Within the main palace of the manor was a large pile of treasures. These were the treasures he had acquired during his earlier ambushes. Ning quickly began to bind them to himself. These treasures might not be too useful to him, but they'd be plenty of help to other Empyrean gods and true immortals. If he could increase the power of his forces, their chances of success in the future would be slightly greater. Pure Yang treasure. Pure Yang. A protocosmic spirit treasure. But it's just a low-grade one of ordinary power. Still quite interesting. Quite a few pure Yang immortal pills. Great firmament immortal pills. Poison. Ning quickly finished sorting through all of the treasures of the Empyrean gods and true immortals. And then, Ning began to bind all of the various treasures left behind by the many slain celestial immortals and loose immortals. This happened quite quickly, as these were the treasures dropped by the low-level figures he had casually mopped up after killing the Empyrean gods and true immortals. Their items weren't particularly valuable, with most being at the immortal rank at best. Every so often, he would be lucky and encounter a pure Yang treasure. These are the treasures left behind by young flame freak. Churm. Where's the Worldhold Pagoda? Pity. The Worldhold Pagoda isn't with these 16 clones. Ning still remembered how the Worldhold Pagoda had sent him to the Nilam Zone. Still, after searching through all the items, he still hadn't been able to find it. Instead, he encountered some bugs and aberrations. Ning paid no notice to most of young flame freak's treasures. But one treasure did attract his attention. What's this? Ning was startled. An enormous, pitch-black stone stele was hanging there in midair. The stone stele was emanating a faint aura of might. Although the aura was very weak, it had an exalted quality about it, far more exalted than even the aura which Patriarch Subhuti had. Whoosh! Although Ning's true body remained within the thatched cottage, he quickly sent out a strand of divine power to form a body which manifested within the star-seizing manor. He took a personal, close look at the levitating black stone stele. The enormous black stone stele was 299 meters tall, and it emanated an aura of majesty that was so faint, it could only be sensed from less than 300 meters away. The aura, however, had an exalted quality about it. Ning only saw two enormous, strange characters carved into the face of the stone stele facing him, while the other side was filled with countless strange characters that were clustered as densely as ants. These characters? Ning examined them carefully. I've never seen these characters before. It seems as though the three realms doesn't have a language like this. Ning had never seen them before, but was certain that these were characters from a language, because they were actually quite similar to the characters of the human race. The two enormous characters on the front, in particular, Ning could almost sense what they meant. Let me try with core sense first. Ning willed his core sense to surge forward. This? Ning stared at the stone stele in surprise. How can this be? Impossible. Why is it that my core sense sees nothing at all? It's as though nothing is there. Can it be that this stone stele is covered with a restrictive spell that blocks out core sense? Ning pondered for a moment. Let me try with heart force. Heart force was invisible, undetectable, and extremely formidable. Instantly, his true body in the outside world sent its powerful heart force into the underwater estate to cover the stone steel. This caused Ning's face to truly change, because he discovered that all his heart force found nothing whatsoever. It was as though the stone steel didn't even exist. But, Ning stretched his hand out to touch the stone steel. The stone was icy cold, and its surface was very rough. This stone steel is clearly right in front of me. How can it be that not even heart force can detect it? This is an extraordinary item. In fact, it isn't even of the three realms. This thought instantly flashed past Ning's mind. The two enormous characters engraved on the stone steel, the countless tiny characters on the back of the steel, the unique runes engraved on other parts of it. Clearly, someone had created this item. The stone steel's aura was so powerful that the creator had to at least be on the level of the Buddhist and Taoist leaders. In fact, he might be even more powerful. For heart force to be unable to discover the stone steel when one could see it with the naked eye and touch it with the hand. Ning had never, ever heard of such a strange item. Such an item shouldn't be able to exist within the three realms. Then, it had to have come from the primordial chaos outside the three realms. Ever since the most ancient of days, the unique items found within the primordial chaos were generally referred to as chaos treasures. They were either used as ingredients for forging treasures, or used as treasures themselves. When used as treasures, they would become far more powerful than protocosmic spirit treasures, and so they would be titled chaos treasures. Where and how were chaos treasures born? Hard to say. The primordial chaos did indeed give birth to chaos treasures, but the terrifying golems that the Lord of all things had created were definitely no weaker than any chaos treasure. Thus, the three realms had suspected for some time now that some of the more powerful outsiders were perhaps capable of creating artifacts that rivaled chaos treasures in might. Can this be a chaos treasure? A thought flashed through Ning's mind. Whoosh! Instantly a figure appeared. Ning's true body descended upon the clone, merging into it. As for the outside world, Ning left a small amount of his divine power there, in the form of yet another clone. Neither core sense nor heart force can detect it. That leaves just divine power and immortal energy. Ning picked up the stone steel, then gently placed it down within the very center of the hall. Previously, he had thought this to simply be a treasure which young Flame Freak had acquired by luck. He didn't think it could possibly be particularly powerful. But now, it seemed this stone steel had a weighty background to it. Not even core sense or heart force could detect it. Most likely, the other major powers of the three realms didn't even know that it existed. Young Flame Freak. Oh, young Flame Freak. For a celestial immortal like you to have been in possession of a treasure like this. If it wasn't for the fact that I wanted to gain revenge for my mother and for junior apprentice brother Northsun, I probably wouldn't have been able to acquire something like this. This should be an item from the primordial chaos? I wonder if it is a chaos treasure. Ning felt a certain itchiness in his heart. If this really was a chaos treasure, this would be a tremendous stroke of luck for him. But of course, not all items from the primordial chaos were particularly valuable. For example, when first testing out the Heaven Punisher, Ning had been able to shatter apart Chaos Goldstone. Shinong located many different medicinal herbs within the primordial chaos, but their value was far, far lower than that of a chaos treasure. Let me try to bind it first. Ning sat down in the lotus position, placing his hand atop the giant stone steel. The stone steel was nearly 300 meters tall and nearly 30 meters thick. The divine power within Ning's body instantly flooded into the stone steel. Not a chaos treasure. As soon as Ning sent his divine power into it, he realized something was wrong. There was no way to bind this treasure. Ning knew exactly how it felt to bind a treasure, even a protocosmic one. But when his divine power flooded into this treasure, he found the insides to be empty. There was nothing at all for him to bind. However, when his divine power flooded into the two massive characters at the front of the stone steel, a ripple of information was transmitted straight into Ning's mind. 17. Ning instantly understood what the enormous characters meant. Those two words mean 17. What does that mean? Can it mean that there are many of these stone steels, and that this is the 17th? Ning guessed. Right. There are many other characters at the back. Swoosh. Ning's body blurred. Then he appeared in the lotus position to one side of the stone steel. He began to pour a large amount of divine power into the steel. As his divine power flooded into it, it quickly began to interact with the countless characters on the other side of the stone steel. As it did, Ning could sense a tremendous, invisible force resisting his own power. Clearly, to forcibly scan and understand the information contained within those countless characters was beyond what his capabilities. Wait! Ning came to a halt. The front side only has 2 characters, whereas the back side has at least 1,000,000. 2 characters didn't give me much pressure, and I was able to understand them right away, but 1,000,000 is far more than what I can handle. The stone steel was nearly 300 meters tall, and its rear was filled with those tiny, worm-like scribbles. As best as Ning could tell, there was roughly 1.2 million of them. Let's start from the top and proceed slowly. Ning immediately began to attempt to fill up a few characters with his divine power. This is so slow. Ning immediately found the process to be quite taxing. Despite that, a good amount of information began to fill Ning's mind. Tao 18 Fiendgods. An extremely ancient technique immediately began to be transmitted into Ning's mind. As Ning's divine power filled each character, more and more information regarding this technique entered his mind. Soon, he completely memorized this entire technique. It's actually a cultivation technique. Ning stared at the stone steel in astonishment. And this is just a small part of the top. The characters on the stone steel were divided into 7 major regions. The first region had this technique, the Tao 18 Fiendgods. What a powerful technique. It actually allows you to divide into 18 different bodies. Ning let out a sigh. Although Fiendgods can divide into many different clones, once the clone dies, the part of the soul within it will die as well. This will result in the soul fragmenting, and when too much of the soul is destroyed, you will die. But this technique, upon mastering the first level, you'll be able to perfectly divide the soul into 18 different spawns. Although each spawn will have less than 1/10 of the power of the original body, they are all capable of surviving on their own. In addition, if the other 17 are destroyed, the final spawn will slowly be able to recreate the other spawns. Once you reach the second level of this technique, the 18 spawns will all have the same level of power as the original body. If you master the third level, the 18 spawns can merge back into the original body at any point in time, and the original body can also divide into those 18 spawns. When they merge into the original body, the power of the original body will explosively increase. Ning sighed in amazement. If he mastered this technique, it would be as though there were 18 Nings. Even if he chose to use his original body to fight by itself, his power would still exponentially increase. How monstrous a technique was this? It seems that this is the technique which young Flame Freak used, and that he was only able to train to the first level of this technique. Ning immediately understood. I had thought that he trained in a secret art like the Blood Shadow Incarnation, but it seems he's actually training in this unfathomably profound technique. The 3 realms had powerful techniques of its own. The Blood Shadow Incarnation, for example, guaranteed that so long a single incarnation remained alive, the others would come back to life as well. However, true experts would rarely use this technique, because the power of each incarnation would drop dramatically. It was better to keep the true body at maximum power instead. Everyone believed that young Flame Freak had trained in this technique because he was a coward who feared death. But who would have thought that he actually was in possession of a technique like this? Tao 18 Fiendgods? The relative weakness of his bodies was only due to the fact that he had merely trained to the first level. Where did this technique come from? Ning let out a sigh of amazement. Still, it will be very hard to truly master this technique. There were detailed notes regarding this technique. It was easy to gain a basic level of skill in the technique and master the first stage, but the second stage was thousands of times more difficult. As for the third stage, it would be easier to ascend to the heavens than to master it. It required both talent and luck. It must be understood that even Taoist three purities was only capable of dividing himself into the three pure ones. As for the Lord Buddha, he only had his 5 major clones. The second level of this technique immediately allowed for the creation of 18 clones that were as strong as the original. This was absolutely unearthly. Let's see what the second technique holds. Ning once more filled the steel with his divine power. Instantly, the information pertaining to the second technique began to leak into his mind. The second technique was named the 9 bug solutions. This was an extremely mysterious and marvelous method for cultivating bug-type beasts. Ning now understood why young Flame Freak had been able to cultivate and rear such powerful bugs. Everyone in the 3 realms thought that young Flame Freak had received a particular expert's legacy, as there were quite a number of experts who specialized in rearing powerful bug-type beasts. Since young Flame Freak's skills in raising bugs wasn't excessively amazing, no one paid much attention to him. But what the outside world didn't know was that the issue was that young Flame Freak was too weak and didn't have access to enough treasures and materials, which was why he didn't have the chance to rear any powerful bugs at all. This technique needs an enormous amount of time and effort. It doesn't suit me. Ning immediately gave up on the technique. Time for the third technique. Ning slowly began to notice that the further down he read, the more taxing it became, as the resistive force which filled the steel seemed to grow in power. What Ning didn't realize was that young Flame Freak himself had only been able to acquire parts of the first technique and second technique. He had been completely unable to gain access to any of the other parts. He was merely a celestial immortal, after all. Young Flame Freak treated the stone steel as his most valued treasure. He cared about it far more than the Worldhold Pagoda, and was extremely careful about it. The reason he had kept it hidden with him in the Winter Herald world was because it was a safe place where he was extremely low-key. By contrast, he was still willing to keep the Worldhold Pagoda in the Xianxia. But who would have thought that Ning would end up acquiring it? Every single technique is marvelous. Ning could sense that his divine power was finding it harder and harder to read the meaning of the characters. By the time he reached the 5th technique, he was completely unable to make any more progress. Let me try with my pure yang energy. Unwilling to give up, Ning immediately tested out his pure yang energy, flooding the stone steel with it. Hush! Ning discovered, to his utter amazement, that the pure yang energy was clearly much more effective in reading the characters on the stone steel. I might just be able to acquire all 7 of these techniques. Ning instantly felt a certain eagerness in his heart. In fact, he had a feeling that once he learned all 7 techniques, he would perhaps know where this stone steel came from. Pure yang energy was clearly better suited to penetrating these characters on the stone steel. Ning received the complete 5th technique, the 6th technique, the 7th technique. Ning's eyes began to turn bloodshot. He was pouring all of his energy and effort into acquiring these techniques, which had completely stunned him. They were simply far too incredible. Some of these were comparable to the most supreme of techniques the 3 realms had. As for some of the others, they surpassed any techniques of the 3 realms. The first technique, Tao 18 Fiendgods, had already caused Ning to feel extremely excited. The second technique, 9 bug solutions, contained unlimited potential. However, since the storm had already arrived, Ning didn't have enough time to meditate on them. The third technique, Sin Armaments, was a technique that was very similar to the Fiendgod rites of blood forging. This was a technique that absorbed the hatred and resentment left behind by slain enemies, using them to forge weapons. These weapons were truly terrifying armaments that possessed tremendous power. By comparison, the rites of blood forging was excessively simple and crude in the manner through which it absorbed the negative energy. Sin Armaments was thousands of times more profound than the rites of blood forging. It allowed weapons to rise in power far more quickly, and in a more perfect manner. Weapons created through Sin Armaments had much greater potential, and could even become chaos weapons. The fourth technique, Jewel Talisman, was a technique to create Dao talismans. It was extremely complicated. Although Ning had memorized it, he didn't understand it whatsoever. Clearly, it was incredibly profound. The fifth technique, Chenquin Reversing Gestalt Formation, was a formation that worked together perfectly with the Tao 18 Fiendgod's technique, because this was a technique that required 18 cultivators whose minds were as one. If one mastered the Tao 18 Fiendgod's technique, then set down this grand formation, an entire heaven would be created that could be used to trap one's foes. It would be as though they were trapped someone else's a major world. This was a technique that was perfectly suited for defense and for trapping, rather than attacking. However, due to how profound and abstruse it would probably take a very long period of time to master. The sixth technique, God of Ghosts, was a technique meant for cultivating and raising ghosts. The soul was the foundation of all life, and the ghosts that were left behind after one died held limitless potential within them. The God of Ghosts technique allowed one to constantly strengthen ghosts all the way to the true God level. In fact, there was even a chance to raise ghosts to have the power of an elder god. The seventh technique, Indestructible Body, was a technique that was similar to the 8-9 arcane art. However, compared to the 8-9 arcane art, this divine ability was even more incredible. The Indestructible Body had a total of 6 stages. Empyrean gods could only train in the first 3, while only true gods could train in the final 3. According to the description of this divine ability, the first 3 stages alone were comparable to the complete 8-9 arcane art, while the final 3 stages, based on what Ning could tell, would allow the divine body to become comparable to a supreme protocosmic spirit treasure. During the primordial era, the various major powers had joined together to develop the 8-9 arcane art, with the goal of developing a total of 12 cycles. Alas, in the end, they were only able to complete 9 of them. This indestructible body technique, however, had achieved what those major powers had aspired to. But of course, it required an enormous amount of magic treasures. The 9th cycle of the 8-9 arcane art required an astonishing amount of great firmament immortal pills. As for the indestructible body, there were few even amongst true immortals and Tao fathers who could absorb the necessary cost. 7 mighty techniques, each of which was astonishing. Sin armaments and indestructible body were specially prepared for Fiendgod body refiners. The sin blades would generally be used in close combat, after all. 9 bug solutions and jewel talisman were meant for key refiners to use. As for the remaining 3 techniques, both key refiners and Fiendgod body refiners could execute them. I've finally finished. Finally, with great difficulty, Ning finished reading the characters of the 7th technique. All 7 of them were now memorized in his heart. What a tremendous stroke of karmic luck. These definitely are not techniques that were created by the major powers of the 3 realms. Many of the described materials don't even exist in the 3 realms. For example, the God of Ghosts is probably completely unusable. The indestructible body will also be hard to train to a high level, because the treasures described are not present here. And yet, Ning understood. Despite all that, these techniques are still incredible. The alien outsiders in the primordial chaos. They truly are incredible. Ning let out a sigh. The alien outsiders who had arrived in the 3 realms, such as the terrifying Lord of all things, were capable of doing things like secretly manipulating the Pangu Chaos World and the Seamless Chaos World into a collision course. In addition, the Lord of all things had been able to create golems and Queen Mother armies that were comparable to the full might of the entire Pangu Chaos World. From this, one could tell how terrifying the alien outsiders could be. Ning's gaze landed upon the divine runes engraved on the edges of the stone steel. Just now, I only focused on the characters. I wonder what these divine runes hold within them. Ning felt a certain excitement in his heart. He had the feeling that the power and aura of the stone steel primarily came from the divine runes. The characters didn't hold any power in them, but the divine runes held tremendous auras of might. Go! Ning willed the stone steel to be sent to a side hall within the star-seizing manor, then sent his pure yang energy into it from afar. That way, even if something dangerous happened, given that the star-seizing manor was a nigh unbreakable protocosmic spirit treasure, he should be able to stay safe. It really is hard to fill. His pure yang energy slowly filling the divine runes. Ning instantly began to sense a connection to that exalted aura of supremacy, as well as how hard the runes were to penetrate. Keep going. Keep going. Just a little more. Just a little more. Finally, all of the divine runes on the stone steel were completely filled with Ning's pure yang energy. Although the characters had been rather tiring, by comparison they weren't that hard. These divine runes had actually caused Ning's vision to go dim. He had used up almost all of his heart force before just barely being able to succeed. In the instant when he successfully finished pouring his energy into the runes, boom! An inconceivable aura of power exploded forth from the stone steel. The divine runes lit up with dazzling golden light, carrying an aura that was so exalted. It was even superior to that of the Tao of the heavens. As it exploded outwards, it followed the path of Ning's unleashed pure yang energy to instantly arrive at Ning himself. Ning had a feeling that this exalted, mighty aura was something which no one in the three realms aside from the legendary Mother Nuwa and Pangu were capable of matching. They, too, were supposedly superior to the heavenly Daos themselves. The exalted aura completely surrounded Ning. In the face of its might, Ning was like an infant, completely unable to fight BSC.K. Swoosh! The aura of power rapidly flew back into the stone steel, and the golden light covering the countless divine runes slowly dimmed and faded to a normal color. It just stood there like an ordinary stone steel. Except Ji Ning had already disappeared from the underwater estate. Master! The giant yellow bear appeared, absolutely frantic. All he knew was that Ji Ning had been analyzing that stone steel. As for what mysteries the stone steel contained, the bear had no idea. However, upon sensing his master disappear, he had naturally panicked. I'm fine. Ning's voice rang out within the giant yellow bear's mind. Now that he had completely bound the manor, he had a true master-servant connection to the giant yellow bear. A blurry region of chaos, merely a few hundred meters in size. Ning appeared out of nowhere within this region. Where am I? Ning was extremely puzzled. He could, however, still sense the panicking giant yellow bear outside, and so he hurriedly consoled the bear. What's that? Ning saw two figures fly towards him from far away, each of whom had auras of tremendous power. They had swarthy black skin and were many meters tall. Ning immediately grew guarded as he saw them approach. After arriving, the two figures simultaneously fell to their knees, then prostrated themselves on the ground. Respectful greetings to you, Overseer. Ji Ning looked at the two prostrating figures, his heart clenching. It seems my blunder has resulted in them believing me to be the Overseer. I have to be very careful. The first thing I should do is get a sense as to what an Overseer does. I can't let them see through me. That'll put me in grave danger. That exalted aura he had sensed earlier told him that he was a very weak figure, compared to the power of the stone steel. It seems they are very respectful to me. Their status should be lower than mine. Ning pondered for a moment, then said, The two of you, report your names. This humble one is East Cricket. The taller man was the first to respond respectfully. His voice was low and deep and seemed quite honest. This humble one is West Bat, the pudgier one said. The two of us have been awaiting you, Lord Overseer, for 3 full chaos cycles. Ever since we were created, we've been diligently working here at Prison World 17. Without you here, Lord Overseer, we've been quite nervous and restless. We were worried that something unexpected had happened to this prison world. Ning's heart clenched. 3 chaos cycles? A chaos cycle had to be a unit of time, and from the sound of it, it was a very long period of time. After being created, were not they living creatures? Prison World 17? As the Overseer, was he supposed to be in charge of this prison? Has anything unexpected happened in this prison world? Ning casually followed their line of conversation. He needed to ask as many questions as he could and learn more information from them. We were blessed by your good fortune, and so nothing has happened during the past 3 chaos cycles. It won't be so easy for the imprisoned criminals to cause any problems. The pudgy West Bat hurriedly added, I knew that you have to be busy, my lord. The various duties of the prison world can be left to the 2 of us for handling. If there really is a major event, we'll immediately notify you. All you need to do is then report it to His Majesty. You can spend your time touring the prison world, or you can quietly train by yourself. If there's anything you need, just inform us, right? Report it to His Majesty. Ning nodded slowly. His Majesty? Of which kingdom? Could it be that this stone steel belonged to a particular nation? Tell me about the various matters, great and small, that have occurred during the past 3 chaos cycles, Ning said. The tall East Cricket blinked at Ning, then mused to himself. How long would it take to describe all the events that occurred over the course of 3 chaos cycles? How bored is he? In contrast, chubby Westbat grew excited. My lord, allow me. Shall I start from the time when the last Lord Overseer left, or? Tell me a bit about the previous Lord Overseer, then speak about the past 3 chaos cycles. Ning wanted to learn more, but he was afraid of exposing himself. Thus, he was very careful with his words. These 2 jailers seemed to be very respectful to him, but Ning still had a strange feeling about them. In truth, ever since his pure yang energy filled the divine runes, he had gained a strange sort of control over this chaotic region. In fact, he could easily leave it if he chose. And yet, he didn't have any direct control over these 2 jailers. Clearly, they had to have been produced by this mysterious dominion and only answered to the dictates of the dominion. If they were to discover that Ning was a foe, they would probably attack him. Well, the previous Lord Overseer would chat with us when he was bored. Now, it could just be that he was bragging for the sake of bragging, but he claimed to be the son of an elder god, and that the only reason he had been punished to serve as an overseer for a chaos cycle was because he had run afoul of the law. Westbat mused to himself, I don't know if he was just bragging or not, but based on my own judgment, I think he was telling the truth. Generally speaking, overseers are all core members of our Pangea Chaos Kingdom. After all, even though being forced to stay here in solitude for a full chaos cycle is technically a form of punishment, it also allows the offender to learn those 7 supreme techniques. In addition, the offender is even allowed to enjoy one of the bottles of chaos nectar which Prison World 17 is able to refine from the primordial chaos around us. This is actually a great benefit. Ordinary immortals would be willing to spend a full chaos cycle in solitude to gain a bottle of chaos nectar or to learn the 7 supreme techniques, but they wouldn't even have a chance. Chaos nectar? Ning's eyes lit up. Tao 18 Fiendgods was divided into 3 stages. The first stage was very easy to learn, but the second stage was thousands of times more difficult, because it required one to be able to transform into 18 mighty clones, each of which was as powerful as the original body. Even the soul had to be identical in power. It was easy to train in divine power or immortal energy, but to duplicate the soul 18 times while maintaining the same level of power was incredibly difficult. It required the assistance of precious supportive treasures. Chaos Nectar was incomparably precious. If he had Chaos Nectar, he would be able to master the second stage of the Tao 18 Fiendgods. Right? Chaos Nectar. Jailer Westbad said hurriedly, a bottle of Chaos Nectar, based on the experiences of the past Lord Overseers, is generally enough to allow mastery of the second stage of the Tao 18 Fiendgods. Where is the Chaos Nectar? Ning asked. The previous Lord Overseer took the Chaos Nectar back with him to offer it to His Majesty. However, during the past 3 chaos cycles, Prison World 17 has continued to distill primordial chaos, accumulating quite a bit. The 2 of us have been working hard on this task. Given that it's been 3 chaos cycles since we've been contacted, we have a total of 18 bottles. The 19th bottle isn't full yet. We still need to spend some time and fill it up, Westbat said. Give them to me, Ning instructed. The chubby jailer Westbat was startled. He hesitated momentarily, then waved his hand. Whoosh! Instantly, a total of 18 black bottles appeared before him, hovering in the air. The ancient surfaces of the bottles were covered with divine runes. They were clearly extraordinary items. "Milord," Westbat said hurriedly. "Milord, you'll be here for at least a full chaos cycle. You are only permitted to use a single bottle. No matter what, don't use more than that. His Majesty knows exactly how much we are able to harvest. If you use too much, you'll probably run into trouble. Chaos Nectar is extremely valuable generally. We only give it to the Lord Overseer when he finishes his tour of duty. Relax. I'm not suicidal, Ning chuckled. He waved his arm, collecting the 18 bottles. Westbat hurriedly laughed ingratiatingly. Right. You have an exalted status, my lord. Naturally, you won't act rashly. Hey, are there any other treasures here in Prison World 17? Ning's eyes seemed to be shining right now. Nothing. The chubby jailer Westbat shook his head repeatedly. He had served quite a few overseers, and he knew that all of them had special statuses. All of them were core members of the Pangea Chaos Kingdom, which was why they were sent to such an important location as this. Although it was nominally a punishment, it was also a great boon. There were many of them who acquired Chaos Nectar, then greedily desired other things as well. There really is nothing else. This is just a prison world with many prisoners, the chubby jailer said. If you are talented enough to get something out of the prisoners, that's entirely your business. However, all of the prisoners are filled with hatred, and many of them are incredibly powerful. I imagine that not only will they not give you anything, they'll try to kill you. If you really want to interact with the prisoners, my lord, I urge you to hurry up and master the Tau 18 Fiendgods. That way, with 18 clones, you at least won't be at any risk of death. Right? Ning nodded. Prisoners? Continue telling me about overseer duties, as well as the various events that have occurred during the past 3 chaos cycles. I'm actually quite bored right now. Ugh, a full chaos cycle. It'll feel like forever. Ning sighed. Please permit me to elaborate, the chubby jailer Westbat said excitedly. He loved to talk, but East Cricket was a stuffy gourd who was always silent. This caused Westbat quite a bit of irritation, and he would often go chatting with some of the prisoners. Many of the prisoners wanted to kill him, but fortunately for him, he always stayed outside of the protective formations, preventing them from injuring him. More than half of the prisoners of Prison World 17 absolutely hated this prattling jailer. The last Lord Overseer had a rather foul attitude. In my opinion, he had indeed been spoiled rotten by an elder god. As soon as he arrived, the chubby jailer Westbat began to narrate non-stop. As for Ning, he just smiled and listened in a very relaxed way. Relaxed? He wasn't relaxed at all. But he knew very well that his acquisition of the stone steel was a stroke of tremendous karmic fortune. The greater a stroke of karmic fortune, the more careful one had to be. Otherwise, one might end up with nothing or worse. As Ning continued to listen, he began to understand more and more. An entire world had indeed been placed within this stone steel, and from the sound of it, the world was extremely vast. This was a place where many of the criminals of the Pangea Chaos Kingdom were located. The Pangea Chaos Kingdom was an extremely powerful kingdom. The most powerful figure was the King of Pangea, an exceptionally formidable and powerful figure. The stone steel which held this prison world had been created by the King of Pangea, and there were a total of 36 of them. The 36 stone steel prison worlds would naturally join together into the shockingly powerful 9-layered heaven chaining formation, making it incredibly hard for enemies to enter. Only members of their own kingdom could enter. Each of the 36 stone steels had 7 mighty techniques engraved upon them, for a total of 252 techniques. These techniques had all been left behind by the King of Pangea. Although these weren't the supreme techniques which the King of Pangea had used to dominate his opponents, they were still some of the best techniques he had to offer. Every single overseer would have the opportunity to learn the 7 techniques on their respective stone steels, but they wouldn't be permitted to learn from any of the others. Pangea Chaos Kingdom? From its name, it has to be a kingdom located within the primordial chaos. Ning mused to himself. The primordial chaos truly is an absolutely amazing place. In the past, there have been quite a few incursions by alien outsiders into our 3 realms. The primordial chaos is vast and infinite, capable of giving birth to many true gods, elder gods, and even figures like Pangu. It makes sense that a nation like the Pangea Chaos Kingdom would exist. However, judging from what these jailers said, the 9-layered heaven chaining formation, which these 36 stone steels are a part of, is nothing more than a joke. This stone steel ended up in young Flame Freak's hands during the primordial era, and now it is in my hands. It's always been by itself for these countless years. I imagine that the formation was long ago destroyed, resulting in the stone steels being scattered apart. I wonder what this stone steel experienced, for it to have ended up here in the three realms. Although Ning was surprised and delighted, he was still cautious. The three realms had often battled against alien outsiders such as Rahu or the even more powerful Lord of all things, but had killed all of them. Most likely, many in the three realms had acquired some of the treasures or supreme techniques of the alien outsiders. Ning had merely acquired a single such treasure, albeit his seemed to be quite impressive. Ning continued to listen relaxedly for some time, then said with a laugh, "All right, you can stop for now. The two of you can go patrol the prison world," Ning instructed. Understood. The two jailers respectfully assented to the order, then began to fly back the way they came. Far away, there was a blurry spatial door. Upon entering it, the two disappeared from Ning's senses. The only person left in this region was Ning. Ning sat down in the lotus position. Below him was the edges of this chaos region. Although it was invisible, it was enough to support Ning. Chaos nectar? Distilled from primordial chaos? I've never even heard of such a thing in the three realms. Ning waved his hand, producing a black bottle. A single bottle of chaos nectar is enough to train the second stage of the P19 Fiendgods, but from the sound of it, this chaos nectar is incredibly valuable. Generally speaking, in the Pangea Chaos Kingdom, only elder gods and ancestral immortals are allowed to enjoy this nectar. Aside from them, only some people with special statuses will be occasionally bestowed a bit of it. Ancestral immortals was a term of power from the Pangea Chaos Kingdom. As far as Ning could tell, it referred to Tao Fathers. The language of the Pangea Chaos Kingdom was incredibly similar to that of the human language of the three realms. The words were very similar to each other, and even the pronunciation was similar. Previously, when the torrent of information regarding the 7 mighty techniques had entered Ning's mind, he could hear echoes of a great Tao, allowing him to easily understand their language. In truth, it could even be treated as a mere human dialect of the three realms. A person assigned to be an overseer would have to have a high level of status in the Pangea Chaos Kingdom. They would be punished to stand guard for a chaos cycle, but would then acquire a bottle. Ning now knew exactly how long a chaos cycle was. The chatty Westbat had spoken for 3 days and 3 nights. He had provided much information, allowing Ning to hypothesize even more. Chaos cycles. They referred to the natural cycles every chaos world would go through. Its birth, the slow passage of time, its eventual aging, and then its final destruction. This extremely long period of time was known as a chaos cycle. But of course, there were some chaos worlds which were attacked and destroyed by outside forces during their prime. For example, the primordial world of Pangu was a chaos world that had collided with the seamless chaos world, then experienced a battle that caused its destruction. Still, in the end, the destruction of the Pangu chaos world and the seamless chaos world had resulted in the birth of the new world, the three realms. Prison World 17? Ning glanced at the distant spatial doorway. He now knew that once he left this region, he would enter Prison World 17. This was one of the 36 great prison worlds that were used to hold the prisoners of the ancient Pangea Chaos Kingdom. Chaos nectar is extremely valuable and rare. It's hard to say if it even exists anywhere else in the three realms. I absolutely cannot waste such a precious treasure. Ning pondered on what to do next. As for the jailer's instructions for him to only use a single bottle, Ning didn't give a damn. Who knew in what corner of the primordial chaos the Pangea Chaos Kingdom was even located? In fact, it might have been destroyed long ago. And of course, Ning himself was merely feigning allegiance to it. All 18 bottles would naturally belong to himself. According to what the jailer said, all of the overseers would choose to use their bottle of chaos nectar to train in the second stage of the P19 Fiendgods. Ning nodded. The overseers were all core members of the Pangea Chaos Kingdom. They should have known exactly how valuable chaos nectar was. If they chose to use it for this technique, then it should be worth it. That'll be my choice as well. First, I'll train in Tao 18 Fiendgods. Ning's primary issue was that he knew far too little about chaos nectar. Chaos nectar was gathered by the vast prison worlds, which had created incomparably complicated formations to harvest it from the primordial chaos. Every single chaos cycle, only a total of 6 bottles would be harvested. In addition, there wasn't necessarily anyone in the entire 3 realms who was capable of setting up such a complicated formation. Most likely only Mother Nuwa, who had established her own Nuwa world, would be able to do so. No matter how Ning looked at it, it seemed as though acquiring more chaos nectar would be extremely difficult. The chaos nectar of the Pangea Chaos Kingdom would generally go to the king of Pangea, who would occasionally bestow a bit to his subordinates. Every single bottle used would represent an irrecoverable expenditure. He had to be judicious and sparing in its use. Perhaps in the future, he might discover an important effect or use for it. But of course, the second stage of Tao 18 Fiendgods was absolutely shocking in power. Ning deeply desired to train in it, and so he started to do so immediately. The blurry chaos region was only a few hundred meters wide. Although this region of primordial chaos is very small, it's extraordinarily marvelous. Ning stared at his surroundings. Earlier, when I was outside, I couldn't find anything when I sent my divine power into the stone steel. The stone steel holds this chaos region within it, as well as the prison world. I had to activate the divine runes before I was drawn inside. The strangest thing is, it seems as though this place is not under the jurisdiction of the heavenly Daos. By now, Ning was at a formidable level of power. He could vaguely sense how the heavenly Daos of the 3 realms functioned. To surpass the jurisdiction of the heavenly Daos was possible if one went into the vast void. Although a heavenly Dao of primordial chaos was present there, the heavenly Dao of primordial chaos of the void was different from that of the 3 realms, even though the rules were the same as they belonged to different regions. Similarly, the primordial chaos itself held a heavenly Dao of primordial chaos, as did the stone steel, but the heavenly Daos of the 3 realms did not have any sway outside the 3 realms or inside the stone steel. The stone steel is clearly inside my star-seizing manor, but it isn't subject to the dicates of the 3 realms. It seems that the major power who created this stone steel is also a figure who has surpassed the heavenly Daos. After coming to this conclusion, Ning no longer thought any further on the matter. Whoosh! A green jade bottle appeared within his hands, with some pure yang immortal pills located inside of it. The first stage of Tao 18 Fiendgods is very easy. All I need to do is use up some pure yang immortal pills. Ning opened the stopper to the green jade bottle, then placed it to one side as he began to train. Crisscrossing lines of gold began to appear all over Ning's body. Slowly, golden runes began to take form. As more time passed, the golden runes became more and more numerous. In the blink of an eye, a golden rune-covered Xianxia seemed to have appeared over Ning's body. A certain aura began to emanate from it. Rumble. The many golden runes began to connect to each other in an organized way, linking together into lines that began to ripple and flow. The lines of golden runes thus began to merge into each other in an extremely marvelous way. A strange, nameless aura began to drift out. Boom! As time flowed out, the lines of golden runes finally completed their fusion, having transformed into a single, enormous divine rune. This enormous divine rune had completely covered Ning's body, and then, with a swoosh, it went straight inside Ning. Slowly, a miracle began to happen. My true soul. Ning felt a sensation akin to intoxication. Everything felt blurry, but he could still sense that his true soul was slowly being divided into halves, thirds, quarters. His soul was beginning to split apart as well. As he felt his body grow low on energy, Ning immediately began to consume some pure yang immortal pills. This dreamlike state persisted for a period of time. Then whoosh! 17 rays of light suddenly shot out from Ning, each of which then transformed into a white-robed youth. The 18 white-robed youths all sat there in the lotus position within the chaos region. Their auras were absolutely identical, and their power was the same as well. They actually became independent, self-sustaining bodies. Every single one of them has a perfect true soul and soul. They even have pure yang jindans within their body. Ning was absolutely delighted and shocked. The 18 clones shared memories together, as they were fundamentally the same person. However, the death of one wouldn't have any impact on the other 17 at all. In addition, thanks to the Tao 18 Fiendgods, a slain clone could be remade. However, the cost to remake another soul and another pure Yang Jindan would be quite large. This time, Ning hadn't paid much of a price to train to the first stage. This was because Ning's true body had essentially had its power divided by 18 to create those 17 additional bodies. Absolutely identical. Even the divine tattoos are identical. The 18 Ji Nings simultaneously stared at their respective palms. Each of them had star-seizing tattoos on their hands. When Empyrean gods created clones, their power would only be slightly affected, and they would still have their divine abilities. The fatal flaw of those clones, however, was that their souls weren't standalone. If too many clones died, the soul would be tattered and break apart. Ning, however, didn't have to face this danger, but his power did decrease. Time to train the second stage. Ning didn't hesitate at all, immediately pulling out a bottle of chaos nectar. The 18 white-robed youths all sat down in the lotus position, forming into an enormous circle with the chaos nectar at the center of the circle. Drip, drip, drip. Droplets of chaos nectar flew out from the black bottle. Although each drop looked translucent, it was as though they held entire worlds within them. Tiny little bubbles occasionally appeared within each drop, occasionally breaking apart and popping. The little worlds within those bubbles were similarly being born and destroyed. An inconceivably powerful aura of life emanated from those chaos droplets. In raw power alone, each drop was perhaps only comparable to a great firmament immortal pill, but the chaos nectar seemed to hold everything within them. True soul, heart force, immortal energy, divine power. All types of energy seemed to be hidden within them. The primordial chaos could give birth to worlds, could create countless living creatures. Chaos nectar was distilled and extracted from the primordial chaos. It was incomparably marvelous and incomparably valuable. One drop of chaos nectar after another flew out, moving towards the 18 white-robed youths. When the chaos nectar entered Ning's body, Ning felt an unprecedented cold sensation fill it. Even his soul itself felt chilled. However, this icy feeling was quite comfortable, and he felt more refreshed and awake than he ever had before. Every part of his body, from his muscles and his flesh to his soul, felt alive and refreshed, as though he had just been bathed. Ning immediately began to apply the Tao 18 Fiendgods technique in guiding the chaos nectar to take effect in the necessary manner. First the soul, then the pure Yang Jindan. They immediately began to grow at high speed, like a sapling growing into a tree. Even Ning's divine power was rapidly increasing. The auras of all 18 white-robed youths were strengthening at a shockingly fast pace. In truth, the first stage of this powerful technique was easy to learn precisely because it involved dividing the power of the true body into 18 different bodies. The reason why the second stage was thousands of times harder was precisely because it involved using different types of extremely rare items to rebuild the lost power. But finding items that could replenish the soul and heart force was incredibly difficult. The third stage not only had high material requirements, it also required a certain level of insight, making it even harder to train. But once one succeeded, the 18 clones would be able to once more merge together, resulting in a simply shocking increase in power. In truth, there had been many in the Pangea Chaos Kingdom who had acquired this technique, but aside from the king of Pangea himself, no one had ever been able to train to the third stage. The chaos region was completely silent. The bottle of chaos nectar had long ago been used up. At the very bottom of the black bottle, a little bit of remaining chaos nectar could be seen. Success! The 18 white-robed youths simultaneously opened their eyes. From this day forth, I finally have the strength I need to truly battle against the Seamless Gate. Ning could finally sense that the terrifying pressure the Seamless Gate had brought him had begun to lessen. Finally, he had a true chance to rescue his senior apprentice sister. In terms of value, the Tao 18 Fiendgods was comparable to the other 6 techniques. However, thanks to this bottle of chaos nectar, Ji Ning had been able to train to the 2nd level of the technique, causing his body to undergo a fundamental change in quality. There's actually a bit left over. Ning waved his hand, causing the black bottle to fly into it. The drops of chaos nectar were clearly visible at the base of the bottle. Each bottle holds a total of 99 drops. There are actually 22 left. According to what Jailer Westbat said, the previous overseers would all use up nearly an entire battle. It seems as though my strength is slightly lacking, compared to the previous overseers. The more powerful one was, the more chaos nectar would be needed to train to the 2nd stage of the Tao 18 Fiendgods. The price of training the 1st stage and creating 18 clones was having one's strength lowered. The price of training the 2nd stage lay in consuming chaos nectar to quickly return back to one's original level of power. Thus, the more powerful one was, the more chaos nectar would be needed. For example, the Jindan and the soul which true gods and Tao Fathers possessed were far more powerful than Ning's, and so they would need far more chaos nectar as well. This, too, had been recorded within the details of the technique. The generations of overseers were only permitted to assume their position after showing that they were capable of reading the entire stone steel. Ning had just barely succeeded, but had still successfully become an overseer. This meant his level of power was still quite close to that of the previous overseers. Clearly, the previous overseers hadn't reached the true god or Tao Father level. Prison world? The other 17 clones remained seated, pondering the remaining 6 techniques. One of them, however, arose and walked out towards the spatial gateway. Whoosh! Upon passing through the gateway, the world seemed to change. He was now in a wide, vast world. At the very peak of a 10,000-kilometer mountain, a white-robed youth appeared out of nowhere. So this is a prison world? Ning saw that this vast world was dark and blurry. There were no stars, no sun, no moon. Countless divine runes could be seen swimming through the skies like dragons. These golden divine runes caused the skies to glitter, perpetually casting the vast earth in dim light. Spread out. Standing atop the peak of the towering mountain, Ning willed his heart force to emerge. Boom! His heart force instead spread out in every direction. Ning did not dare to release his core sense in this region, where so many prisoners were located, for fear of suffering an attack. Comparatively speaking, using heart force was much safer. In an instant, his heart force spread out to cover an area that was at least 3 times the size of the Grand Xia. Far away, there was a filthy-looking old man who was leaning against a stone cliff. His legs were shackled together, and the shackles emanated strange, mysterious ripples of power. It was precisely because of these shackles that he had been imprisoned here for more than 10 chaos cycles. Heart force? It seems that the new overseer has arrived. The overseers are all young fellows. This one has fairly strong heart force, at least. The filthy-looking old man raised his head, a green light emanating from his eyes. Instantly, a surge of powerful heart force swept out to cover an area of 1,000 kilometers. As for the heart force which Ning had sent into the region, it was completely surrounded and smothered by this second surge of heart force. Off in the distance, there was a wild dog who was lying on the ground. The wild dog's fur and skin was damaged so badly that his black bones could be seen in some places. The wild dog blinked. This kid really doesn't know his own limits. That old bastard, Pangea, is increasingly lax when sending out his overseers. Doesn't he warn these kids? Still, his heart force is much stronger than that of the previous overseer. Everything within 1,000 kilometers suddenly turned dark. Even the surrounding space trembled slightly. Still atop the distant mountain peak, Ning's face suddenly turned ashen. He gritted his teeth. Break! Instantly, Ning forcibly severed off part of the heart force which he had sent out. He treated it as though he had shot out an arrow with heart force, completely severing it from himself. How terrifying, but. Only after breaking the connection did the fear hit Ning. The region my heart force was able to cover had to be just a tiny portion of this prison world. The most terrifying figures within this region were that old man and that wild dog. Ning swallowed hard. That old man had to be at the Tao Father level, while the wild dog should be at the Elder God level. That old man's heart force is merely at the 4th stage as well, but he's far more powerful than me in using techniques to apply it. He was actually able to instantly trap me in an illusion. Fortunately, both of us are at the 4th stage of heart force, which is why I was able to forcibly sever the connection. As for that wild dog, his divine ability is simply incredible. He was able to devour my heart force in the blink of an eye. Ning instantly understood that those two figures were definitely not people he could mess with. The area I scanned also contained 18 true gods, 33 pure Yang true immortals, 71 Empyrean gods, and 96 celestial immortals. Ning did some quick calculations. The auras of the true gods were as powerful as expected. The pure Yang true immortals also gave Ning a sense of tremendous danger. The Empyrean gods and celestial immortals shouldn't be too dangerous. Ning pondered for another moment. Right? I'll choose a celestial immortal as my first contact. Celestial immortals are the weakest. I should be able to discover quite a few secrets from them. The two jailers were nothing more than constructs. They didn't understand any cultivation techniques at all. The prisoners here, however, did. Whoosh! Ning sat down within his void boat. The void boat transformed into a streak of light, rapidly advancing through the dark prison world. Ning intentionally kept more than 1,000 kilometers away from the prisoners, because every single prisoner was surrounded by complicated formations that were 1,000 kilometers around them. These formations were meant to subdue the prisoners and prevent their techniques from going outside. There was no way to tear through the space in the prison world, nor was there any way to engage in spatial teleportation. The only choice was to slowly fly forward. It usually took the two jailers more than 120,000 years to complete a full inspection of all the prisoners in the prison world. From this, one could tell how vast this world truly was. But of course, this was also a testament to how slow the jailers were. As constructs, they were able to absorb enough energy from the world to stay alive, but their flying speed was ridiculously slow. If they had a void boat like Ning did, they would be much, much faster. Ning flew for half a day. Here it is. Ning put away the void boat, then landed within a valley. That celestial immortal is right up ahead. As he walked through the valley, Ning moved hundreds of kilometers with each step. He quickly arrived at the margins of the formation. The blurry formation barrier covered the region like a giant dome. The prisoner was completely unable to step past the formation barrier. However, the barrier was only effective against the prisoner. Ning and the two jailers could enter and exit as they pleased. Whoosh! Ning took a single step forward. The barrier didn't harm Ning at all. Ning once more sent out his heart force, using it to encompass this region. Far away, there was a youth dressed in tattered clothes who was seated in the lotus position. The youth had a pair of black shackles around his feet. The chains attached to the black shackles stretched off into the distance, disappearing into an empty region as though they had emerged from it. The black shackles were absolutely terrifying. Once they were attached, there was no way to remove them at all. Not even elder gods could do it. Although the black shackles looked like they were attached to the legs, in truth they bound the soul and the true soul. Suddenly, faint footsteps could be heard off in the distance. Eh? The youth dressed in tattered clothes blurrily opened his eyes. It had been far too long. He had been here far, far too long. So long that even the magic treasure clothes he wore had been reduced to a tattered state. In truth, all he had to do was use a bit of energy and he would be able to instantly repair them, but there was no way to absorb any energy whatsoever within the prison world. All any of them could do was rely on the original amount they had to sustain themselves. He had committed a grave crime, so great that not even his school could save him. His master had given him many spirit pills, so that he might live longer within this prison world. His master had said to him, "Good Hill, I'm unable to save you. Be sparing with these spirit pills. You'll only be able to survive within the prison world by relying on your own immortal energy. But once it is used up, once the spirit pills are used up, you will die. Only if you manage to stay alive will you be able to escape. I'll definitely help you and come up with a way to save you, so you have to hold on. No matter what, don't kill yourself. Hold on. Someone's finally come. It's been far, far too long. A look of hope was in the youth's eyes. Am I going to be released? It was this hope which had sustained him for 3 chaos cycles, which kept him going even now. He had been extremely sparing with every drop of energy, and fortunately his master had provided him with many spirit pills. However, by now he had already used up the majority of them. Most likely, he would only be able to hold on for another chaos cycle, at which point he would succumb. Eh? The youth looked at the white-robed figure. His aura true immortal? Wait, why is he so weak? Ning stared at the skeletal-looking youth. This youth had a human-like appearance, but he was too skinny. Still, Ning's heart force had discovered that every single prisoner seemed to be extremely gaunt, as though they were ordinary mortals that were starved to the brink of death. No, and not even starving mortals would be as ridiculously gaunt as them. The elder god in the shape of a wild dog, for example. He had been starved so badly that his very skin had broken apart, revealing his black bones. You must be the new overseer. The youth looked at him. I am a celestial immortal, but an overseer has actually come to visit me. Are you going to release me? Release you? Ning was startled. Why didn't you bring the talisman of command? Without it, you won't be able to open these shackles. The youth shook his head. Ning shook his own head as well. I don't have it. I have no way to release you. Not even elder gods could break these shackles, to say nothing of Ning. The youth was stunned. He stared at Ning in amazement. Why you? You aren't of the Pangea Chaos Kingdom. Who are you? How did you enter this prison world? What happened to the Pangea Chaos Kingdom? I'm the overseer which His Majesty sent, Ning said, looking at the youth. Don't deny it. The youth shook his head. If you came from our Pangea Chaos Kingdom, if you were sent by His Majesty, then you would definitely know that His Majesty would personally send an elder god or ancestral immortal to open the shackles. Even if you did have the command talisman, you still wouldn't be able to open the shackles. But just now, when I asked you about opening the shackles with the command talisman, you didn't express any puzzlement at all. Ning was stunned. He hadn't revealed anything in front of those 2 golems, but as soon as he interacted with an actual intelligent being, a celestial immortal, he had immediately revealed himself. Still, Ning didn't panic at all. When he had first entered, he had been worried about his true identity being revealed, but after chatting with Westbat for so long, Ning realized that this stone steel was a very special treasure, much like his star-seizing manor. It contained many formations and restrictions within it, but he now truly was the master of the stone steel. As for the 2 golems, they were nothing more than laborers. Perhaps they weren't weak, but they would never, ever be able to leave the stone steel. Ning, however, could leave the stone steel world whenever he so chose, and so he was no longer worried about any danger. Why did you suspect my identity? Why did you test me? Ning asked. Tell me, what has happened to the Pangea Chaos Kingdom? The youth asked frantically.